It was a place where the brightest minds of the ancient world gathered, where scrolls lining the shelves held not just stories, but the very essence of collected human knowledge. This was the Library of Alexandria, a beacon of learning whose legend still captures our imagination today. But beyond its famed collection and tragic destruction, there really is so much more in its history that makes it truly fascinating. And so today, with that in mind, we're going to go back to Alexandria, exploring how this remarkable institution came into being, what mysteries it held, and all the little details in between. Why exactly does its legacy still resonate more than 2,000 years later? That's a question we'll answer in the next hour of our time together. But before we go there, let me welcome you. Hello to anybody new coming into the channel. Those returning, thank you very much. If you're not yet subscribed, I invite you to hit that button. And I will start with the customary expression of gratitude to those on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. Supporting in that way helps keeping everything ad-free for everyone's enjoyment. Now, with that being said, let's get on with the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. And so we jump right in to the foundation. We must go back pretty far for that. The great Library of Alexandria, conceived in the early Hellenistic age, during the rise of the Ptolemaic dynasty in Egypt. Tradition holds that its foundation was closely linked to Ptolemy I Soter, and he ruled from 323 to 283 BCE, and his son Ptolemy II Philadelphus, ruling from 285 to 246 BCE. Ancient accounts credit an Athenian scholar-statesman, Demetrius of Phaleron, with inspiring and organizing the library's creation. Demetrius, a former student of Aristotle and one-time governor of Athens, took refuge at Ptolemy I's court after being exiled from Athens. According to the Letter of Aristeas, that is a Hellenistic text from the 2nd century BC, Ptolemy II gave Demetrius the charge to collect, quote, all the books in the world, and once collected, assemble a royal library. Now that's quite a task, and in this account, Demetrius is portrayed as the king's trusted librarian, stating that over 200,000 scrolls have already been gathered, and proposing a grand total of 500,000 volumes as a goal. It's a pretty vivid description, though it's most likely exaggerated. Still, it shows the Ptolemaic ambition to create a universal library encompassing the literatures of all people. And whether or not they did that, it's still a very good goal to have. But what about modern historians? Well, they note that Demetrius's role and the exact founding debate are certainly on the table for discussion. While the Letter of Aristeas places the library's establishment well and truly in the reign of Ptolemy II, other ancient writers, such as Irenaeus in the 2nd century CE, explicitly credit Ptolemy I as the founder. It's quite plausible that Ptolemy I initiated the idea of a research institute and library as part of his vision to make Alexandria the intellectual capital of the Greek world, and that Ptolemy II carried that project to fruition. Supporting this, we know Demetrius of Phaleron's fortunes waned under Ptolemy II. He fell out of favor and was banished quite early in that reign. Diogenes Laertius, who chronicled the lives of philosophers, confirms that Demetrius was indeed expelled by Philadelphus. Thus, many scholars today surmise that Demetrius did most of his work in organizing the library under Ptolemy I, that is, late in that king's life, and possibly the very beginning of Ptolemy II's rule, laying the groundwork for what became the ancient world's largest repository of knowledge. Whether father or son deserves the bulk of the credit, it is clear that the early Ptolemies were heavily invested in this cultural project. They likely drew inspiration from the precedent of Aristotle himself, who had amassed a famed private library. Ancient geographer Strabo notes that Aristotle was first to collect books, and even taught the Egyptian kings the idea of organizing a library. This suggests that the Ptolemies' plan was perhaps influenced by the Aristotelian model of gathering texts for scholarly use. Indeed, one later tradition claims that Ptolemy II managed to acquire Aristotle's own library from Athens, purchasing it when Aristotle's successor Straton was head of the Lyceum. Though other evidence complicates that story. Regardless, the Ptolemies clearly saw an opportunity to bolster their legitimacy and prestige by making Alexandria this beacon of learning. The city, founded by Alexander the Great in 331 BC, was new, without the ancient heritage of Athens or Memphis, so creating an unparalleled center of scholarship was certainly a way to elevate Alexandria's status as this capital of knowledge and learning. It was time to put Alexandria on the map. But the library itself did not stand alone. It was part of a larger institution called the Museion, or Museum of Alexandria. The Museion was essentially a state-sponsored research institute, a community of scholars gathered under the patronage of the king. Strabo, who visited Alexandria around the late 1st century BC, describes the Museion as a complex of buildings in the royal quarter, the royal quarter being called the Brucheion. It included meeting halls, classrooms, residential quarters, and a grand dining hall where members, learned men devoted to the arts and sciences, took their meals in common. The entire foundation was dedicated to the Muses, hence the name Museion, and a priest appointed by the Ptolemies, later by Roman emperors, oversaw its administration. This resembles an early prototype of a modern academic campus or research university, with the library serving as the central repository of texts. Within the Museion, the library's holdings were at the scholar's disposal. The exact layout of the library is not exactly described in the surviving sources, but it was likely housed in one of the buildings adjacent to or within the palace complex. Some imagine it as a series of columned halls or storerooms lined with shelving for scrolls. We do know it was considered part of the royal palaces. The librarians and staff were probably themselves scholar priests. In fact, many head librarians were renowned scholars and literati in their own right. Think of occupations such as critics, poets, scientists of the time. They were all there. The Ptolemaic kings appointed these men to both manage the collection and produce original scholarship. The library's mission was very comprehensive: to collect the written knowledge of the entire known world. Unlike earlier archives that mostly kept local administrative or religious texts, the Library of Alexandria was explicitly cosmopolitan. It held works in Greek as a primary focus, but also sought out texts in Egyptian, Babylonian, Hebrew, and Persian, and other languages, which were then translated into Greek. Ptolemy I and II invited scholars from various lands to take up residence in Alexandria, both to enrich the intellectual life and to assist in acquiring texts from their home cultures. One example of this Philadelphus famously sponsored the Greek translation of the Hebrew Pentateuch, that being the Torah, the initial stage of the Septuagint. The Aristeas account details how Ptolemy II requested Jewish scholars from Jerusalem to come to Alexandria to translate their law for inclusion in the library. While the letter of Aristeas embellishes the tale, the core event, the production of a Greek Torah in Alexandria, is supported by other sources, etc., later references in Philo and Josephus. And this shows the library's function as a cross-cultural repository, where knowledge of various civilizations was imported and made accessible in the lingua franca of the time, that, of course, being Greek. But the library's integration into the Museum also meant that it was not a public lending library, but rather a research facility for a very select and lucky few. Primarily, it served the resident scholars, perhaps 100 or more at a time, who were given stipends, free lodging, and complete access to royal patronage. These scholar priests in turn tutored royal princes, conducted research, and enhanced the fame of the Ptolemaic court. We hear of lecture halls and meeting rooms, where debates and lectures occurred, giving the sense of a lively academic atmosphere. As an example, just one of them, the mathematician Euclid taught in Alexandria, likely at the Museum during the reign of Ptolemy I. One anecdote actually has Ptolemy I asking Euclid if there was an easier way to learn geometry, to which Euclid replied, "There is no royal road to geometry." Such stories, whether apocryphal or not, show how intimately the monarch was involved and supportive of these scholarly pursuits, while also highlighting the expectation that even kings should undertake the hard work of learning. That's if they wish to partake in the library's wisdom. And of course, back in those days, having the entire collection of the world's knowledge at your hands, that's an offer you certainly would not pass up. From the outset, the Ptolemies pursued a, frankly, aggressive acquisition policy to fill up those shelves. Ancient testimonies provide intriguing and, frankly, sometimes scandalous details about how Alexandria amassed all these volumes. The royal decree was that any book or scroll found anywhere could be subject to copying for the library. One notorious tactic was the search of every ship that docked at Alexandria's harbor, and there were plenty of ships docking at that harbor. According to the physician Galen, around the 2nd century CE, who recounts this as an old practice, works found on incoming ships would simply be seized by the authorities. Official scribes in the library would then swiftly copy the scrolls. The originals were then returned for the library's collection, and the copies were given to the book's owners, often with compensatory payments for the inconvenience or loss. In the catalogues, such acquired texts were humorously labeled "from the ships" to record their source. This policy shows how determined the Ptolemies were to collect these rare texts, effectively using their position as masters of a major port to appropriate intellectual property from all who traded there. Galen's accounts, though written centuries later, are rather considered credible, since he had access to Alexandrian traditions, and they portray the library's growth as almost ruthless in its completeness. The Ptolemies also sent agents abroad with large sums of money to buy books. Key book markets in the Greek world, notably Rhodes and Athens, were scoured for any available writings. The Alexandrian buyers sought multiple copies and editions of important works. For example, it is noted by Athenaeus, a 3rd century CE writer, that the library obtained various textual versions of Homer's epics from different cities, famed for their manuscript traditions, such as copies from Chios and from Sinop and from Massalia. These enabled scholars in Alexandria to compare various and produce authoritative critical editions. It also underscores that the library wasn't just accumulating for quantity's sake, it was building a comparative collection to facilitate textual criticism and philology, fields that were essentially born on the very ground in Alexandria, there in the halls of the Museum. But perhaps the most famous and, well, dramatic acquisition story is that of the Athenian tragedy manuscripts. Ptolemy III, ruling from 246 to 222, desired the original authoritative texts of the great Athenian playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. Of course, these were guarded in Athens. As the story is told by Galen and others, Ptolemy III persuaded Athens to loan him their official copies, offering a huge surety of 15 talents of silver. The Athenians agreed, reluctantly, under contract that the originals would be copied and returned, or else the deposit would be forfeited. But Ptolemy just chose to forfeit the 15 talents, an enormous sum, and kept the priceless originals for the library, sending back high-quality copies to Athens instead. It's probably pretty easy for you to imagine the outrage of the Athenians, but ultimately there was nothing they could do except keep the big pile of money. Well, even if this anecdote is somewhat embellished in the telling, it shows the length to which the kings would go. Knowledge is more invaluable than gold to them, and not above a bit of royal duplicity to secure it. So by such means, purchases, copying, and even outright confiscation, the Alexandrian library's holdings began to grow rapidly in the 3rd century BC. Ancient estimates of its size vary wildly, and have long been a matter of debate. But we have reference to numbers like 200,000 rolls, 400, and even up to 700,000 in later sources. Or to put those into perspective, a single work of literature in antiquity could span multiple scrolls. For example, a history might occupy several rolls, one per book or section. So the number of scrolls is not equal to the number of distinct works or titles. It is more analogous to, I suppose, volumes. But even the lower estimates far exceed any contemporary library, and we're talking more than 2,000 years ago, so that's certainly impressive. The letter of Aristeas claimed 500,000 as a goal under Ptolemy II is just one data point, but it's likely propagandistic. Another source, the late antique writer Epiphanius of Salamis in the 4th century CE, gave a more detailed account. Now he claimed that the library reached about 540,000 scrolls in total, divided into 200,000 or so collected under Ptolemy I and II, and an additional 300,000 under Ptolemy III, but that possibly included duplicates, and that a second library, an annex at the Serapeum, discussed later, held an additional 42,000. Epiphanius's figures are suspect, possibly corrupted by manuscript errors. There is evidence his text suffered copyist mistakes over the centuries. But the account does suggest an ancient belief that the combined libraries in Alexandria did approach the 750,000 mark. On the other hand, Seneca, the 1st century Roman philosopher, mentions 40,000 books, likely meaning scrolls, as have been burnt in the Julius Caesar fire, which might imply that that was the number of scrolls destroyed at the time, or possibly just an expression meaning countless. Seneca regarded even 40,000 as a ridiculously high number of books for one to own, calling it a, quote, splendid monument of royal luxury. He also implied that such a trove was more ostentation than practical use. He may have been citing Livy's account, now unfortunately lost, of Caesar's Alexandrian War. Meanwhile, the Christian history of Orosius in the 5th century CE later wrote that Julius Caesar's fire in 48 BC destroyed 400,000 volumes, a figure he likely took from earlier Roman sources. But clearly these numbers range from the astonishing to the outright fantastical, and each requires its own cautious treatment. Modern historians tend to conclude that the library's holdings probably numbered in the hundreds of thousands of scrolls, but whether it neared 750,000, well, that's a little bit more doubtful. What is more meaningful than the raw number is the breadth of subjects and languages covered. Greek poetry, history, drama, and philosophy, Egyptian records and priestly literature, Babylonian astronomical texts, Jewish scriptures and commentaries, works on medicine, mathematics, natural science, and geography. Every single one of them was sought for Alexandria. In fact, the library even attempted to collect all the editions of the Greek authors. One objective was to compile definitive critical texts of the Homeric poems and our classics, which required collating multiple copies. So, diversity and completeness were as important as volume. But to manage this vast collection, the library developed what might be called the first catalogue and bibliographic system. The poet-scholar Callimachus, early 3rd century BC, compiled the Pinakes, tables of those who have been outstanding in all forms of learning. This work, in many scrolls itself, was a categorized index of authors and their writings available in the library. The Pinakes listed authors alphabetically within broad genres and subjects, providing biographical notes and the titles and lengths of their works. Although the Pinakes survives today only in fragments and later reference, it was a monumental achievement of bibliography, essentially a research guide to the library's holdings. This allowed scholars to locate texts and know what content the library held. Callimachus's famous maxim, "A big book is a big evil," in his language, megabiblion, megakakon, ironically does not apply to his own catalogue, which was enormous. Funny how that works. But it does reveal the Alexandrian spirit of condensing and organizing knowledge systematically. The library thus pioneered organizational practices that would influence library systems in the Greco-Roman world. For instance, libraries in Pergamum and later Rome adopted similar cataloging techniques. And so, the Ptolemaic library grew through this royal enthusiasm, well-funded acquisition, and an almost obsessive drive to leave no stone unturned. The exact tallies, I suppose they'll always remain uncertain, but its reputation as the largest library of antiquity, well, that is not in doubt by anyone. What makes it truly significant is not its size, however, but how it enabled unprecedented scholarship by bringing such a wealth of texts under one roof. Of course, the library's history itself is closely intertwined with the brilliant individuals who worked there. The Ptolemies appointed a series of head librarians, who were typically scholars of high repute, though our sources are incomplete. Sorry. Ancient authors do provide lists of these key figures, and they read like a who's who of Hellenistic intellectuals. The first head librarian, if we exclude Demetrius of Phaleron, who was more the planner than the official librarian, I suppose, was likely Zenodotus of Ephesus. Zenodotus was a literary scholar and grammarian, particularly known for his work editing texts of Homer. Under either Ptolemy I or II, Zenodotus took charge of organizing the burgeoning collection. He is credited with producing some of the earliest critical editions of the Iliad and Odyssey, comparing different manuscripts of Homer and making spurious lines. This endeavor required both an extensive collection and a methodical approach to scholarship, precisely the advantages that Alexandria provided. Zenodotus's Homeric recensions were influential. Though later criticized by successor scholars as imperfect, he apparently introduced critical symbols, such as the obelisk, to annotate dubious verses. All this indicates that from its inception the library was not a passive storehouse, but an active workshop of textual criticism and philology. Succeeding Zenodotus, the poet Apollonius of Rhodes is often named as a librarian, perhaps in the mid-3rd century BCE. Apollonius is famous for authoring the epic Argonautica, but he was also a student of Callimachus and involved in library work quite heavily. An anecdote from the Alexandrian literary world holds that Apollonius and his teacher Callimachus fell into a bit of a feud. Callimachus championed short, learned poetic forms, while Apollonius dared to compose a grand epic in archaic style, which met with a chilly reception in Alexandria. Apollonius supposedly left Alexandria for Rhodes in disappointment, only to return later in glory when his poem gained acclaim. This story, though colored by later literary biographers, certainly paints a picture of a bit of a hotbed of literary rivalry and innovation. Whether Apollonius formally headed the library is a little bit uncertain, but he certainly was one of the prominent scholars in its orbit. Perhaps the most polyvalent scholar to lead the library was Eratosthenes of Cyrene, who was appointed by Ptolemy III around 245 BC. Eratosthenes was a true polymath, astronomer, geographer, mathematician, philosopher, poet. He had it all. At Alexandria, he earned the nickname Beta, which I guess it's not a good nickname these days, but I suppose back then it wasn't much of a good name either. It jokingly implied, being the second letter of the Greek alphabet, that he was the second best in every field, perhaps the first in none. But in truth, Eratosthenes achieved first-rate accomplishments. He famously calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy by measuring the sun's angles at Syene and Alexandria at the summer solstice. This feat required both observational data and reports of distant locations. Information that a center like Alexandria, with its collection of geographic writings and data from travelers, could uniquely supply to him. Eratosthenes also constructed an accurate map of the known world, theorized about leap years, and attempted to fix the dates of major historical events, founding the study of chronology while he was at it. As librarian, Eratosthenes maintained the library's universal approach, reportedly compiling a comprehensive catalogue of names and works in philosophy and literature, possibly an update on or expansion on Callimachus's Pinarches work. It was under his guidance that the library solidified its role, not only in literary studies, but also as a center for mathematical and scientific research. After Eratosthenes, librarians included Aristophanes of Byzantium, head librarian of the 3rd or early 2nd century BCE, Aristarchus of Samothrace, mid-2nd century BC, and a few more to come. But these two giants in the field of Greek literary criticism and grammar were certainly something to be mentioned. As for Aristophanes of Byzantium, he systemized Greek grammar and even invented a system of textual accent marks and breathing signs to aid pronunciation, a system that, with some modifications, is still used in writing ancient Greek today. He also continued work on editing the canon of Greek poets and playwrights, likely producing critical editions of lyric poets and, perhaps, tragedians. Aristarchus, his pupil, is often considered the greatest of the Alexandrian critics. He devoted his career to Homer. His editions and commentaries on the Iliad and Odyssey became the authoritative texts for centuries. He was known for rigorously evaluating the poetic language, myths, and inconsistencies in Homer, and he, too, used a set of critical symbols, different from, but building upon Zenodotus's earlier effects, to flag those lines that he deemed as later interpolations or corruptions. The phrase Aristarchian standard came to mean very high critical judgment. The fact that such scholarly refinement happened in Alexandria reveals the library's function quite clearly, providing access to dozens of variant manuscripts and the peace and support to study them intensely. But not all scholars at the library were literary. The museum attracted physicians like Herophilus and Erasistratus, who pioneered anatomical studies and even conducted dissections in Alexandria, a practice that was tolerated under the Ptolemies, although it would have been quite taboo in classical Greece in other areas. They had at their disposal Egyptian medical papyri, as well as Hippocratic texts, combining empirical observation with textual learning. Astronomers like Aristarchus of Samos, not to be confused with Aristarchus of Samothrace, by the way, visited or studied in Alexandria. Aristarchus of Samos proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system as early as the 3rd century BCE. Engineers and inventors such as Ctesibius worked in Alexandria, benefiting from an environment where practical knowledge and written treatises intersected. In fact, Ctesibius is credited with improving the water clock and inventing a force pump. Later on, in the 2nd century BC, Hipparchus used observations from the Alexandrian tradition to develop astronomical models. Though he himself worked elsewhere, he drew on data collected in places like Alexandria's observatories. But one should also mention the presence of mathematicians. Euclid's influential Elements was written within Alexandria around the time of the library's beginning. A generation or two later, Archimedes of Syracuse corresponded with scholars in Alexandria and may have studied there briefly. Indeed, Archimedes dedicated some of his treatises to Eratosthenes, evidence of a lively exchange of mathematical ideas through the library's vast scholarly network. The Ptolemaic court itself took an interest in learning. Ptolemy the second and third were known to frequently engage with scholars. The tales of royal queries to Euclid or funding translations are just a few examples. But even Cleopatra the seventh in the early 1st century BC, though from a later generation, was renowned for her learning and linguistic ability, reputedly speaking multiple languages and conversing with scholars. Though by her time the library had possibly diminished somewhat, she symbolized the educated ruler that earlier Ptolemies had epitomized. The symbiosis of royalty and scholarship at Alexandria was a defining feature. The kings gave maternal support and official positions to intellectuals, and in return, the intellectuals enhanced the glory of the kingdom. and sometimes advised on practical matters. Let's just take, for example, astronomers could help with calendrical reform, geographers could aid administration or military planning. And it's also worth noting that the library's benefits extended beyond the confines of Alexandria via the works that its scholars produced. The standardized texts of Homer and other classics that emerged from Alexandria became the versions copied throughout the Hellenistic and Roman worlds. The Greek Old Testament, that Septuagint, created in Alexandria, became a foundational text for Jewish communities in diaspora, and of course later for Christians. Scientific treatises from the Alexandrian library spread. For example, Ptolemy's later astronomical treatise Almagest in the 2nd century CE in Roman Alexandria built on centuries of Alexandrian observations and was preserved by successors. In essence, the library's scholars created products that disseminated the knowledge of Alexandria far and wide. A number of intellectual achievements can be directly attributed to the menu of the library and museum. We've already touched upon several. For example, Eratosthenes measuring the earth, Aristarchus editing Homer. But let's consider a few additional domains to appreciate the range of scholarship during the Ptolemaic period. First of all, we'll have literary criticism and philology. These disciplines virtually begin at Alexandria. Scholars classified and edited the works of Greek literary heritage. They differentiated authentic works from spurious attributions. For example, the Alexandrians established the standard list of Homeric hymns and identified which plays attributed to Euripides were likely not actually by him. They compiled biographies of authors, studied dialects, difference, and commented on mythology and history as mentioned in texts. The Pinakes of Callimachus was not only a catalogue, but also a bibliography that included critical evaluation. In fact, Callimachus himself, aside from cataloguing, wrote short poems and epigrams loaded with learned allusions, exemplifying that Alexandrian poetic style, erudite, rich in reference, aimed at a sophisticated readership that only a place like a library could cultivate. Later, in the 2nd century BC, Polybius, though granted not an Alexandrian resident, visited the library to research for his histories, praising the access to records such as treaties. Thus, the library also served historians who needed archival materials beyond literary text. Beyond Eratosthenes, other residents made strides in science. In medicine, Herophilus is said to have composed extensive works on anatomy, including the nervous system and the heart, likely drawing on both textual study and empirical dissection. His texts, though unfortunately lost, were influential for centuries. Galen later mentioned how Herophilus and Erystratus performed cadaver dissections at Alexandria, something that required not just royal permission, but also a rich repository of comparative anatomical writings from Egypt and Greece. Botany and zoology were also pursued. Scholars had access to exotic specimens, either alive or in royal menageries, or preserved. There is evidence that collections of specimens, like an early museum of natural history, existed alongside books, all part of the museum complex. The library's resources in mathematics included likely copies of the works by Aristotle's circle, likely the predecessors of Euclid, and Babylonian astronomical records. Alexandrian astronomers like Conon of Samos, a contemporary of Eratosthenes, and later Hipparchus, used observations possibly conducted at Alexandria's observatory. The blending of textual records with actual measurement was a hallmark. Eratosthenes used a report about a deep well at Sienne where the sun shone to the bottom on the solstice, a qualitative piece of data from travel literature, and combined it with his own measurement of the sun's angle in Alexandria to calculate the Earth's circumference. This kind of multidisciplinary approach, reading a geographic account in the library and then doing an experiment, just highlights the library's indirect but crucial role in scientific advances. We've also mentioned the Septuagint translation of Hebrew scriptures into Greek, a massive intercultural project which had enduring impact. Alexandrian scholars also translated and analyzed Egyptian texts. Manetho, an Egyptian priest in early Ptolemaic times, compiled a history of Egypt in Greek, possibly with encouragement from the court, which organized a pharaonic history into dynasties, and that is the same scheme that we still use today. Although Manetho wasn't a librarian, he likely used records that were made available through the Ptolemies' collection of Egyptian archives. Similarly, Egyptian literature began to be translated into Greek or summarized by Alexandrian scholars, bridging a cultural gap. By studying the languages and writings of various peoples, the library scholars laid early foundation for comparative philology. The lexicographer Eratosthenes, yes, again him, compiled a dictionary of obscure words, particularly of Homeric and tragic vocabulary, and Aristophanes of Byzantium created glossaries and lists of archaic words. All of this was necessary to interpret the ancient texts that were now flooding into the library, and they became reference works in and of themselves. The presence of so many learned individuals meant that Alexandria became a magnet for students and intellectual visitors from all over the Mediterranean. While not a university in a strict sense, or at least in our modern perception, the Museum did educate people, not only the royal family, but also youths from noble families, and perhaps any bright mind who was lucky enough to find scholarship could come and learn from the likes of a mathematician like Euclid or a poet like Callimachus. We know that, for instance, Philadelphus, that is Ptolemy II himself, has a childhood tutor, one of the students, potentially Zenodotus or Straton the philosopher. In effect, the library and museum set a precedent for institutionalized scholarship the Hellenistic world seems to have copied. The Attalid kings in Pergamum established a similar library and community of scholars, sparking a famous rivalry between Alexandria and Pergamum. In fact, one tradition holds that this rivalry had technological consequences. Ptolemy V, or perhaps the VI, supposedly embargoed the export of papyrus to Pergamum to hinder their library, prompting the Pergamins to innovate parchment as an alternative writing material. This story is recounted by Pliny the Elder, among others. While modern historians debate the specifics, it certainly symbolizes a competitive spirit in accumulating knowledge, a direct legacy of what the Ptolemies had started. Well, perhaps from here you'll detect a bit of a change in tone. Things are about to fall apart a little bit. Despite its early glory, the Library of Alexandria did not remain static or immune to the political and social upheavals of history. Over the course of the Ptolemaic period, that is, 305 to 30 BCE, the fortunes of the library rose and fell with the fortunes of the kingdom. By examining the later Ptolemaic era, we see signs of strain and decline in the institution, though overall it remained quite renowned. One major turning point often cited is the reign of Ptolemy VIII Ergetes, nicknamed Sicon or Potbelly. In the mid-2nd century BC, Ptolemy VIII came to power amid dynastic conflict and is infamous for his tyrannical and capricious rule. Ancient sources describe him as hostile to the intellectual elite of Alexandria. In 145 BC, after regaining control of the city, Ptolemy reportedly expelled many scholars from the Museion. The chief librarian at the time, Aristarchus of Samothrace, either was dismissed or chose to resign, going into self-imposed exile. One account says he actually fled to Cyprus. But why would he do that? Well, the reasons are likely political. Scholars often sided with one faction or another in the court intrigues, and many had supported Ptolemy VIII's rival, that is his brother Ptolemy VII. The purge of 145 BC thus thinned the ranks of Alexandria's intellectuals, and is seen as the beginning of the library's decline. Many foreign scholars left the city, taking with them their expertise and perhaps copies of texts. This event suggests that the library's flourishing depended greatly on royal favor and stability. When those were withdrawn, well, the institution suffered. Subsequently, there were probably fewer resources devoted to acquiring new books, or at least patronizing new research. Ptolemy VIII might have even sent some library holdings away. Some conjecture that during these troubled times certain collections were moved or scattered, although it's just a suggestion at this point. We don't have that much concrete evidence of that. But still, the library did persist. Strabo, writing at the end of the 1st century BC, speaks of the Museion in the past tense regarding Ptolemaic kings, but he notes that in his day, a priest appointed by Caesar oversaw it. This implies that under Roman rule, that is after 30 BCE, the Museion and perhaps the library continued to exist, albeit under the aegis of the Roman emperor rather than the Ptolemaic court. But by the Roman era, the character of the institution may have changed somewhat, possibly becoming more narrow or academic in a more limited sense, without the aggressive expansionist drive of the earlier Ptolemies. Another development in the late Ptolemaic period was the existence of the daughter library at the Serapeum, that is the Temple of Serapis. Because the main library eventually ran out of space as the collections grew, tradition holds that a second facility was established in another part of the city. The Serapeum was a grand Greek-Egyptian temple on the Rakotis Hill, that is the southwest part of Alexandria. Ptolemy III, or possibly later kings, is often credited with founding a library annex there to house the overflow scrolls. Epiphanius, in his account, explicitly mentions that Philadelphus's library in the Brucheion had a daughter in the Serapeum, with tens of thousands of volumes. The Serapeum library likely served as a public or semi-public library. Some scholars speculate that it may have been accessible to more readers, including Romans, later, or perhaps students, in contrast to the exclusive traditions of the Museion library, just with those 100 or so scholars having access. Well, by Cleopatra's time, that is the 1st century BCE, if the main royal library had been partially damaged, as we will discuss, the Serapeum's collection might have gained importance as the remaining center of books. Indeed, there's an anecdote related to Mark Antony and Cleopatra. One later writer, the historian Plutarch in his Life of Antony, claims that Mark Antony in the 40s BC gifted Cleopatra over 200,000 scrolls from the libraries of Pergamum to replenish the Alexandrian library's collection, supposedly as a romantic and cultural gesture. I tell you, if you were to give a girl that many books, and that didn't win her over, well, perhaps she's the wrong girl for you. But this story is likely exaggerated in any case. or at least misinformed. It might actually confuse general knowledge that Pergamum's library was second only to Alexandria's, and perhaps after Pergamum's fall, some of those books were evacuated and came to Alexandria. In any case, it does reflect a belief that Cleopatra sought to revive or maintain the library's greatness. If Caesar's war had harmed the library, as is often alleged, Cleopatra and Antony might have attempted to repair the loss. However, concrete evidence for this gift of books is pretty scant. Modern historians often treat it as a legend or even as propaganda spread by later Roman authors to either credit Antony as a Hellenistic patron or just to underscore the wealth of Cleopatra's court. In any case, by the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty in 30 BC, Alexandria fell to Rome. Under Roman administration, Alexandria remained a vital intellectual city. But now, without an independent monarchy to lavish funds on scholarship, you see, emperors such as Augustus and Tiberius did support the museum, but in a limited way. They appointed some priests and maintained the stipends. And we hear of scholars in Roman times, like the astronomer Claudius Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE, or the mathematician Diophantus in the 3rd century, who worked in Alexandria, likely beneficiaries of the inherited infrastructure of the library, though by then they may have been primarily used the Syropian library or smaller collection. The original library's fate becomes increasingly obscure in this period, which leads us to the following questions of its destruction. Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's very few historical topics that have invited as much fascination and fierce debate as the demise of the Library of Alexandria. The image of the greatest library on earth going up in flames certainly captures the imagination. However, the reality is a bit complex. The library likely suffered from multiple setbacks over time, rather than one big crescendo of a cataclysm, and ancient accounts diverge on what really happened. So here let's get into the main incidents, often implicated in the library's destruction, and we'll discuss what is known and what remains uncertain. A true historical controversy. Let's start first with the Julius Caesar fire, 48 BC. This is the earliest and most often cited cause of the destruction, an accidental fire during Caesar's Alexandrian War. In 48 BC, during Rome's civil war, Caesar was in Alexandria supporting Cleopatra VII in the conflict against her brother Ptolemy VIII. Surrounded by enemy forces near the harbor, Caesar ordered the Egyptian fleet in the harbor to be set ablaze. Ancient historians describe a great fire that spread from the docks. Plutarch, in his Life of Caesar, explicitly states that this fire, quote, spread from the dockyards and destroyed the great library. Well, that's a pretty clear statement, isn't it? But it was written 150 years after the event, presumably drawing on sources like Livy and contemporaneous accounts. But we do have another source, Cassius Dio, Roman historian of the 3rd century CE, and he also mentions that a large store of books was burned as a result of Caesar's actions. On the other hand, Caesar's own commentaries, or the account of the Alexandrian War attributed to one of his officers, don't actually mention the library, likely because Caesar might not have realized what was lost, or it was just not his focus to record cultural collateral damage. But if we trust Plutarch's account, the fire of 48 BC was indeed devastating. It implies the main library in the Brucheion, being not far from the harbor and palace quarter, caught fire and a significant portion of the collection just perished. Ancient figures, given 40,000 or 400,000 scrolls burned, illustrate that people believed a huge loss occurred. Seneca, as noted, speaks of 40,000 books burned and casts it as a cautionary tale of too much literary hoarding. Orosius gives 400,000, perhaps reflecting a later tradition that the entire library's contents were lost. Modern historians question whether the entire library was in fact destroyed, at the time at least. Some argue that only a warehouse of books by the port, perhaps there were books ready for export or copy, were burned, while the main library building deeper in the palace complex survived. Strabo's visit around 20 BC, just a few decades later, is telling. He describes the Museion in present tense and does not indicate that the library is gone, something he would likely have noted that the famous institution had been completely annihilated. Seems pretty important, don't you think? But this suggests that at least part of the collection and scholarly institution survived Caesar's fire. Perhaps the library was damaged and many books lost, but it was not completely wiped out. It could be that the scrolls stored in the harbor warehouses, maybe duplicates or unshelved rolls, were the ones that actually burned. In any case, Caesar's fire was undoubtedly a blow. Ancient writers uniformly treat it as a tragedy for literature. It marks the end of the library's peak. In symbolic terms, after that the Ptolemaic dynasty was in its final years, and no comparable replenishment effort, aside from possibly Antony's alleged gift, is recorded. And then we have the decline under Roman rule. After Egypt became a province of Rome, the character of Alexandria's intellectual life went through a bit of a change. We do not hear of new acquisitions or grand scholarly endeavors on the scale of earlier times. The library, or whatever remained of it, might have become more of an academic library for the smaller community that persisted. By the 1st and 2nd century CE, there were other major centers of learning in the Roman world. Athens continued, and new libraries in Rome, like the one in the Pantheon complex, emerged. Alexandria remained important, especially in science and philosophy. For instance, the great theologian and philosopher Philo of Alexandria used the Greek Bible and was active in the early 1st century, and later Plotinus studied there in the 3rd century. But no ancient source speaks of the Library of Alexandria in present tense after Caesar's time. Rather, it is spoken of in nostalgic or historical terms. And if anything, that suggests a gradual withering. One event often pointed to is the Palmyrene invasion and Emperor Aurelian's reconquest of the 270 CE. During the crisis of the 3rd century, Alexandria was caught in the struggle between Queen Zenobia of Palmyra and the Roman Emperor Aurelian. Aurelian besieged Alexandria around 272 CE. It is recorded that fierce fighting occurred in the city, particularly in the Brucheion, that royal quarter, where the palace and likely the library had been. Ammianus Marcellinus, a 4th century Roman historian, later writes that during those battles, the old quarter called Brucheion was destroyed in Alexandria. If any portion of the library or museum still functioned in the Brucheion by that time, it likely perished in this onslaught. Ammianus doesn't explicitly mention books, but by indicating the quarter was laid waste, it implies the ancient buildings of the Ptolemies were ruined. Some scholars think that if the library's remnants survived Caesar, they might have lasted until this moment when urban warfare finished what was left. However, recall the Serapeum Library, that daughter collection, as it is called. It was located in a different part of the city, likely not affected by Caesar's fire or Aurelian's attack on the Brucheion. Thus it possibly carried forth the torch of Alexandria's book culture into the late Roman Empire. Some evidence suggests that the Serapeum library was still intact by the 4th century. The last dramatic chapter, often associated with the library's end, is the destruction of the Serapeum in 391. In that year, or thereabouts, following Emperor Theodosius I's decree against pagan temples, the Patriarch Theophilus of Alexandria led the conversion of the Serapeum temple into a Christian church. Violent clashes occurred between pagans and Christians, and the Serapeum temple was eventually stormed by the Christian populace and Roman soldiers. Contemporary Christian chroniclers like Socrates of Constantinople, that is, Socrates Scholasticus, described the event. Idols were smashed. The great statue of Serapis was demolished. Socrates mentions that the temple had certain annexes, and that some treasures like cult objects were destroyed. He does not specifically mention a library, but later writers, and a bit of modern conjecture, suggest that if scrolls were stored there, they likely perished or were dispersed in this turmoil. Some have romanticized this as, quote, Christian zealots burning the last books of Alexandria, though the historical record is not as straightforward on whether the Serapeum's library was still significant by then. And it's entirely possible that whatever books were in the Serapeum by 391 were few or had been neglected. There is also a bit of debate, by the way. Some think that the Serapeum library was a major collection, and others suspect that it was dwindled by then. A medieval legend exaggerates this, accusing the Christian destroyers of burning all scrolls in the Serapeum's library, but again, primary sources from the time are either silent or vague about the books. If indeed some part of the great library's collection had survived into the late 4th century, the Serapeum's fall could mark the final destruction of that continuity. And finally, we have the Arab conquest, that is the 640s. No discussion of the library's fate is complete without addressing that. By the forces of Caliph Omar in 642 CE, this conquest of Alexandria. According to a much later account, one that actually appears in the writings of Bar Habraeus and other medieval Arab historians many centuries after the fact, the conquering general was asked what to do with the books in the Alexandrian library. The Caliph allegedly replied, "If the books agree with the Quran, then they are redundant. If they disagree, they are heretical. So in either case, they should be destroyed." This story goes that the scrolls were used as fuel for the city's bathhouses for months on end. But modern scholars have found this account a little bit suspect, or perhaps highly suspect, depending on who you ask. It first appears in the 12th century, far removed from the events, and no early Arab or Byzantine chronicler of the conquest mentions any library, and you think it would be something worth mentioning. Given that by 642 the library, at least as an institution, had likely been defunct for centuries, this tale is generally regarded as myth or fabrication, perhaps concocted to dramatize the loss of ancient knowledge, or to slander the early caliphate. The persistence of the Arab destruction legend, despite its improbability, shows how the enduring mystique of the library was still around. Even in medieval times, people felt a need to explain why such a treasure was lost, and sometimes projected contemporary ideological conflicts onto that history. In this case, that case of Islam versus Hellenic learning. Modern historians have worked to dispel the myth. emphasizing that the library's end was a long process, not a single act of burning by one group. Well, in weighing all these episodes, the current scholarly consensus is that the Library of Alexandria did not perish all at once. It suffered gradual attrition, perhaps first a partial destruction by Caesar's fire, and then neglect and dispersal in the Roman period, further destruction amid the 3rd century, fighting, and final removal of its last institutional traces with the Serapeum's demolition. By the early Middle Ages, whatever small collections of books Alexandria still had were part of Christian establishments or private collections. Not a grand ancient library anymore, that's for sure. Thus, there was no intact great library for the Arab generals to burn in the 7th century. But the debate continues around the specifics. For example, how extensive was Caesar's fire damage? Did the Ptolemies manage to rebuild or compensate? How significant was the Serapeum's library relative to the original? Look, you really have to piece together fragmentary evidence. You have sources like Plutarch, Strabo, later chroniclers, and they all seem to conflict. It remains one of antiquity's great puzzles. As one scholar aptly called it, Alexandria's library has become a library of dreams, often reconstructed in the imagination of more grandly than the uncertain reality that historians can verify. Yet the broad truth is certainly clear. By around 400 CE, the era of the Alexandrian library as a living institution at the forefront of knowledge had ended. The only thing that did survive was its legacy. Well, in conclusion, the history of the Library of Alexandria during the Ptolemaic period, it's a saga of human aspiration and learning. It all began as part of a monarch's grand strategy to become a collective enterprise of brilliant minds. It achieved wonders, editing epics, measuring the globe, preserving millennia of writings, and it certainly weathered its share of storms. Its decline reminds us that libraries depend on continued support and the values of their societies. Yet its memory fueled hopes of rediscovery and renewal. The library's story, with all its scholarly triumph and tragic mysteries, continues to educate, but it also cautions us. It shows the heights of knowledge can attain when nurtured, and how precious and vulnerable these cultural treasures really are. When one thinks of philosophy, images of Greek sages debating in Athens often leap to mind. Yet centuries before Socrates and Plato, down south in the Nile Valley, scribes and sages were grappling with timeless questions about ethics, existence, and the cosmos. But how much philosophy did the ancient Egyptians actually engage in? Well, we'll talk about that question today. The inquiry is not straightforward, I'm afraid. The Egyptians did not label their wisdom-seeking as philosophy, that Greek term for the love of wisdom, nor did they celebrate it from religion or myth. But as we shall see, they produced writings of their own that reflect deep reflections on morality, the nature of the soul and the universe, arguably proto-philosophical in character. So let me hook your interest for a moment, if it's not already hooked. Consider an ancient Egyptian scribe who around 1800 BCE lamented that all the great ideas had already been expressed. He wished, quote, for unknown utterances and extraordinary verses in a new language, free from repetition, without a verse of worn-out speech spoken by the ancestors. This complaint by Kakeperaseneb, as his name is now read, seems startlingly modern. It suggests an awareness of intellectual tradition and desire for originality, a burden of the past anxiety in an Egyptian of the Middle Kingdom. Such introspective voices hint that Egyptian literature can be as thought-provoking as any other philosophical tradition. Even Greek writers of the classical era believed that Egypt was a font of wisdom. The Athenian orator Isocrates claimed that Egyptian priests introduced philosophy's training as a regimen for the soul, a pursuit able to investigate the nature of the universe. Well, of course, this might reflect the Greek idealization of Egypt, certainly has its share of romanticism, but it does raise a perennial question that we will explore. In what ways did the Egyptian engage in philosophia, the love of pursuit and wisdom? And so our journey is going to set out from the ancient Egyptian sources themselves, especially those in the Old, Middle, and New Kingdom, 2600 to 1100 BC. We'll see how they articulated ideas about right and wrong, the soul, the afterlife, knowledge and order. We'll examine texts like the Instruction of Ptah-hotep, a manual of ethics for the young elite, the remarkable dialogue, the dispute between a man and his soul, and, well, I suppose it reads like an existential debate on life's meaning. We'll also look at funerary texts such as the Book of the Dead that reveal little hints of beliefs about the soul's destiny, and there'll be plenty of other wisdom teachings and hymns. These writings, often termed instructions or sebayet, were practical and spiritual guides. But do they amount to philosophy? Maybe. By analyzing the content, we can assess that question. Along the way, we'll also contrast Egypt's thought briefly with other cultures like Mesopotamia and Greece when it's helpful, but our focus remains along the Nile. So let us begin. We can look at Egypt in the Egyptians' own words, their teachings and tales, to uncover that landscape of ideas in Egypt and decide for ourselves to what extent it can be called philosophy. The journey is certainly promising. You'll find a few surprises, a couple skeptical voices and rational principles that might sound surprisingly familiar, and then others that are utterly unique to that long-lost world. Well, 5-minute introduction notwithstanding, I'd like to welcome you to the channel. If you're still here, I assume that you're somewhat interested, and if you are, perhaps leave your thoughts in the comments and like and subscribe if you've not done so yet. Also, the customary gratitude for those on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store. You have my thanks for supporting the channel and keeping all of this ad-free for everyone's enjoyment. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the first section of our talk for today. So let's take one of the best entry points into Egyptian thought, their wisdom literature, those instructions, the teaching, the sebayat. These texts are essentially manuals on how to live a good life, and were often written in the voice of an elder advising a younger person. At first glance, they resemble practical ethics, a little bit more than abstract philosophy, collections of maxims on proper behavior, justice, and personal conduct. However, within these maxims lies a coherent worldview about virtue and a good society. In other words, they represent a form of moral philosophy, even if presented as fatherly advice. If we're going to find the earliest mention of it, we have to look at the instruction of Ptah-hotep, purportedly authored by the vizier Ptah-hotep around 2400 BCE, that is the 5th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, and copied in later manuscripts. This work is a series of maxims addressed to his son. Ptah-hotep, as an aging statesman, seeks to impart the wisdom that he had gained over a long life in service of the king, and the advice covers personal integrity, leadership, manners, and self-control. So let's read a little bit from the instructions of Ptah-hotep now. Consider a few of Ptah-hotep's pronouncements. Follow your heart all your life. Do not commit excess with respect to what has been ordained. Here Ptah-hotep counsels authenticity, following one's own heart, balanced by restraint and respect for the order of things. The notion of not doing excess hints at a philosophical idea of the golden mean that is later echoed by Aristotle. A wise person avoids extremes, lives in accordance with proper order. And here's another quote from the text. If you are a man of authority, be patient when you listen to a petitioner. Do not dismiss him until he has unburdened himself of what he had planned to say. This advice is about justice and leadership. It reflects the value of fair hearing and empathy. A proto-legal philosophy, I suppose, that even the lowly deserve to be heard fully, implying that justice involves careful listening and that power must be exercised with compassion. Next one. Listening benefits the listener. God loves him who listens. He hates those who don't listen. Here we have Ptah-hotep extolling active listening as a cardinal virtue. This is more than a social skill. It has epistemological and ethical implications. The wise are those who truly listen and thus learn and understand. But by contrast, another quote from the text, the ignorant man does everything which is detestable because he equates knowledge with ignorance. In this sharp observation, we see an Egyptian awareness of the distinction between wisdom and folly. The fool is essentially someone who thinks he knows enough and refuses to learn. That's a stance that leads to moral error, that's for sure. Well, the text almost suggests that wisdom begins with recognizing one's own ignorance, and that's certainly a sentiment that Socrates would have approved. And here's another one. May your heart never be vain because of what you know. Take counsel from the ignorant as well as the wise. Well, this is pretty remarkable. It urges intellectual humility. No one, not even the learned, should be arrogant in knowledge. Truth can come from anyone, and a wise person remains open to advice from all. Such humility in the face of knowledge is a philosophical attitude that values open-mindedness, guarding against hubris. Okay, one last one. Do not accumulate riches if it causes you to neglect justice. The finality of life puts wealth in perspective. Now, isn't that a good quote? The finality of life puts wealth into perspective. You see, throughout the maxims there is an undercurrent that material wealth is fleeting, whereas good character and adherence to justice are everlasting. This reflects an ethical philosophy prioritizing virtue over wealth, echoing later Stoic or Platonic ideas of the good soul that outweighs external goods. And so, taken together, the maxims of Ptah-hotep paint a picture of an ideal life, one marked by self-control, kindness, honest speech, humility, and reverence for the divine order. These maxims are not argued in a logical proof style, but rather presented as self-evident truths, backed up by the authority of tradition and the rewards of compliance, that is, social respect, divine favor, so on. However, The coherence and depth of these ideas show an implicit philosophy. Ptahhotep is grappling with the question of how humans should behave to live well in harmony. The basic question of ethics, I suppose. He identifies virtues: listening, justice, moderation, truthfulness, and vices: ignorance, greed, pride, lust, and he offers reasoning, however concise, for why the virtues are preferable. For example, he notes practical outcomes. Quote, "As for the ignorant man who does not listen, people get angry with him every day. Folly leads to conflict, whereas he who listens becomes he who understands. Attentiveness leads to wisdom and love." Such cause and effect reasoning about moral behavior indicates a more rational framework beneath the imperative tone. Ptahhotep's work found a long tradition. Later Sabaeite texts repeat and develop similar themes, sometimes targeting different audiences. The instruction of King Amenemhat I for his son Senuseret in the 12th century BCE is a dramatic, monarchy-focused piece, written as if the murdered king's spirit advises his son to trust no one, a cynical philosophy of political life born of, admittedly, very hard experience. But in contrast, the instruction of Amenhotep, the New Kingdom, 1300 to 1200 BC, is a much more gentler set of maxims by a middle-class author. So it all suggests patience and humility, honest contact. Amenhotep counsels contentment with modest wealth and warns against stealing or moving boundary markers that is a grave offense against justice. Many of Amenhotep's sayings closely parallel to the biblical book of Proverbs, suggesting a common Near Eastern heritage of wisdom. For instance, Amenhotep advises that it's better in poverty than the hand of God, accepted from God's will, than wealth gained from wrongdoing, a clear ethical stance valuing righteousness over riches. Such teachings indicate an ethical monotheism or henotheism underlying Egyptian thought by the New Kingdom. The idea that a single divine force, often simply God in these texts, rewards the virtuous and cares for the just. We see this in statements attributing to God the oversight of moral order, etc. God loves the upright, detests the transgressor. It's a pretty typical sentiment of these texts. Another notable New Kingdom text, the instruction of Ani, in the 13th century BC, written by a scribe of humble background, brings practical wisdom to the common man. Ani covers how to treat friends and strangers, how to behave in the house of a superior, and even admonishes the reader to avoid excessive beer drinking at festivals, which could be considered ancient advice on temperance. While often pragmatic in its tone, Ani's instruction also touches on the inner life. He advises not to envy others, and to remain cheerful even in hardship, implying a philosophy of resilience and emotional regulation. From these wisdom texts, we gather that ancient Egyptian ethical philosophy centered on maintaining harmony in oneself through self-control and following one's heart, in society through justice and kind speech, and, of course, with the divine order through piety and truth. The overarching value that encapsulated all of this was Mart, and that's exactly where we turn to now. Because of course we cannot have really any discussion of Egyptian thought without bringing up Mart. Usually it's translated as truth, justice, or order, but we'll just use the word Mart, as that's a bit of an umbrella term. It was both a concept and a goddess. often depicted as a woman with an ostrich feather on her head. In Egyptian ideology, Ma'at is the foundational principle that the gods established at creation, the force that keeps the cosmos from reverting to chaos, as they call it, Isfet. Living in accordance with Ma'at was the highest duty of both kings and commoners. In a sense, Ma'at is the closest Egyptian equivalent to a universal moral law or natural order, moral law, rather, giving their philosophy a decidedly cosmic and theological dimension. But what exactly did it mean to uphold Ma'at? As the tale of the eloquent peasant illustrates, it meant practicing justice and compassion in human affairs. The Middle Kingdom story of the tale of the eloquent peasant, around 1850 BCE, tells of a poor peasant named Kun Anup, who was robbed by a corrupt official. The peasant makes eloquent appeals for justice to the local magistrate, and ultimately to the king. His speeches praise Ma'at and criticize the official who stray from it. The tale demonstrates that even a lowly person armed with truth and eloquence can compel the powerful to restore justice. In one of his petitions, the peasant pointedly tells the negligent magistrate Renzi that failing to act justly puts him at odds with Ma'at, and that harms the whole of society. The text explicitly frames the peasant's words as, quote, maxims on how one should live and the responsibility of judges to be fair. In other words, it's a philosophical commentary on good governance. Law should serve justice, not status. A judge must be impartial, not discriminating because of a plaintiff's class, but recognizing the divine benefits of living in balance. The balance here refers to Ma'at, which is not just legal justice but a state of harmony within the world. Ma'at's scope was vast. As an ethical concept, it included honesty, fairness, mercy, adherence to duty. As a cosmic concept, it meant the regular cycling of seasons, the flooding of the Nile, the motions of the stars, all that stability that made life possible. An oft-cited passage in the instruction for King Merikare, 2100 BCE, illustrates how Ma'at ties human obligations to a theological worldview. The text urges the king to provide for men the cattle of God, declaring that the Creator, the sun god Ra, made all people and all things for their sake. He made heaven and earth at their desire. He gave the breath of life to their noses, for they are likeness of him which issued from his flesh. When they weep, he hears. Pretty poetic, isn't it? Well, it conveys that humans have inherent dignity as God's images, and therefore the king must care for them justly. It also implies a moral order watched over by a just deity. Hypocrisy or cruelty will not escape divine notice. Ma'at in this context is both the moral law, people must care for one another, and the divine order, Ra's providence and responsiveness to human needs. We might say that the Egyptians fused ethics with cosmology. Doing good was not merely a social contract, but a fulfillment of the cosmos's order. Now, as for Ma'at, it was so central that Egyptians personified it and mythologized it. In scenes of the afterlife judgment, most famously depicted in the Book of the Dead, spell 125, the deceased's heart is weighed against the feather of Ma'at. A heart heavy with sin, i.e., failure to live by Ma'at and its principles, would tip the scale and then be devoured by a fearsome creature, condemning the soul to non-existence. But a heart that was lighter than the feather, meaning the person had lived in truth and balance, allowed the soul to enter paradise. Now, this weighing of the heart is a vivid metaphor. It asserts that moral righteousness is literally the measure of a person. The Egyptians thus linked ethics to the fate of the soul, a philosophy of moral accountability that predates similar ideas in Greek or later religious thought. Non-existence, being eaten by that monster Amit, was considered to be the worst fate, more terrifying than any kind of hell. A pretty powerful incentive, don't you think? But what really constitutes living by Mart? Well, the negative confession in the Book of the Dead gives a list of sins one claims not to have done. I have not stolen. I have not killed. I have not lied. I have not cheated. I have not caused pain, etc. These confessions, in negative reversed form, form a de facto moral code, is remarkably similar to the codes of other civilizations. Of course, we're reminded of the Ten Commandments or Hammurabi's laws, though the format here is a personal declaration of innocence. But it underscores that Egyptians had clear notions of right and wrong, essentially a philosophy of ethics grounded in maintaining social harmony and respecting the rights of others. Notably, many declarations involve social ethics, not robbing, not causing others to weep, not neglecting offerings to the gods or the dead, not polluting water sources, and so on, reinforcing that Mart covered both personal piety and communal responsibility. The pharaoh, as the divine king, was often titled Beloved of Mart, or described as establishing Mart in the two lands. And this wasn't just propaganda. It reflects the Egyptian political philosophy that the legitimacy of the ruler depended on upholding justice and order. Kings are shown in temple reliefs, offering the figurine of Mart to the gods, symbolizing that the king present to the gods in a world in balance. No rebellion, the land well fed, temples in order, everything where it should be. When chaos or injustice prevailed, as in periods of civil war or famine, Egyptians saw it as Mart being overturned. Literature from such times, like the Admonitions of Ipuwer, a Middle Kingdom text lamenting social chaos, enumerate the breakdown of Mart. Quote, "The poor have become rich, and the rich are impoverished. Violence is everywhere. Laughter has perished. The Nile is blood." Doesn't sound very good, doesn't it? I suppose the laments are not merely complaints, but they imply an ideal, that justice and order are the proper state of things. Mart really is the linchpin of Egyptian philosophical thought. It's kind of like how virtue is the linchpin of Greek philosophical thought. It provided an integrated framework where ethics, justice, religion, and cosmology met. The Egyptian didactic text constantly appealed to Mart as the reason to act rightly. While Greek philosophers spoke of logos or natural law, the Egyptians spoke of Mart. One could say that Mart is the Egyptian philosophy of natural justice, a conviction that the universe has a moral dimension and that human society must mirror it. Acting in accordance with Mart ensures one's life is meaningful and that one's afterlife is secured. This conviction granted Egyptian civilization a remarkable stability of values over millennia. Even heretic or reformist pharaohs like Akhenaten, who briefly introduced a form of monotheism, by the way, couldn't really reject Mart. He simply identified the sole god, Aten, as the ultimate source of Mart, and emphasized truth. He called himself living truth. Thus, the concept was non-negotiable. Mart was the truth itself. Okay, well, moving on from ethics towards metaphysics. The ancient Egyptians had complex and pretty nuanced ideas about the human soul and afterlife. I'm sure you know. And of course, that is an area with a rich philosophical implication. Now let's separate it from the Greek tradition. Unlike them, the Egyptian writings did not produce systematic ontologies, but they did develop a sophisticated understanding of what a human being is, expressed through religious philosophical concepts of multiple soul elements, and through narratives exploring the value of life and death. In Egyptian thought, an human was not a single unified soul in a body, but rather a person comprised of several interrelated components. So let's go through them. Key among them were the ka, ba, and ak, along with the physical body, the kat, and the name, ren. The ka was kind of like a life force or spiritual double, the essence that needed sustenance, hence offerings to the ka of the deceased. As for the ba, it is often translated as soul or personality, depicted as a human-headed bird that could move between the living world and the afterlife. As for the ak, that was the transfigured spirit, the form one hoped to achieve after successful judgment, effectively a blessed soul that could live with the gods. This tripartite, or more perhaps, conception of the self indicates the Egyptians pondered what makes up a person. They distinguished between the aspects that might roughly correspond to mind, ba as personality and will, vital essence being the ka, and the idealized enduring spirit, the ak. Well, while they didn't analyze these as academic philosophers might, the practices and texts show an implicit philosophy of human nature. We are spiritual beings with multiple facets, each requiring different treatments, ritual, moral, memorial, to ensure our well-being in life and eternity. But we do have one pretty extraordinary text that directly grapples with this value of life in the face of suffering: the dispute between a man and his ba. The Middle Kingdom composition of that title, like the 12th dynasty around 19th century BCE, takes the form of a dialogue, or perhaps a debate between a man and his own soul, his ba. It is among the most introspective and philosophical of ancient Egyptian writings, often compared to later philosophical dialogues on the meaning of life. One might think of Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy or the Dialogues by Plato, albeit the Egyptian work predates those two by over 1,000 years. Well, in this text, the man is in despair at the injustices and hardships of life. Life is misery, he says, so miserable that he contemplates taking his own life, longing to reach the peaceful West, that land of the dead. His ba responds by urging patience and a love of life. The ba accuses the man of forgetting the sweetness of living, and points out that death, especially a self-chosen death, is one full of sadness. The man counters with poetic laments of how the world has lost mart. Friends do wrong, there is an absence of family, love, etc. And all of that simply just makes life intolerable. He entices his own ba with promises of a beautiful tomb and offerings, suggesting that both he and his soul will be better off if they just get it over and done with and go to the afterlife now. But the ba is not so keen on the idea. The ba delivers the philosophical riposte. No matter how fine the tomb, all funerary rites ultimately fade to oblivion if done before their time. Everyone dies eventually, rich or poor, and one's legacy on earth cannot be forced or rushed. The ba encourages the man to embrace life and endure until natural death, continuing to ponder life and maintain hope. In the end, the ba says, perform the proper religious duties, so that when death does come, the afterlife will be gained. But don't force the end before its time has come. Well, this text is pretty astonishing for its psychological depth. It presents a person talking to an aspect of himself, essentially a dramatized internal monologue about the benefits of taking the self-checkout aisle. The very setup suggests Egyptians recognized inner conflict and deliberation as part of the human condition. The resolution: life is worthwhile despite suffering, and one must trust the divine timetable. It conveys a philosophical stance, a combination of existential acceptance and religious hope. The work has certainly prompted scholarly debates over its meaning. Is it primarily about condemning rather taking one's own life, or against the will of the gods, perhaps? Or is it a therapeutic text to comfort the despairing? Perhaps it's a broader allegory about political turmoil and hope for stability, written after a period of quite hectic disorder. Perhaps it's all of these. But what is clear is that the author grappled with the problem of evil and suffering. The man's argument is essentially this: life is just not worth living when it's full of pain and injustice. The bar's rebuttal: not lose sight of the intrinsic goods of life and the spiritual stakes of death. This is not far removed from the later philosophical questions of what gives our life meaning. Is ending it all ever rational? The dispute shows an ancient Egyptian weighing those questions long before the Stoics or existentialists tackled them. Of course, it's never worth it. Hold on to life as much as you can, everyone. You'll find something beautiful about it if you look hard enough. Sometimes, more often than not, it's right under your nose. Anyway, interestingly, another genre of Egyptian texts, the harpers' songs, also touch on these themes. Harpers' songs were often inscribed in tombs and performed by blind harpists during banquets. While many harpers' songs praise the afterlife and exhort listeners to piety, a few present a radically skeptical voice. A famous example from the tomb of King Intef of the Middle Kingdom openly doubts the certainty of an afterlife. It notes that great pharaohs of old are now gone, and their tombs dilapidated. So one should enjoy life while one lives, because no one knows what comes after death. The harper urges, make holiday, and do not weary of it, implying that the traditional hopes of eternal life might be wishful thinking. This frankly skeptical strain, sometimes dubbed Egyptian carpe diem poetry, I suppose, reveals that not all Egyptians blindly accepted the official doctrine. Some could even voice doubt. What if this life is all we have? The fact that such a song was preserved, even in a tomb context, ironically, suggests an intellectual openness to questioning religious tenets. In fact, we can remark that the harper's song introducing doubt was kind of a skeptical strand of thought, finding its way into Egyptian literature. It parallels the introspection of the dispute with the bar, I suppose. Well, in response, other harpers' songs, like the one from the tomb of Neferhotep, reassert faith in the afterlife, effectively debating the issue across texts. I suppose there's no democracy when it comes to these sorts of opinions. And thus within the corpus of Egyptian writings we see a dialectic, a tension between affirming an eternal moral order and acknowledging the temptation of nihilism. Such tension is the lifeblood of philosophy. It thrives on questioning and counter-questioning and questioning all over again. The Egyptian view on the soul also has a metaphysical subtlety of sorts. You see, they pondered what part of us lives on after death and how. In spells and theological texts, you can find statements that resemble a mind-body dualism, though, again, it's all framed mythically. For instance, the Memphite theology, inscribed on the Shabaka stone, 8th century BCE, but claiming to record much older wisdom, emphasizes the creative role of the heart and the tongue. The heart in Egyptian thought was the seat of mind and intention. They famously saw the heart, not the brain, as the organ of thought. In the Memphite creation story, the god Ptah first conceives the world in his heart before bringing it into existence through spoken word. This has often been compared to the concept of the logos, or the creative word in other philosophies. It implies that the Egyptians had an inkling of a principle where thought, and reality are connected, a philosophical idea that creation is essentially intellectual and verbal. And by extension, humans, made in the image of Ptah, or Ra as some texts claim, also participate in creation through heart and tongue, through will and intention and speech. Do you think that this might suggest that the Egyptians philosophized about the power of the mind? Well, they certainly held that knowing the true names of things, a kind of linguistic knowledge, gave one power over reality, just as in magic spells. And this overlaps with epistemology and metaphysics. To them, knowledge, especially of words and names, was not abstract, but had very real ontological power. It could literally make things happen or exist. In funerary texts, knowledge is what allowed us to have the soul navigate to the afterlife. The Book of the Dead is full of chapters where the deceased must recite certain knowledge, the names of gatekeepers, formulas identifying oneself with the gods, passing through all these dangers. And it reflects an underlying philosophy, and that is that knowledge is the true salvation. I want you to think about that. That's very important. Perhaps we can look at it not just in a theological sense, metaphysical sense, but in a practical sense. Knowledge is indeed salvation. It's the way out of poor circumstance. Well, back to ancient Egypt. The justified soul, the ma'akaru, or truer voice, is one who not only lived ethically, but also is equipped with knowledge of the divine order. And so here we find a blend of epistemology and soteriology. The Egyptians valued not logical reasoning for its own sake, but wisdom, a combination of moral rectitude and understanding of cosmic truths. That is the key to the highest good, the eternal life. One text in particular, often titled The Immortality of Writers, from the New Kingdom, around 1200 BC, attributed to a scribe named Irsesh, extols the lasting power of the written word over physical achievement. It argues that whereas monuments crumble and bodies turn to dust, the works of authors ensure their names forever. Quote, "Man perishes, his corpse turned to dust, but writings make him remembered in the mouth of the reader. A book is more effective than a well-built house or a tomb chapel." Now this is a fascinating philosophy of cultural immortality. The Egyptians, famous for their pyramids and tombs, here acknowledged that memory and writing can outlast stone. The author urges his readers to, quote, "give yourself a book as your legacy," saying that for ancient sages, their teachings are their mausolea, and the reed pen their child. It concludes, the writer is chief. Well, such a statement like this places intellectual achievement, writing and teaching, right at the very top of the pyramid of human endeavors. It implicitly values intellectual legacy over material. We might call this a kind of intellectualism within the Egyptian thought, a pride in wisdom, literature itself, as the highest good, because it confers immortality through remembrance. And there's almost a secular tilt here. Forget God, forget family, just write. Of course, traditional Egyptian religion also sought immortality, but here the scribe suggests a different path to immortality. Live on in people's minds, not just underground in a tomb. I suppose you could see it as a nascent theory of fame or legacy as immortality, something later discussed by Greeks. You know, in Homer, glory is immortality, this kind of thing. Remember Achilles? That's why no one will remember your name. Quotes like that. Now, in summary, Egyptian ideas about the soul and afterlife certainly show a civilization deeply concerned with what lies beyond physical life, and their approaches to these questions often overlap with philosophy. They contemplated the constitution of the self, the meaning of death, and the value of life. While framed in religious terms, sure, these ideas address existential human concerns. And when religion doesn't quite cut it, well, philosophy kind of steps in with a more rational tone. The diversity of voices, hopeful, despairing, skeptical, within this whole corpus indicates a surprisingly rich internal discourse. The Egyptians, far from being unthinking dogmatists, actively produced and transmitted texts that questioned and refined their understanding of life's purpose. That willingness to question, even with a religious worldview, well, if that's not a hallmark of the philosophical mentality, I don't know what is. But philosophy is often said to begin in wonder about the cosmos. Questions like, what is the nature of reality? How did it begin? Of course, everyone from different cultures has a different answer for that, the ancient Egyptians being no exception, having their own sophisticated cosmogonies and theological speculations, which, though mythic in form, certainly address questions of metaphysics, the origins and fundamental substance of everything. They did not separate science from myth as we might, but they earnestly sought to explain the world's creation and the gods' roles, and in doing that, they sometimes edged towards these philosophical concepts. Several creation myths coexisted in Egypt, attached to different cult centers. The Heliopolitan, that is from Heliopolis, the city of the sun in our Greek rendering, that version featuring Atum, who emerges from the primeval waters and brings forth the first gods. The Hermopolitan version, featuring 8 primeval deities, the Ogdoad, representing elemental chaos before creation, and the Memphite theology of Memphis. We introduced that a little bit earlier, featuring Tar as a supreme intellect who creates via thought and word. Despite the varied imagery, a common thread is the idea of an initial unity or primordial state, the Nun, watery chaos, from which differentiation occurs through an act of creation. In the Memphite account, it is Tar's heart, or his mind, if we're going to use his conception of it, that conceives all forms, and his tongue that utters their names, thus calling them into existence. This is a remarkably abstract idea, creation as an intellectual and linguistic process. It brings to mind later philosophical or theological notions. For instance, the Gospel of John's, "In the beginning was the Word, Logos, and the Word was with God." Many scholars have noted the similarity, though of course the contexts are somewhat different. But what really matters is that the Egyptian thinkers were not content with a simple, then the gods made everything kind of story. At least in Memphis, they formulated a creation story that elevates the mind and word as creative force. In essence, thought itself was the first clause. That is an idea one could easily label as philosophical theology. Another intriguing aspect of Egyptian cosmology is a tendency towards unity of the divine. Egypt is famous for being polytheistic, with a pantheon of gods like Osiris, Ra, Amun, Isis, etc. However, Egyptian theologians often synthesized the gods or treated them as aspects of an ultimate divine reality. By the New Kingdom, hymns to Amun-Ra proclaim him as, quote, the one who manifests as millions. There is a text known as the Great Hymn to Amun, which says, quote, one yet millions of manifestations. All gods are three, Amun, Re, Ta, and there is no second to them. Hiding himself as Amun, he is Re to the sight, and his body is Ta. This kind of trinity or monotheistic tendency, asserting a single divine being with many names, it shows an advanced theological reflection on the one and many. That is that old classical problem within philosophy of the earlier times. But the pinnacle of this trend, and I'm sure you saw it coming, was Pharaoh Akhenaten's religious revolution of 1350 BC. He declared the Aten, that being the sun disk, to be the sole god, abolishing the worship of others in an attempt at monotheism. In the great hymn to the Aten, Akhenaten praises the Aten as the creator of all peoples, even the foreign ones, and all creatures too. This emphasizes a single divine source of life. While Akhenaten's experiment was short-lived, it's been called a kind of revolution of monotheism, built on prior solar theological developments. The significance here is that Egyptian thought was capable of abstracting the idea of God beyond the myriad of deities, a move towards philosophical monotheism. After Akhenaten, the more traditional polytheism returned, but even then, theologians during the Ramesses period emphasized a kind of inclusive monotheism. All the gods considered manifestations of one creative power. But the Egyptians also tackled the relationship between the divine and moral order philosophically. In one story, set during the Hyksos period, the foreign king Apophis is said to have worshipped only one god, being Set, and challenged the Theban king Seqenenre about the others. Some have interpreted this semi-legendary episode as introducing the option of a single god in the history of ideas. While the historicity is a little doubtful, the narrative exists possibly to explain or debate the merits of exclusive worship. That indicates conscious reflection on religious philosophy. Is it better to worship one or many? That's the question. The outcome in Egypt was usually pretty inclusive. They didn't adopt exclusive monotheism, except for Akhenaten, of course, but the discussion itself going on is quite telling. Furthermore, Egyptian theologians had to reconcile a world full with pain and just order maintained by the gods. Texts like the admonitions of Ipuwer or the prophecies of Neferti wrestle with why chaos reigns at times, essentially an early form of theodicy, justifying the gods in the face of suffering, that is. Typically, the resolution comes with the promise of a divinely sent savior king who will restore Mart. Though cast in prophetic and messianic imagery, these are attempts to assert that injustice and chaos are aberrant and temporary. The moral order, marked from the Creator, will ultimately triumph, so there's no need to worry too much. This is a philosophical stance regarding the problem of evil. Trust that disorder is not the true state of the world, because the underlying principle is good, and that underlying principle is marked straight from the Creator. But one can also detect an Egyptian philosophical angle on epistemology, in how they value different kinds of knowledge. They distinguished between mere craftiness and true wisdom. The latter was always tied to morality in some sense. The term rek in Egyptian means knowledge or to know. They even had a phrase, mer rek, meaning lover of knowledge. Essentially, philosopher in literal terms. A New Kingdom text flatters several sages. It asks, quote, "Is there another like Ptah-hotep, or the equal of Kharsu?" As a true lover of wisdom, a mer rek, a philosopher, Irsesh concludes immortal text thus. Well, our modern commentaries suggest that the Egyptians themselves may have seen certain learned men as lovers of wisdom. Even if the term mer rek was not a formal title, it indicates an appreciation for those devoted to wisdom, simply for its own sake. And finally, the existence of schools and libraries, the House of Life in temple complexes as it was called. It shows an institutional respect for learning in general. Scribes were trained not just in rote skills, but in classic texts that conveyed ethical and practical wisdom. A text like The Satire of the Trades by Getty in the Middle Kingdom humorously goes through all the professions and concludes that the life of a scribe is definitely the best one. Of course, it was written by a scribe, so perhaps he was a little biased. But the exaggerations aside, it champions intellectual labor over manual labor. A quote from the text, "There is nothing on earth like being a scribe. Love books more than your mother." That is Ketty's advice to his son. Well, we hope that Ketty's wife would not be reading that one anytime soon. But such statements reflect a philosophy of education, that the pursuit of knowledge is the highest calling and the surest path to influence and immortality. In a civilization where manual labor built wonders, the scribe's literature boldly claims that the pen is mightier than the pyramid. So, did the ancient Egyptians have philosophy? Well, having surveyed their wisdom, teachings, ethical principles, soul conceptions, and cosmological ideas, I think we can answer it. And the answer is yes. And that is if we are willing to broaden our definition a little bit of philosophy beyond that strictly Greek model. The ancient Egyptians certainly loved wisdom and pursued fundamental questions about how to live and what is true. And they produced a substantial body of texts that reflect rational moral advice, introspection on the human condition, and theorizing in mythic symbolic language about the origins and order of the universe. Sure, they may not have written treatises with formal logical arguments, but they certainly conveyed philosophy through proverbs, dialogues, and hymns. The content of their teaching deals with ethical values, comparable to moral philosophy. Conception of justice, ideas about the soul and afterlife, and theories about how the world came into being. They even touched on epistemology, by pondering the power and limits of human knowledge, etc. The scribe who fears nothing new can be said. or the emphasis on listening and learning. One way to appreciate the Egyptian philosophy is to see it as a proto-philosophical tradition, one that sets the stage for later explicit philosophy. It influenced neighboring cultures. The Hebrew wisdom literature in the Bible has clear links to Egyptian proverbs. No one's doubting that. And Greek thinkers like Pythagoras and Plato and many others were reputed by later accounts to have studied in Egypt. Greek philosophy contains concepts like the four elements theory or certain mystical ideas that some have traced to Egyptian or older Near Eastern thought. While direct evidence is hard to pin down, it's certainly undeniable that Egypt, as a literate and intellectually vibrant civilization for over 2,000 years before the rise of Greece, had developed sophisticated ideas that were certainly in the air of the Eastern Mediterranean. For example, the notion that the universe is a product of mind, and word is present in Egypt's Memphis theology and later echoes in Greek and Judeo-Christian philosophies of logos. The concept of the immortal fame through writing anticipates Greek ideas of eternal glory, and the portrayal of man reasoning with his soul about his own life is a very human philosophical dilemma that transcends culture and era. And so to conclude, the Egyptians demonstrate that philosophy, the reflective, critical, loving pursuit of wisdom for wisdom's sake alone, can take many forms. It can be transmitted in maxims and myths, lived through rituals and duties, aimed toward living in harmony with the cosmic order. Their legacy of wisdom literature invites us to broaden our perspective as what counts as philosophy. Standing as though in the lecture hall of history, we've listened to the Egyptian sages. And now, with their voices in mind, I think we're always a little bit better equipped to understand the initial question. Yes, the ancient Egyptians had philosophy, a unique, profound, and multifaceted one, and one that deserves to be studied, not only as a precursor to Greek thought, but as a rich tradition in its own right. You are in the land of ancient Egypt. A golden evening light falls on a solemn procession making its way to the west bank of the Nile. It is the land of the setting sun, the land of the dead. At the heart of this procession is a coffin, richly decorated, containing someone who has died. Flanking it are women draped in linen, their hair loose and bodies smeared with Nile mud as they wail in mourning. Priests burn incense and sprinkle milk along the path. Two women impersonating the goddesses Isis and Nephthys and the divine mourners of Osiris cling near the coffin, embodying grief and protection. Behind follow servants, carrying jars of beer, baskets of bread, personal belongings, and even furniture, all to be buried with the deceased. This is not merely a funeral. It is the beginning of a voyage to eternity. Why devote such care, ritual, and treasure to such an event? Well, for the Egyptians, it was important. And today, we're going to explore that fascinating world of ancient Egyptian funerary practices. We'll talk about their religious and cultural beliefs, about death and the afterlife, the intricate art of mummification, from the simplest burials to the legendary 70-day-long embalming processes of the great pharaohs, all the way to the solemn rituals and magical prayers performed, and the roles played by priests, embalmers, family members too, all coming together to prepare the dead. By the end of today's talk, I think you'll see that for the ancient Egyptians, preparing for death was as important as living itself. A grand drama in which every detail, from the color of amulets to the words of a spell, all mattered. So, we begin a very long video today, and with introductions out of the way, allow me to first welcome you. For those new to the channel, perhaps you don't know what to expect, but I hope you'll enjoy it. If you do enjoy it, click that like and subscribe button, and tell me what you think about ancient Egypt. How fascinating it all is in the comments below. Let's start a conversation. Thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the merch store. Let us now get nice and comfortable, and we may begin. I had described somewhat of a vivid scene at the start. I hope it certainly set the stage for what is to come, but why bother with all of this? We need to understand why Egyptian funerals were the way they were, why they went to such lengths for the dead. At the core is a profound belief that death was not the end, but just a transition that everybody had to make, the great equalizer. Life continued on in another realm, and how one's remains and soul were treated determined on the quality of that eternal life. The Egyptians believed each person had multiple spiritual components, notably the Ka, the vital life force, or the essence, and the Ba, personality or soul. And at death, the Ba and Ka separated from the body. This would become the Kat. But they needed a preserved body, you see, to reunite, and form an Ak, an effective spirit. Now, as one text explains, the soul had to be able to recognize and return to the body to receive sustenance and continue its existence. Thus, preserving the corpse in a lifelike form was extremely important. The afterlife could only be achieved if the Ka had a physical home to return to. And immortality in ancient Egypt, that was conditional. One had to be mummified, properly buried, but you also had to be remembered by the living. If all these three were done, the deceased could live forever among the gods. But if not, the soul ran the risk of becoming restless, or even worse, non-existent, fading into the dust of the void. And this belief was so strong that even the fear of hauntings finds its way into Egyptian thought. If a person's funerary rites were neglected or their tomb desecrated, their Ba might return to torment the living, until finally this wrong was righted. In fact, many letters to the dead written by surviving relatives besieged deceased family members either to help or for peace from hauntings. Clearly, ensuring the dead were properly cared for was viewed as essential both for the dead and the living. But where did all these ideas come from? They didn't appear out of thin air. Well, deep roots. We know ancient Egypt goes back a long, long way. Everyone knows that. Much of it stems from the old myths and stories of Osiris, the god who was murdered, but also resurrected. He became the lord of the underworld, and the first to be mummified, embalmed by the gods themselves. According to the story, the jackal-headed goddess Anubis helped wrap and revive him. Every deceased Egyptian was likened to Osiris. They hoped to follow in his footsteps, you see, to die, be restored, and live eternally. Indeed, the most expensive method of embalming was said to be, quote, the method of him whose name must not be spoken, a veiled reference to Osiris. Certainly shows with the amount of reverence and how sacred this process was held. Now, you'll hear the word duat quite a lot. That is kind of the afterlife, the next world. So the Egyptians envisioned the afterlife, or the duat, as a paradise called the Field of Reeds, a mirror of one's life in Egypt, but perfected. Fields of plenty, no hardship, perfect weather, no mosquitoes, all that sort of thing. All of the best things about life, but just put in technicolor. The bad things, they're all gone. It sounds pretty good. Of course, entry is not automatic. The soul had to face judgment in the hall of Ma'at, truth. In vivid imagination, the deceased stood before Osiris's tribunal. Their heart, which they saw as a seat of mind and mortality, was weighed on a great scale against the feather of Ma'at, the symbol of truth and divine order. If one had lived a balanced and just life, well, the heart would be lighter or equal in weight to the feather. Good news. The deceased would be justified, often called ma-keru, meaning true of voice. But if burdened by evil, the heart would tip the scales and be devoured, and that soul's journey has come to an unceremonious end. To accompany this trial, the Egyptians provided the dead with spells and prayers. Chapter 125 of the Book of the Dead contains the famous negative confession, a list of 42 sins the soul declares it has not committed. It says, I have not stolen, I have not killed, I have not, etc. Pretty much goes on for a while, concluding with the emphatic statement, I am pure. One papyrus portrays the deceased pleading, may my heart be not silent in the judgment hall, hoping for a favorable verdict. These moral declarations were not just ritual. They reflect an Egyptian ethical code in life, guided by Ma'at. In essence, the promise of a blissful eternity encouraged Egyptians to live justly and maintain harmony on earth. It's a deal you have to make with those gods above. Just be good, and you'll get rewarded when the time comes. But to reach this hopeful afterlife, the physical body had to be preserved in the mortal realm. It was important to keep the corpse as lifelike as possible. Early in their history, Egyptians noticed that bodies buried directly in the hot, dry desert naturally became desiccated and did not decay. So some of the history's earliest mummies, like the famous Gebelein man, were actually created by accident, dried out by that desert environment. What a coincidence. It's certainly a good way to find out how to do things. Trial and error. Of course, this is likely what inspired the intentional preservation in the first place. By around 2600 BC, during Egypt's Old Kingdom, they began deliberately to mummify their dead. This was at first a privilege of pharaohs and elites, but over time the afterlife became a lot more democratized. Still, preserving a body, that was expensive, so the quality of mummification one received often depended on their means. The best mummies, ironically the ones that look most alive, tend to be royalty or nobility from the New Kingdom period, such as Tutankhamun and Seti I, whose mummies are extraordinarily well preserved. Even after over 3,000 years, it really is a sight to behold, if you're into that. The cultural importance of all of this cannot be understated as well. Funerary practices permeated Egyptian culture. It was everywhere. People of all classes, made at least modest preparations for death. Even if one could only afford a simple linen shroud and a shallow grave, they'd still prepare them the best they could. Pharaohs, on the other hand, often began planning their tombs and burial goods as soon as they took power. Dig your own grave and save. But this wasn't seen as morbid, not at all. Rather, an exercise in prudence. You see, life was transient. The tomb is eternal. In fact, they were often called the houses of eternity. One Middle Kingdom's official tomb inscription even advises the living, build yourself a trustworthy house for the hereafter, for one day all men are proprietors in the grave. The whole society shared a focus on ensuring this immortality. Tombs were built, inscriptions were carved, and rituals scripted in a way that collapses the boundary between life and death. An ancient Egyptian would say a deceased person has gone to their car or gone west, rather than ceased to exist or died. There was no ceasing to exist. Well, unless you had really lazy family members. Let's hope not. Funerals, therefore, were not just farewells. They were carefully orchestrated launch ceremonies, sending a person from the realm of the living into the realm of the gods with all of the provisions and blessings necessary. Well, to sum all this up, the religious and cultural significance of funerals in Egypt, or just broadly funerary practices, anything within that sphere, was pretty immense. It was rooted in the belief that life, identity, and moral order continued after death, and the tomb was a gateway into the next world. The mummy was a vessel for the spirit, and the funerary ritual an absolute requirement to secure one's place among the blessed in eternity. And so with that worldview in mind, let's move on to how they actually prepared the body. The world-famous process, and such a quintessential Egyptian thing, mummification. So, mummification. The goal was pretty straightforward. Remove decay, and especially moisture, so the body would not rot and could effectively last forever. The execution, however, was anything but simple. This was a little bit of an art, a little bit of a science. Of course, it combined that science, anatomical knowledge and chemistry of preservation, with religion too, rituals and spells. So, let's try and think of ourselves in that ancient embalmer's workshop and try and figure out how a mummy was made. The body of the deceased, once it had been washed and delivered to the embalmers, was taken to a special tent or structure called the Ibu, the place of purification, or the Wabet, the cleaning place. It was here that priests and professional embalmers worked as a team, performing their tasks according to strict ritual protocol. The chief embalmer typically wore a jackal-headed mask to represent Anubis. In fact, texts and paintings show an embalmer wearing an Anubis mask overseeing the work, a literal embodiment of the deity guiding the process. That was one of Anubis's responsibilities too, embalming. Now this chief would have assistants who were skilled in surgery and wrapping, as well as a lector priest who would read spells at each stage. The entire process famously took 70 days from start to finish, a period often mentioned in text and confirmed by Herodotus, a Greek historian who described Egyptian mummification in the 5th century BC. During these 70 days, various steps were completed methodically: cleansing, evisceration, drying, anointing, wrapping. So let's go through them. Now, step 1, that was purification and the removal of the brain. The first actual step in making a mummy was, of course, to remove those parts of the body that decayed fastest. The brain, which the Egyptians oddly did not regard as important, though they thought the heart was the seat of thinking, was removed through the nostrils. An embalmer would take a long metal hook, often a bronze or iron tool, and carefully push it up into the skull through the nasal passage to liquefy the brain and pull it out in pieces. Sounds pretty gruesome. Well, it was certainly delicate work. No one's denying that. It had to be done carefully to avoid disfiguring the face. The liquid brain matter would then be drained out. In many excavated skulls of mummies, resin or linen was later inserted into the cranial cavity. Interestingly, sometimes the brain was simply discarded, since they didn't think it was vital. One ancient reporter even says embalmers just threw the brain away after extraction. And then we have step 2, evisceration, that is, removing the internal organs. Next, a slicer priest made an incision in the left side of the abdomen with a special knife. In ancient times, perhaps an obsidian or flint blade, described by Herodotus as an Ethiopian stone. Through this cut, they removed the organs of the thorax and abdomen. Stomach, intestines, liver, lungs were all taken out. The only major organ left inside the body was the heart, for reasons that we have noted. It was considered the core of one's being, and, well, you needed it once you had to do the weighing of the heart in the afterlife. In fact, embalmers took great care to leave the heart in place. If it was accidentally removed, they would sew it back or substitute a heart scarab amulet inscribed with a spell imploring the heart to not betray its owner in the judgment. I mean, I don't know if you'd get away with that in front of Osiris, but you could certainly try. It's better than showing up empty-handed, or empty-chested, I suppose. The other organs, however, were very important to preserve as well. Each organ was treated, dried, and stored in its own special container known as a canopic jar. By the New Kingdom, there were 4 canopic jars per body, each guarded by one of the 4 sons of Horus, deities who protected the organs. For example, the human-headed god Imseti guarded the liver, Hapi, the baboon-headed one, the lungs, Duamutef, the stomach, and Kheb-Senuf, the falcon-headed one, to guard the intestines. The jar's lids were often carved to represent these protective spirits. You can pretty much tell what's inside by just looking at what god's on there. Pretty interesting labeling system. These jars would be buried alongside the mummy in earlier periods, but in later periods, embalmers sometimes wrapped the organs and placed them inside the body cavity, yet they still included empty canopic jars in the tomb as tradition. And here's another interesting little detail, just to illustrate the length that the embalmers went to, as how they occasionally enhanced the corpse's appearance. What do you mean? Well, for example, the mummy of Pharaoh Ramesses IV in 12th century BCE was found with small onions inserted into his eyes to replace the eyes that had rotted away. This unique case in mummification shows an attempt to make the face look more lifelike by giving some fullness behind the eyelids. The nostrils of the same mummy were plugged with linen and peppercorns, perhaps to maintain the shape of the nose. These careful touches speak to the Egyptian desire to preserve the body as it did in life, since the Ka, of course, had to recognize it. Now, step 3, desiccation. With the organs removed, the body and the organs, with the organs removed, the body and the organs separately needed to be dried out thoroughly. And to do this, The Egyptians achieved this by using a naturally occurring salt mixture called natron, a combination of sodium carbonate, bicarbonate, and chlorine found in Egyptian salt lakes. The corpse was covered entirely in natron crystals, or packed in natron powder for a period of many days. Classical sources and modern experiments confirm 40 days was the key period for drying, though the total process was 70. Either way, about 40 days in natron, all moisture had been leached out of the tissues. The body would be much thinner, skin shrunken and darkened, essentially mummified. The internal organs then removed were likewise packed in natron to dry. Sometimes embalmers also placed packets of natron inside the body cavity and even beneath the skin. This dehydration step was the most critical for preservation. Herodotus emphasized that they were not allowed to exceed 70 days of natron. Quote, "For a longer time than this, it is not permitted." Perhaps because over-drying could make the corpse too brittle. Well, after the set time, the body was washed of natron and any residual salts, and step 3 was all complete. Now step 4 was anointing, stuffing, and restoration. Once dried, the body was something like, how can I put it? It's like a big piece of beef jerky. Think of it like that, very shrunken and stiff. The embalmer's next job was to restore a lifelike shape and impart pleasant aromas associated with sanctity and divinity. They would anoint the skin with oils, resins, and spices. According to Herodotus, the embalmers filled up the body cavity with pure myrrh, cassia, and other spices before sewing it back up. They also liberally applied cedar oil, frankincense, and beeswax in various stages. These substances were antimicrobial, i.e., they helped in preservation, and also gave the mummy the characteristics sweet scent often noted by archaeologists, even thousands of years later. In some mummies, the body cavity was packed with linen, sawdust, or sand plump to thicken up those sunken areas. For instance, after about 40 days of drying, embalmers might stuff linen pads under the skin or inside the abdomen to restore a fuller shape. On occasion, artificial eyes, like the onions we mentioned, or stone eyes, were placed, and a facial feature could be subtly padded out. The whole aim was to make the mummy look whole and a little more dignified. One scholar poetically noted that the mummification at this stage was much more of an art than it is a science. Quote, "Transforming a corpse into a godlike form." Indeed, the word mummy in Egyptian, sa, also meant noble, dignified, implying that being mummified elevated one's status among the dead. It is pretty fascinating to consider that the Egyptians also saw mummification as a kind of spiritual cleansing. The physical removal of organs could be linked to removing sins. They treated moral impurities as forms of decay to be excised. Embalmers cleansed the body physically, but the priests would simultaneously recite spells to cleanse it spiritually. The result was a purified, intact body, ready to house the spirit once more. So, step 5, wrapping. The final step was wrapping the body in the linen bandages, and this could be an incredibly elaborate procedure on its own, often taking many days of the total process. The embalmers used hundreds of yards of linen strips, often recycled linen from old clothes or household textiles. In fact, even pharaohs' bandages have been found to bear laundry marks of palaces, believe it or not. Each finger or toe might be wrapped separately, arms and legs wrapped, then bound together. As they wound the linens, the priests, or lector readers, would chant spells from funerary texts to protect the body. At various stages in the wrapping, they inserted amulets between layers of linen, small charms like scarabs, the Eye of Horus, the Jed pillar, that symbol of stability, that is, and others each placed at a strategic point on the body with a prayer. For example, a heart scarab amulet was often placed over the heart, engraved with a spell from the Book of the Dead, usually spell 30b, entreating the heart not to weigh down the scales of judgment. Stone or faience wedjat, the Eye of Horus amulets, might be placed over an incision to magically heal it. Models of the opening of the mouth tools were included in the wrappings by the late period. The linen itself was coated in a warm resin or gum in intervals, acting like glue. This is why many mummies have a dark, shell-like exterior, by the way, because of this warm resin material. By the end, the body was entirely encased, from head to toe, often with a mummy mask or portrait over the head and a large shroud wrapped around everything. So when all this was done, the once lifeless, decaying corpse had been transformed into something new. The mummy, a package that Egyptians believed was now worthy of housing the person's soul forever. The final wrapped mummy often looked like a human-shaped bundle, sometimes decorated with painted eyes or inscriptions on the wrappings. Priests would place the mummy in a series of coffins, perhaps a painted wooden coffin which might go inside a larger sarcophagus. In some periods, the coffin was shaped and painted to resemble the person's living image. Think about Tutankhamun. So, of course, the car could identify it easily. But it has to be noted that not everybody got the full special treatment. The deluxe package was only for those who paid. Herodotus describes when a body was brought to an embalmer. They show the family wooden models of corpses, representing 3 price points. The most expensive first-class method that we just detailed, the second cheaper method, and a very basic third method. If the family chose the best method, the steps are as above. Brain out, organs out, spices, natron, wrapping. It's all pretty lavish. The second, more budget-friendly option, the embalmers did not cut the body open at all. Instead, they injected cedarwood oil into the body and sealed it for the natron period. The oil would dissolve all the organs into a liquid, which would then be drained out after some days, bringing out the melted guts with it, effectively emptying and preserving the body without surgery. This left only skin and bones, as the flesh would be partly dissolved too. The corpse, now much more skeletal, was returned to the family without the elaborate wrapping. Imagine having to go and pick that up. One imagines this second-class mummy was somewhat less presentable. And finally, the third and cheapest option, according to Herodotus, said it was simply to purge the intestines with a liquid, possibly a laxative enema, lay the body in natron for 70 days, and then hand it back. No special chemicals, no nice-smelling spices, no wrapping. Of course, this would result in a fairly basic desiccated corpse, likely just bundled up in a shroud. But for the poor, even this might have been too costly. Many common people in Egypt's long history were probably given simple burials in the desert sands without elaborate embalming, or were only partially mummified, perhaps just dried with natron and wrapped in old cloth. The embalmers had their own guilds too, by the way, and with guilds comes trade secrets. Herodotus notes that this profession was hereditary and highly specialized, and they even had taboos. For instance, Herodotus recounts a rather shocking precaution. Now believe this, when a beautiful woman or a high-status woman died, her body was not given to embalmers immediately. The family would wait 3 to 4 days, before allowing the embalmers to have the corpse, in order, and this is what Herodotus says, that the embalmers may not abuse the woman. Now, where did they get this idea from? Well, apparently there was an incident with a embalmer doing something that he was not meant to be doing with a recently deceased woman. Not cool. Well, this story, lurid as it is, suggests that even the embalmers themselves were sometimes viewed with a mix of respect and also fear by ordinary Egyptians. They had tremendous power over the dead, and had to be trusted with not only one's loved ones, but with their hopes for eternity. Well, we can only hope that they caught that embalmer who was not acting in a professional manner, to say the least. I wonder what they did to him. Either way, by the end of the mummification process, the deceased was physically ready for burial. A preserved body in nested coffins, often with a funerary mask. The whole ensemble might include the mummy with amulets within, a mummy board or mask covering the face, an inner coffin, wooden, human-shaped and painted, perhaps one or more outer coffins, and a large stone sarcophagus to hold them all. For a pharaoh or a wealthy noble, this nesting would be pretty elaborate. Of course, the best example we have is Tutankhamun, and his mummy was actually within 3 coffins, a kind of Egyptian babushka doll, the innermost solid gold, the 2 outer wood gilded, plus a stone sarcophagus, and 4 gilded wooden shrines around that. But for common people, they'd just be thrown in a box. Or even no coffin at all might suffice, just a burial shroud. With the body prepared, the next phase was equally as important. The funerary ritual and the burial itself, in which the dead would be animated, celebrated, and sent off with proper ceremony. Now, let's follow our mummy from the workshop to the tomb and observe the rituals performed. So, after 70 days of meticulous preparation, the day of the funeral is finally here. But the ancient Egyptian funeral was not a quick graveside service either. It was pretty complex, a sequence of rituals, some carried out in the home of the deceased, some along the way to the tomb, and many at the site of the tomb itself. These rites were meant to magically reanimate the deceased's senses, protect them from harm, and officially send them into the afterlife with the blessings of the gods. Upon death, Egyptians entered this period of mourning. Family members and professional mourners would cry out and cover themselves in dust or mud. Herodotus describes how, when a respected household member died, the women would plaster their heads and faces with mud, leave the body inside the house, and run through the streets wailing with bared breasts, joined by female relatives. Now, take some things, Herodotus says, with a grain of salt, but, well, we don't have any sources saying that they don't do this. As for the men of the family, meanwhile, they would also beat their chests and mourn separately. This public display of grief announced the death to the community and honored the deceased with visible emotion. After this, the body was taken for mummification, as we have seen. So, on the appointed day of burial, often around the 70th day after death, when the mummification was complete, a funeral procession formed to escort the mummy to its tomb. Now, one can imagine the scene. The mummy in its coffin was placed on a funerary bier, or a sled often pulled by oxen or carried by men. Scenes from tomb art and texts, as well as, of course, Herodotus's account, depict a line of people making this journey. At the front typically were priests uttering prayers, burning incense. One priest might carry a brazier of incense and sprinkle libations like milk or water along the route. close to the coffin, as mentioned, were two female mourners representing Isis and Nephthys. These women, sometimes actual family members, other times hired mourners, took on the roles of the two goddess sisters who mourned Osiris. They would gesture dramatically, throw dust on their hair, and chant laments just as Isis and Nephthys did for the Osiris of the legend and myth. Their presence was symbolic. It merged the deceased's story with that of Osiris, promising resurrection. Following them were other mourners and relatives, often with arms thrown in the air or on their heads in grief. Servants trudged along, carrying all the goods to be buried, jars of food and drink, furniture, chests of clothing, sharp tea figures, and so on. For a pharaoh's funeral, this would be a staggering convoy of treasures. Even for a well-off commoner, it might include a few of his favorite, stools and beds, offerings, a couple of tools, things like this. Also in the procession was the canopic chest, containing the 4 jars of organs, carried separately like an honored item. Musicians might be present too. Some funerals employed flute players or singers of dirges. If the tomb was across the Nile, as was quite often in Thebes, the procession would include a boat journey. They would ferry the coffin across the river to the west bank, since most cemeteries were located in western deserts. This boat ride itself was symbolic of crossing into the afterlife. Arrival at the tomb and the opening of the mouth ceremony, that was next on the agenda. Once the procession reached the tomb entrance, there were further ceremonies. The coffin was met by dancers and a priest who recited spells in honor of the dead. The centerpiece of the tombside rituals was the opening of the mouth ceremony. This ritual, attested since the pyramid text of the Old Kingdom, was performed to restore the deceased's ability to see, hear, breathe, and eat in the afterlife. The idea was that mummification, while preserving the body, left the person in a deathly silence. The opening of the mouth would magically restore their senses. Well, how did the opening of the mouth actually play out? Kind of like this. The mummy, or sometimes statue of the deceased, was stood upright. Often the coffin was propped vertically, or the mummy taken out and sort of supported up. A priest, usually wearing a leopard skin robe, that being the Sem priest, and sometimes an Anubis jackal mask too, would touch the face of the mummy with a special set of ritual tools. One tool was the adze, a small axe-like instrument. Another was a spoon-shaped blade called a peseshkef, possibly resembling the tool used in childbirth to cut the umbilical cord. The symbolism was that the deceased is being reborn into the afterlife, and these tools open the mouth as at birth. The priest would touch the mouth, eyes, ears with these instruments while reciting spells such as, "I have opened your mouth, I have opened your 2 ears, I have opened your mouth with the instruments of Anubis." A spoken confirmation that the senses are indeed restored. In fact, spell 23 of the Book of the Dead is explicitly the formula for the opening of the mouth. A line from one version reads, in one translation, "My mouth is opened by Ptah. The bonds of Seth which restrict my mouth have been loosened," invoking gods to free the deceased from the silence of death. Now, the imagery of bonds being loosened implies that death's hold is being released so the person can function again normally, but now, instead of in the mortal world, in the spirit realm. Often as part of this ritual, a calf or ox was sacrificed. The leg of this sacrificial animal, the foreleg, was offered to the deceased, symbolically providing strength and life force. The offering of meat and blood spilled were also tied to revivification, possibly linked to the Osiris myth where the spilling of the blood or the energy of life is transferred. Now, during the opening of the mouth, the family, especially the heir or oldest son, might even participate. In some depictions, the son of the deceased holds the mummy and touches the mouth, effectively performing the ceremony under guidance of priests. In royal funerals, this could have political significance. Well, for example, when Tutankhamun was buried, it is believed that his successor, Ai, acting as a son figure, performed the opening of the mouth and thus legitimized himself as heir. Thus, the ritual also publicly confirmed continuity, that the dead was properly installed in afterlife and the living successor had done their duties. After the opening of the mouth concluded, the now, reanimated deceased was presented with offerings. Tables heaped with bread, beer, beef, poultry, vegetables, wine, and incense would all be laid out. A priest or family member would present these and consecrate them with the traditional offering formula. An offering which the king gives, and Anubis, who is upon his mountain, that he may give invocation offerings of bread and beer, oxen and fowl, alabaster and linen, everything good and pure, for the ka of whoever name. Now, this offering formula appears on countless tombs. It's really everywhere. It indicates the supplies that the dead would enjoy. A little bit of a funeral shopping list. At the tomb, they likely recited such prayers and burned or deposited the goods. The two women playing Isis and Nephthys might perform a final mourning song at the tomb door, inviting the deceased to enter and rest in peace. According to descriptions, at this point, the deceased was placed inside the tomb, and the footsteps of those who had been inside were swept away. And this is an interesting detail. They literally would sweep away the footprints, perhaps to symbolically remove any traces of the living in the realm of the dead, no intruders, and to ritually seal the tomb as pure. Once the mummy and goods were arranged in the burial chamber, the tomb was sealed. Often a stone door or blocking masonry was put in place. The Egyptians would then say that the deceased has gone to his ka. But the ceremony wasn't quite over for the participants. After the burial, the mourners and the families often held a funerary banquet nearby, a feast in honor of the deceased. Imagine, after all the somber rites, they now share food and drink, some of which may have been offered symbolically to the dead first. Tomb paintings show scenes of such banquets, relatives eating, drinking wine, musicians playing harps, dancers performing in honor of the dead. This was a social and religious function. It celebrated the dead person's transition and also reinforced family and community bonds among the living. Texts even suggest that the spirit of the deceased was believed to attend this feast in a spiritual form, enjoying the company one last time before departing fully to the west. In one tomb painting, guests are actually shown sniffing lotus flowers and making merry, perhaps a reminder that death to the Egyptians was a natural part of life's cycle and not an occasion for unending gloom. So they mourned, sincerely, but also celebrated the belief that the deceased would live on in paradise. With the dead person interred, there were ongoing rituals beyond the funeral day. The tomb would ideally have a chapel or offering place where a family could bring regular offerings daily, or on special feast days like the Feast of Osiris or the Wag Festival for the Dead. Priests or relatives would continue to perform the opening of the mouth on statues of the deceased in the chapel, enabling those statues to receive offerings as stand-ins for the real person. tombs often had a false door carved in the wall of the chapel, a niche through which the spirit was believed to come out and take the offerings left by the living. The false door was like a magical portal of sorts, inscribed with the deceased's name and titles, and often the offering formula. It was expected that forevermore the car of the deceased would be able to emerge and eat the essence of the bread and beer offered, ensuring it never went hungry. After all, eternity is a long time. But there were also periodic ceremonies. For kings, large-scale rituals at their mortuary temples. For commoners, families might observe a 40-day memorial service, since that 40 days was significant in the embalming, or an annual remembrance on the anniversary of death. The living sometimes wrote letters to the dead on papyrus or on bowls left in the tomb chapel, asking their deceased relatives for help with problems, or sometimes even to intervene in family disputes. In fact, all of this just shows how the dead were considered active members of the family, still having a stake in the world of the living. So to sum it all up, the Egyptian funerary ritual was a very well choreographed affair. It began with a heartfelt mourning and ended up with an almost uplifting banquet, with the critical magical rite, opening of the mouth, in between to ensure the mummy was activated for the afterlife. The entire sequence reflects their approach to death, deeply respectful, very ritualistic, but also quite optimistic. They truly believed that these ceremonies had power, that saying the right spells and performing the right actions would allow the deceased to breathe once more, to even speak before the gods and safely navigate into the afterlife. Now, who carried out all these tasks? Let's examine the roles of those involved, the priests, the embalmers, the family members in more detail. Oh, we're not even halfway through this video. I told you it was going to be a long one. An ancient Egyptian funeral was a community event. It mobilized people with various skills, of course. Priests and professionals handled the technical and ritual aspects, while the family of the deceased also played their own roles in mourning and part in certain rites and rituals. Now, this cooperative effort ensured that both the religious requirements and the personal wishes were fulfilled. So let's break down a little bit who did what. Let's start with the embalmers. These were the technicians of mummification. As we saw, there were specialists who inherited their craft, often called embalmers, preparers of the corpse, or sometimes simply just called priests. That job was semi-sacred, I suppose. They worked in facilities, often near the necropolis. Necropolis, of course, being the Greek term for a city of the dead, necro, dead, polis, city. The chief embalmer, wearing the mask of Anubis, led the process. He might also be a priest of Anubis. In fact, one title in the inscriptions was Heri Seshta, meaning the chief of secrets, which is referred to as the chief embalmer, hinting at secret knowledge of preservation. The embalmers were responsible for the entire 70-day procedure, removing organs, drying the body, anointing, wrapping. They also crafted or obtained the materials that were needed. The oils, resins, linen, the amulets and coffins, often in cooperation with the artisans. And they likely recited, or at least listened to certain spells during their work. Some embalming rituals are preserved in texts like the Ritual of Embalming. However, usually a separate priest, the lector priest, was presented to read from scrolls while embalmers did the manual task. One can imagine the chief embalmer as somebody akin to a master surgeon plus mortician plus priest. It's a triple class. And yes, as Herodotus relates, they even had a bit of a mercantile side, negotiating fees with the family for different levels of service. Despite dealing with death daily, The role was very much honored. They were seen as facilitators of immortality. Of course, then we have the priests at the funeral. Multiple of them took part in the funeral ceremonies. The most important was the Sem priest, often identifiable by the aforementioned leopard skin cloak, worn over a white robe. The Sem priest was in charge of leading rituals like the opening of the mouth and made offerings. In iconography, sometimes shown with a short, shaved haircut, except for a side lock. Sometimes the Sem is the son of the deceased. Another was the lector priest, called the Keri-heb, who carried a scroll and intoned the necessary liturgies and spells at each stage, for example, reciting the words of the opening of the mouth ritual. The lector priest had to have much funerary liturgy memorized or accessible, and he essentially conducted the ceremony by cueing the actions with spoken words. There was also a priest specifically in charge of incense and libations, often seen with a censer or water pot purifying the ground and participants. One priest might don the role of Anubis with the mask during the final ceremony at the tomb to physically support the mummy upright. In royal funerals, a high priest or even the vizier might appear to officiate, since burying a pharaoh was a state occasion. But of course, we're talking about the high end for that. For commoners, local priests from the nearest temple or those attached to the necropolis itself would be hired to do the job. And then, of course, the deceased family, they were not passive either. The closest relatives, usually the eldest son or daughter, had responsibilities of their own. In many depictions, the elder son acts as the chief mourner. Alongside a female relative, they may assist in the opening of the mouth ceremony by holding the mummy or touching it with tools, signifying their duty to send off their parent. The family, of course, bankrolled the funeral according to their ability, and thus determined how grand it would be. Tomb preparation, in particular, often consumed a large portion of one's life savings. During the procession, family members are the primary mourners. It was considered a sacred obligation to weep and wail for the deceased. Not doing so would be a sign of disrespect. Two women in the role of Isis and Nephthys, as noted, might be actual relatives like the wife and sister of the deceased. Kind of like how you have a flower girl or a best man at a wedding, this kind of thing. But if you couldn't find someone, or you didn't have any sisters, or some other situation, you could hire women adept at ritual lamentation. Professional mourners, I suppose, cosplaying as Isis or Nephthys. Interestingly, ancient tomb inscriptions sometimes name the two kites, and that is kite, as in a bird of prey associated with Isis and Nephthys who perform the mourning. These could be titles for professional mourners. But in some cases, a wife or mother took on the aspect of Isis herself in mourning her loved one. The presence of family in these roles personalized the rites. It was not just professionals, but blood relations, ensuring the deceased soul had every advantage. And so after burial, the family, especially the male heirs, had the ongoing duty of making offerings at the tomb, or maintaining the mortuary cult. In the Old Kingdom in particular, nobles often had a line in their tomb autobiographies asking their descendants to remember them and to recite the offering formulas on their behalf. For kings, their family, quote-unquote, which in this case included their successors and state-appointed priests, maintained elaborate offering rituals at mortuary temples. For private individuals, their children might bring bread, beer, or incense to the tomb on festivals. If a family died out or neglected the tomb, it was thought that the deceased could suffer hunger or even just loneliness, and no one likes to be lonely. This is one reason why Egyptians were motivated to have sons, by the way, to secure someone to tend their tomb in perpetuity. In cases where no relative could do it, people endowed funds to pay priests to perform offerings, a little bit like a perpetual trust fund, but instead of money for prayers. And we should also mention those who prepared the funerary goods. We can't forget them, that's for sure. We have sculptors, coffin makers, painters, jewelers, scribes. These individuals contributed indirectly, of course, but were all a vital part of the process, part of the broader structure. A scribe might carefully copy spells from the Book of the Dead onto a papyrus to be buried with the deceased. Artisans would decorate coffins with protective deities and texts. Those lovely tomb walls covered in paintings of the afterlife? They would have been done by artists from the village of Deir el-Medina. For example, they painted them in the New Kingdom. Even the tomb diggers and builders, skilled masons and laborers, they played a crucial part long before the actual funeral day by constructing the house in which the funeral would culminate. We have direct evidence of that, too, during the New Kingdom. A whole community of tomb builders near Deir el-Medina took pride in building and decorating the pharaoh's tomb, knowing that it was key to the king's eternity. They were so dedicated that they once went on strike when rations failed to arrive, refusing to work on the royal tomb until they were paid in grain. Fair enough. This incident in 1158 BC under Ramesses III is actually the first recorded labor strike in history, caused because the workers who built tombs, including the pharaohs, had not received their promised remuneration. The fact that the vizier had to release emergency grain from the temple reserves to pay them shows how important their work was to the state, and how seriously even the government took the business of proper burial. Now, after the burial, certain priests called Ka priests, or servants of the Ka, took over the responsibility of making offerings at the tomb regularly. Wealthy individuals might hire or endow positions for priests to bring offerings every day or on a feast schedule. For kings, entire mortuary temples staffed by dozens of priests ensured the pharaoh's spirit was fed and honored daily. In the pyramid complexes of the Old Kingdom, or the mortuary temples on the Theban West Bank in the New Kingdom, these priests kept the memory of the deceased alive in the living world, which was essential because Egyptians believed the soul needed to be remembered to continue to exist. As long as people, in particular priests, recited your name and offerings, as long as they remembered you, you weren't truly dead. That's pretty much it. Your soul would live on in perpetuity. But it is also worth noting the role of necropolis police, or guards if we're going to use a less cool name, particularly by the New Kingdom. The problem of tomb robbery was pretty widespread, and especially in those periods of chaos. You will see that in between the Egyptian dynasties, when things tend to fall apart, that there is that chaotic little period between drinks that, people don't really follow the rules. So, there were officials assigned to guard tombs and inspect them regularly. Some tomb workers themselves doubled as guards. A papyrus from the New Kingdom, Papyrus Abbot it is called, records the officials checking royal tombs for signs of robbery, indicating an administrative role in protecting the dead. This shows that caring for the dead wasn't just a one-day affair, but certainly a continuous duty that even involved a kind of law enforcement. Well, to sum it up, an Egyptian funeral engaged a whole network of people: the embalmers, the priests, the family members, the craftsmen, and later the priests or officials that maintained the tomb and cult. Each had their own defined functions, but they all worked towards that single purpose, to give the dead a proper send-off into eternity. And with the body prepared, the rituals completed, and everybody having done their part, the deceased was now ready to journey to the afterlife. But to navigate that journey, knowledge was power. And this brings us to the very rich literary and magical tradition of funerary texts that the Egyptians developed as guides and protections for the dead. So imagine being an Egyptian soul who has just left the body and entered the mysterious realm of the Duat. How would you know where to go? How would you know how to overcome the obstacles, solve little puzzles, and present yourself to the gods? It's pretty complicated, and you don't want to make any faux pas, that's for sure. And the Egyptians had an answer for it all. Don't worry. The texts, the spells, the prayers, the hymns written all over the tomb walls, and the coffins, and the papyri. It was hard to miss. They served as both a travel guide to the other world, and also a toolbox of magic for the deceased. Pretty cool, huh? Over the centuries they compiled a formidable corpus of such literature, the most famous, of course, which is nicknamed the Book of the Dead, but, of course, actually called the Book of the Coming Forth by Day. But that was the later versions. Before the Book of the Dead, there were earlier collections, the pyramid texts and coffin texts. These writings give us an incredible insight into Egyptian beliefs and theology. They're a mix of ritual, magic, and poetry, and they were as essential a part of an elite burial as the mummy or the coffin, so let's look at each in turn. First, we'll start with the pyramid texts. This takes us all the way back to the Old Kingdom, between 24 and 2300 BC. These are the oldest known religious texts from ancient Egypt, and indeed among the oldest in the world. Of course, that's a hotly debated topic, which one is the oldest. They were carved in the interior walls of certain Old Kingdom royal pyramids, hence the name. The practice began towards the end of the 5th dynasty, famously in the pyramid of King Unas at Saqqara, as around 2350, and continued in the pyramids of pharaohs and some queens into the 6th dynasty. The pyramid texts are a collection of hundreds of utterances or spells, sometimes just numbered, around 759 in total across all the pyramids. They were unillustrated, just columns of hieroglyphic text, and were meant exclusively for the use of the king and perhaps a few queens. At this early period, commoners did not get these texts. The content is pretty diverse too. Hymns to gods, magical formulas to help the king ascend to the sky, addresses to the corpse, and dialogues where the king asserts his place among the gods. A frequent theme is the pharaoh joining Osiris in the underworld, or rising to the heavens to sail with Ra, the sun god. The spells are inscribed in a specific arrangement around the burial chamber and antechamber, almost as a ritual landscape on the walls. One famous utterance from the pyramid texts, that is utterance 213 in Unas's pyramid, proclaims to the dead king, "O King Unas, you have not gone away dead, you have gone away alive." It's a pretty bold statement, isn't it? It's a powerful assurance that the king lives on, just in a different form. It continues, "Sit upon the throne of Osiris, your scepter in your hand, that you may give orders to the living." The text basically transforms the dead monarch into a god king in the next world, ruling alongside Osiris. Other utterances were meant to open the tomb or protect the body. For instance, spells to prevent decay, or to release the king's shackles abound. The pyramid texts also contain the earliest version of the myth of Osiris embedded into them, and the notion that the king's resurrection is parallel to Osiris's. While reserved for loyalty, the pyramid texts certainly set the stage for all funerary literature in later times. They show the importance of spoken words in magically effectuating the resurrection. The mere presence of carved spells in the tomb was presumably enough for them to take effect. Some might have been recited at the funeral as well, but we can't know that for sure, but it certainly seems most likely that they would be. Now, then we get a couple hundred years later, between 2100 and 1600 BC. That's the Middle Kingdom. We find the coffin texts. As time went on, the privilege of the afterlife and the knowledge to attain it was finally democratized somewhat, extended beyond kings. In the Middle Kingdom, high officials and other elites wanted similar spells for themselves, because after all, everybody was going to the duat eventually. Thus, coffin texts emerged. People must have gone crazy when they released that one. So called because these spells were often painted or inscribed on the inside of coffins, that is, the coffins of non-royal persons. In a sense, they're basically a free-for-all expanded version of the pyramid texts. They incorporate many of the old pyramid text spells too, adapted to refer to the deceased rather than specifically to the king, and they also add a few new ones. The coffin text could also appear on the tomb walls or papyri of the period, but coffins were the primary medium. Now, an upper-class Egyptian could be buried with a wooden coffin that literally surrounded their corpse with magical writings. It certainly makes you feel a lot better about going to the grave. These texts seem to deal with similar themes: protecting the body, guiding the soul through obstacles, providing the transformation spells to allow the deceased to take different forms. There are spells, in fact, to turn into a falcon or a lotus flower to travel freely. The key difference is the coffin text introduced the idea of detailed guides to underworld geography. One text, often called Spell 110, the coffin text spells are numbered in Egyptology, by the way, is known as the Book of Two Ways. It's kind of like a map of the afterlife drawn on the coffin bottom, showing two paths one can take to reach Osiris's realm, complete with illustrations and a lake of fire, etc. And so we see vignettes, little illustrations first appearing in the coffin text spells. And these might be the ancestor of the later illustrated Book of the Dead vignettes. The coffin text show a continuing concern with the ka and the ba, explicitly focusing on how to release the ba from the body and then reunite it with the ka. One coffin text spell is for not letting the ba be imprisoned in the tomb, implying that they wanted the soul to be free to come and go, but also to return to the body for sustenance. In terms of availability, by the New Kingdom, around 2000 BC, wealthy commoners, not just pharaohs, could have these spells. This reflects a theological shift. The afterlife is theoretically open to all, but you still had to get proper burial, though. They couldn't just throw you into the ground. But the king is no longer the only one with a map. Everyone in his court might get one too, albeit the quality of the coffin and the extent of the text is still dependent upon wealth, but hey, it's a step in the right direction. And then, of course, we get to the famous Book of the Dead. Now, that is in the New Kingdom and later. New Kingdom basically starting around 1550 and going up to about 30 BCE. Points if you can tell me in the comments what happened in 30 BCE. This is the most famous collection. often what people imagine when thinking of Egyptian funerary magic. It is the go-to, the quintessential, not the OG, but certainly the most popular. Now that term, Book of the Dead, is somewhat of a misnomer created by early Egyptologists. The Egyptians called it the Book of Going Forth by Day, or simply the spell for going out in the daytime, emphasizing the deceased's ability to leave the tomb and come into the sunlight of the living. The Book of the Dead isn't really a single fixed book, by the way, but rather a compilation of around 190 to 200 spells, from which scribes could pick and choose for a particular person's papyrus. It first appears in writing around the beginning of the New Kingdom, that's 1550 BC, and became extremely popular, being used up through to the Ptolemaic period, that's the 1st century BC. But what's new in the Book of the Dead compared to the coffin texts? Well, firstly, these spells were usually written on papyrus scrolls, which were then placed in the tomb with the mummy, often either in a coffin or a niche. Earlier, in the start of the New Kingdom, some were written on linen shrouds covering the mummy, but papyrus soon became standard. These papyri could be beautifully illustrated with full-color scenes, the famous vignettes of the Book of the Dead that show, for example, the weighing of the heart with Anubis and Thoth present, or the deceased adoring various gods. The spells themselves were partly inherited from the coffin texts and pyramid texts, and partly new compositions. And they do really well at, well, covering basically everything, from practical help, like the spell for not dying again, which I think is a pretty funny name for a spell, or, get this, the spell for not having to eat feces in the underworld. Yes, there is one. It's certainly a spell that you would definitely want to know. Avoid that situation. Well, there's also lofty hymns, of course, and secret names to use for protection. But perhaps the most celebrated part of the Book of the Dead is spell 125, which describes the weighing of the heart, and includes the negative confession we discussed. You know, I have not done this, I have not done that, So in many papyri, a large vignette shows the deceased's heart being weighed against Mart's feather, with Anubis adjusting and monitoring the scale, Thoth recording the result, and the monster, Amit, waiting to devour yet another failed soul. Meanwhile, the text has the deceased declaring innocence of various sins before the 42 assessors. The spell is like a script for the deceased to follow in the Hall of Judgment, and a reassurance that if they lived by Mart, they would be able to pass through. It's pretty interesting that this moral element becomes very explicit in the New Kingdom Book of the Dead, because you see the earlier pyramid texts, they were more about the king becoming a star or joining the sun. But by the New Kingdom, even non-royals emphasize justification by morality. It suggests a religious democratization. Anyone, not just the king, well, they all have to prove themselves worthy to Osiris. Other key spells in the Book of the Dead include those for protecting the body. For example, the spell of not letting one's corpse decay in the afterlife, for keeping away snakes or demons in the underworld, for knowing the names of the gates one must pass. There are transformation spells to become a phoenix or even a lotus, a whole bunch of other ones too, and even provisioning spells to ensure one has food, beer, and cool water in the afterlife. Spell 30b, the Heart Scarab spell, is often found inscribed on a scarab amulet placed with the mummy. It implores the heart not to weigh heavy or speak against a person at judgment. Spell 6 is usually inscribed on the small servant figurines called shabtis. It orders the shabti to answer on behalf of the deceased whenever work is demanded in the afterlife, so the shabti does the labor instead of the deceased themselves. It's pretty handy to have a few of them around. Many tombs have dozens or even hundreds of Shabti figures, with spell 6 written on them to cover all possible days of work in eternity. In other periods, later ones mainly, some tombs included 401 Shabtis, one for each day of the year, plus overseers, to ensure the deceased never had to do a day's work in their lives, or rather their deaths. These spells made that system function magically. So the format of the Book of the Dead, well, that varied too. A wealthy person like the scribe Ani, whose Book of the Dead is a famous, richly illustrated papyrus, could afford a large scroll with fine calligraphy and artwork. Others had shorter, less ornate versions. Not every Book of the Dead had all the spells, by the way. They were customized. But certain spells, like number 1, number 15, 125, they were classics. You couldn't go without them, and they were commonly included. In tombs of the New Kingdom, sometimes excerpts from the Book of the Dead were painted on walls or on the mummy's bandages. But we also had other funerary texts. In addition to these 3 main collections, the Egyptians composed specialized books, especially for royal tombs in the New Kingdom, often called the Books of the Netherworld. These include the Amduat, the Book of what is in the underworld, the Book of the Gates, the Book of Caverns, the Book of the Heavenly Cow, etc. And these were usually reserved for pharaohs, carved and painted on walls of royal tombs in the Valley of the Kings. They map out the hour-by-hour journey of the sun god through the underworld at night, which the pharaoh hoped to accompany. And their imagery is complex, filled with deities, monsters, mystical diagrams. Quite ornate, very complicated. Now, while they are fascinating, these are high-level texts, and not every deceased would use them. They were part of royal knowledge to secure the cosmic regeneration of the king with the sun, so they had to be pretty complicated, not missing on any of the details, of course. Meanwhile, private individuals in the New Kingdom, and later, could have texts like the Book of Breathings, a later derivative of the Book of the Dead, or the Book of Being in the Light, but still the Book of the Dead remained the go-to manual for most people for a very long time. What is crucial to grasp is that Egyptians saw these texts as potent magical apparatus. They weren't just theology, they were practical. If you were buried with the right spells, you literally had the cheat sheet to immortality, so you really wanted to get one. You'd know the secret names of the gatekeepers. You'd have the words to command your Shabdi servants, and you'd have the litany of virtues to recite the judges. Knowledge was power, and this knowledge was artfully ensconced in the tomb. These texts also have cultural value, don't forget. They're among the finest religious literature of ancient Egypt. They mix prose and poetry, mythology and prayer. For example, in one coffin text, the deceased says, "I will sail rightly into the sky. I am the one who faces forward," asserting their new-found freedom. Or in the pyramid text, there's an earthly spell where the king's bar is coaxed back to reunite with his body by offering it beer and bread, kind of like luring a cat back home, something like this. It is both poignant and a bit humorous. The bar, depicted as a human-headed bird, needs snacks to be called back home. The overall tone of these texts ranges from confident to triumphant, to occasionally anxious. Some spells are clearly to ward off fears like being hungry or lost in the afterlife. This reveals the humanity behind the beliefs even 4,000 years ago. People feared the unknown after death, and they comforted themselves with scriptures and rituals, much as many cultures do today. So, now that we've prepared the body, performed the rituals, and equipped the deceased with all the magical spells and texts, let's consider the physical context of the burial. The tomb itself and the goods placed within it. Of course, that's not a one-size-fits-all either, from humble graves to splendors like the Valley of the Kings. Let's take a look at what's inside. So we know that the ancient Egyptians described these tombs as, quote, houses of eternity, and it's a pretty fitting phrase. They built them to last forever. A person's tomb and the goods inside were the material foundation for their afterlife experience. Over Egypt's long history, from all the prehistoric times to the Greco-Roman era, tomb architecture and burial customs evolved dramatically. However, the core ideas remain: provide a secure resting place for the body and equip the deceased with everything they might need or enjoy in the next life. So let's have a look at this more material side of funerary practice, shall we? What the tombs were like and what was inside, besides the corpse. Well, we'll start with the early burials. Simple. In prehistoric Egypt, before 3100 BC, people were typically buried in small pits in the desert sand. The body was often placed in a fetal position, sometimes wrapped in a mat or an animal skin, and accompanied by a few grave goods, like a pot of food or personal items. Because these graves were shallow and in direct contact with dry sand, the bodies naturally desiccated, creating an accidental mummification, as we noted in the first part of the video. But the goods were minimal, perhaps some beads, a stone tool, or a cosmetic plate in late history. But as time went on, these graves became more elaborate, at least for those who could afford it. By around 3600 BC, some graves included multiple pottery jars, jewelry, figurines, and evidence of some rituals. Certain painted scenes on pottery possibly depict funerary dances. Some corpses were wrapped in linen bandages with resin as early as the late pre-dynastic period. There's also evidence of early experimental mummification. We also see by the First Dynasty, that's 3000 BC, thereabouts, that the wealthy started constructing mud brick tombs called mastabas. Well, a mastaba, which is Arabic for bench, named by the archaeologists for their bench-like shape, was a kind of rectangular, flat-roofed tomb structure with inward-sloping sides. Early dynastic elites built mastabas to house their burials, moving beyond simple pits. A mastaba typically had an underground burial chamber and a chapel above ground for offerings. These appear in the First and Second Dynasties. The royal family and nobility at the capital of Memphis, that is, Saqqara and Abydos being the major cemetery sites, all had such tombs, complete with niched walls imitating palaces. The use of coffins also began, initially simple wooden boxes to contain the body, which ironically reduced natural mummification by separating the corpse from the drying sand, so there's that too. But it also necessitated artificial mummification in the long run. So in a roundabout way, it pushed the innovation of that craft. In these early tombs, we also find rich grave goods, from furniture to vessels of food and drink, personal adornments, and even a few precious items. Think of jewelry, stuff like that. A First Dynasty queen's tomb at Abydos actually contained dozens of pieces of jewelry, cosmetic jars, and even a wooden bed. Already, the concept of "you can take it with you" was in full swing, I suppose. Tomb inscriptions from the later periods recall that even in the First Dynasty, people believed that they would use these items in the next life. And then, of course, came the age of the Great Pyramids, the Old Kingdom, especially in the Fourth Dynasty, around 2500 BC. Pharaohs, seeking even grander eternal monuments, built stone pyramids, essentially supersized mastabas with smooth sides converging to a point. The largest, of course, is the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza, which originally stood 146 meters tall and was the tallest human-made structure for millennia. Actually, from what I know, the only thing to supersede that was the Eiffel Tower when they built it in Paris, which I believe was in 1895. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anyway, back to the pyramid. And it was indeed a tomb. Inside and out, in the heart of a stone mountain, lay the king's chamber with a large granite sarcophagus for the pharaoh's coffin. The amount of labor and resources poured into such a tomb, well, one can imagine that is indeed staggering. Some 2.3 million blocks of stone, weighing a total of 6 million tons, were quarried and assembled for Khufu's pyramid. Surrounding it were smaller pyramids for queens and mastabas for nobles, an entire necropolis. While the pyramids themselves did not contain inscriptions of funerary texts, except the later ones from Unas onward which did, they were part of a larger complex that did. Each pyramid had a mortuary temple at its base, and a causeway leading to a valley temple. In those temples, offerings were made to the deceased king daily, and relief scenes showed the kings with gods. Now, the entire belief was that the pyramid was a cosmic engine, ensuring the king's ascension to the sky and his eternal reward. Pyramids evolved, but by the 4th century, by the 4th dynasty rather, we have the true pyramids of Giza. Of course, that step pyramid of Djoser is an early form, and we have different styles all throughout. But these newer ones were basically a guarantee of the king's immortality, and by extension, a kind of assertion of his divine power on earth. But for non-royals during the Pyramid Age, they continued to use mastabas and rock-cut tombs, particularly at sites like Giza and Saqqara. Their tomb art often depicted daily life scenes, farming, fowling, banqueting, an innovation that appears in the Old Kingdom, possibly to carry those activities into the afterlife. The grave goods in a noble's tomb, of course, they could be pretty extensive too. Statues of the tomb owner to act as alternative bodies for the car, offering tables, copper tools, linen, food offerings, pretty much anything you could think of. But one common item in many private tombs was a set of beer and bread jars buried for sustenance, and perhaps a slab stela, listing offerings and prayers. Now, back to the Middle Kingdom, which is 2000 to 1700, we see rock-cut tombs proliferate in Upper Egypt, tombs cut into hillsides, with columned halls and painted walls. Pyramids were still built by pharaohs, but smaller, and often of mud brick. They don't survive too well today. For example, Montuhotep II at Deir el-Bahri built a terraced tomb/temple, and later in the 12th dynasty, kings built at Dashur, Lisht, and Hawara. Amenemhat III's pyramid at Hawara included a famed labyrinth, by the way. Pretty cool. The tombs of officials now routinely had coffin texts all over the coffins, and models of daily life. A wonderful example of Middle Kingdom burial goods comes from the tomb of Meketre, a high official, circa 1980 BC. When discovered, it contained a trove of wooden models depicting a mini version of his household, cattle being slaughtered, grain being ground, boat sailing, etc., all to ensure that those services were available to him in the afterlife. It shows a belief that replicas could function magically as the real thing. Servant statues, precursors to Shabtis, also appear. Little figurines depicted performing various tasks, intended to come alive for the benefit of the deceased. The early figurines didn't yet have inscribed spells, but they anticipate Shabtis. The richest Middle Kingdom, tombs like those of the nomarchs Beni Hassan or Thebes, included jewelry, weapons, elaborate wooden coffins with inlays, and sometimes even cartonnage masks over the mummy's face. If you're lucky, gilded with gold. And gold, well, that was particularly valued. Not just for its wealth, but for its symbolism. You see, the Egyptians, they said that the gods had flesh of gold. So to adorn a mummy or coffin with gold was to associate it with divinity. In the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070, pharaohs had a bit of a shift. They shifted strategy to avoid the pitfalls of pyramid tombs, which by then were pretty prone to grave robbery. I mean, when you saw a big pyramid on the horizon, you knew that it was full of treasure, right? So they chose the remote Valley of the Kings near Thebes to dig hidden rock-cut tombs for themselves. These tombs were essentially tunnels extending deep into the cliffs, opening into multiple chambers richly decorated with religious texts and images. Notable ones like the Tour of Seti I or Thutmose III are exquisitely decorated with the Amduat and other guides through the night. Though less externally visible than the pyramids, these tombs were still monumental projects. KV5, the largest, likely built for the sons of Ramesses II, has over 100 chambers. Each king still had a separate mortuary temple built elsewhere, like Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahri, or the Ramesseum for Ramesses II, where ceremonies were performed, but their bodies rested in the hidden valley to deter thieves. Despite efforts, almost all these royal tombs were robbed in antiquity, perhaps even by some of the necropolis staff themselves. Well, most likely by the necropolis staff themselves, to be honest. However, one sensational exception, I'm sure you know, was the tomb of Tutankhamun, also known as KV62, a relatively small tomb that escaped major looting. When Howard Carter opened it in 1922, he famously saw wonderful things, over 5,000 artifacts piled within. Tutankhamun's grave goods give us a glimpse of the full splendor of a New Kingdom royal burial. Golden shrines, alabaster perfume jars, jewelry, weapons, chariots, even board games, and food as well, even jars of wine labeled by the year and vineyard, but also trivial items like a box of ointment or a stack of loincloths. It was as if every item the young king might use in life or need in death was there, ready to go. Also, he had dozens of Sharply statues. There were 401 Sharplys in his tomb, ready to serve, and protective deity statues guarding him. And, by the way, keep in mind, Tutankhamun, he was a minor pharaoh, not very important. He actually died around the age of 18. So with that in mind, you can only imagine the loot in grander tombs like those of Ramesses II or Amenhotep III, which unfortunately you'll have to keep that in your imagination because they were emptied a long, long time ago. But for non-royals in the New Kingdom, tombs in places like the Valley of the Nobles show a mix of daily life scenes and afterlife scenes. They were typically rock-cut, with an entrance chamber for offerings and a shaft to a burial chamber. Grave goods for nobles included fine coffins, often nested sets of 2 or 3, statues of gods, canopic jars, amulets, cosmetics, clothing, food. Texts from the Book of the Dead were either on papyrus or on the coffin. Stelae with prayers might be set up. Poorer folk might be buried in simple graves outside the formal cemeteries, perhaps wrapped in mats with only a pot or two. Archaeology at sites like Deir el-Medina, the workers' village, found that even ordinary workers managed to secure tombs and modest coffins for themselves. The desire for a proper burial spanned all classes. Now, in later periods, tomb styles shifted again. The late period saw a renaissance of older styles. Many went back to using massive stone sarcophagi with lengthy carved texts, like, for example, the 26th dynasty high official sarcophagi covered in the hieroglyphs and protective images. The number of shabtis also peaked. Some late period tombs contain hundreds of them, in a nice uniform sets and rows. Mummification in this period became even more elaborate, sometimes with intricate bead net coverings and portrait masks. By the Ptolemaic and Roman eras, we see the beautiful Fayum mummy portraits, realistic painted portraits placed over the faces of mummies, merging Egyptian and Greek art styles, and remarkably, Egyptians were still including the Book of the Dead scrolls and mummifying bodies well into the Roman period. That's the 2nd century AD and beyond. Though by then, the practice was gradually fading. New religions were taking hold. Now, a quick note on the grave goods categories. Across all eras, some common categories of goods can be noted. Food and drink, so we're talking bread, beer, wine, dried meats, and fruits. In fact, in Tutankhamun's tomb there was 30 wine jars, boxes of meat prepared as meals, and baskets of grain. Then we have vessels and furnitures, that is, jars, bowls, plates, chairs, headrests, sometimes litters or chariots as well. We also had symbolic items like amulets, scarabs, other inscribed jewelry that had amuletic or magical function. The royal insignia for kings like crowns, a crook and flail were buried with them. For officials, maybe a staff or seal of office. Ramesses II's queens were buried with their royal scepters. Weapons could be included for protection or status, bows, daggers. Tutankhamun had numerous, including a famous iron meteorite dagger, which is pretty cool. But the Egyptians too expected to enjoy the afterlife, so they included games like senet board. It's a game kind of like backgammon. They found a lot of them in a lot of tombs. Also musical instruments, writing materials for scribes, and even some reading material. Of course, we also had protective deities and symbols, small statues of images of gods, especially of Osiris, Anubis, Isis, or Horus. The 4 sons of Horus were represented on canopic equipment, those ones that we mentioned before for the different organs. Some tombs included magic bricks placed in niches of the burial chamber, each brick with a figure or spell to guard one side of the tomb, you see. Tombs were often built during a person's lifetime, you see. For kings, it was a major state project. For officials, an expensive personal project. In life, one might visit their tomb chapel to inspect it. For example, officials in the New Kingdom left inscriptions like, "I made this tomb while I was alive, a place for my memory." But the investment was huge. In the case of the Great Pyramid, not only was it massive in scale, but it was aligned precisely with cardinal points and incorporated perhaps religious numbers or ideas. Some argue that the slope represents the rays of the sun, or a ramp to the heavens. In the Valley of the Kings, the placement of tombs was thought out so as not to interfere with each other's corridors and possibly hide their entrances. The secrecy became paramount. They might seal a tomb and then conceal the entrance, hoping that robbers would not find it. As history showed, this was partly successful. Tutankhamun's obscurity saved his tomb. Later, when the tomb plundering got out of hand, the priests of the 21st dynasty performed what could be called an ancient reburial project. They collected many New Kingdom royal mummies from their ransacked tombs and reburied them in 2 sacred caches, one in a shaft at Deir el-Bahri, another in the tomb of Amenhotep II, along with whatever royal coffins and remains of goods that they could salvage. And this ironically preserved those mummies like Ramses II, Seti I, Thutmose III, just to name a few, for discovery in the late 19th century CE. It shows the lengths that Egyptians would go to protect their dead, even centuries after the original burial. Now, it is worth noting, Egyptians tried to dissuade tomb violators spiritually too. Some private tombs in the Old Kingdom bear curses inscribed, warnings to anyone who violate the tomb or disturb the owner's rest, to be punished by a council of gods, or by inversion of fortune, etc. He who shall do any evil or wicked thing to this tomb, may the crocodile be against him in the water, snakes against him on the land, hippopotamus be against him, etc. These inscriptions reflect the fear of losing one's eternal house, and the desperate hope that the gods would sort of guard it for you. Well, from these tombs and goods, we see how funerary beliefs permeated all levels of society, the king demonstrating his divinity and ensuring cosmic order with a pyramid or hidden tomb, the noble associating status and hope for divinity by lavish tombs and goods, commoners saving what they could to afford a decent burial. Tomb building spurred innovation in architecture and art. The pyramids were marvels of engineering, tomb paintings within them masterpieces of art. Every little corner was something to marvel at. But it also consumed a big chunk of Egypt's economy, quarrying all that stone, carving all those sarcophagi, weaving linen for bandages. In fact, one mummy's wrappings could use up to 4 kilometers of linen, not even kidding. The funeral industry employed priests, craftsmen, laborers, and administrators. In the New Kingdom, the village of Deir el-Medina, was entirely occupied by the workers who cut and decorated royal tombs, a highly skilled community that left behind letters and records, giving us a good insight into their daily lives. Certainly helped with this video. Their dedication was such that when their rations were delayed, they directly petitioned officials, as we mentioned in the first labor strike of history. The authorities responded by releasing supplies from the temple, indicating the state's recognition that the work on the king's tomb was of the highest priority. So, with tombs built and stocked, the Egyptians believed the deceased now had a safe harbor and all the comforts of home for eternity. They often referred to the deceased as enjoying themselves in the field of reeds, plucking lotuses, or sitting in cool pavilions in their tomb's vicinity. The tomb goods were expected to magically be available for use. A loaf of bread depicted on the tomb wall, or left on an offering table. Well, that was real nourishment for the car. And so, from the simplest grave to the most elaborate tomb, the aim was the same: create a durable place for the dead to live on, furnished with all the luxuries they could get. Physical preparation went hand in hand with spiritual preparations that we've discussed, both required for a successful afterlife. We've focused on the dead, but let's step back and consider how all these customs affected the world of the living in ancient Egypt. Well, the short answer is pervasively. The Egyptian obsession with the afterlife shaped the art, the economy, social structure, even politics. Some might say Egyptians spent inordinate amount of time on and resources preparing for death, and indeed, Greeks and Romans both remarked on that. But for the Egyptians it was time well spent, an investment in eternity, an expression of deep religious piety and cultural identity. Well, in terms of the economic and labor aspects, building tombs and making funerary goods was a major industry. The state organized huge projects like pyramid construction, which mobilized thousands of workers. Farmers during the flood off-season, skilled stone cutters, haulers, engineers, overseers, everyone. These projects could last decades. In fact, Khufu's pyramid, that lasted 26 years. While sometimes sensationalized as slave labor, it's not exactly the case. Evidence like the workers' cemeteries near Giza suggests that pretty much all of it was a labor tax where workers were housed, fed. We find beer, bread, and beef remains at the workers' village, by the way, and very respected for their contribution. These were artisans, not slaves. The maintenance of the funerary cult of the king in temples attached to pyramids or separate, like in the New Kingdom, employed priests, gardeners to tend orchards for offerings, bakers, brewers, a whole staff to keep delivering the daily offerings. For private tombs, many craftspeople earned livelihoods through commission of coffins, tomb statues, carving inscriptions, weaving burial linens, etc. The famous goldsmiths who made jewelry for the dead, or carpenters who built fine coffins, were effectively servicing the afterlife economy. But even as far away as trade routes, expeditions were sent to get incense from Punt, or cedar wood from Lebanon, partly because these materials were needed for burials, incense for ritual, cedar for coffins and oils, things like this. So of course international trade, well, that had a mortuary driver as well. And then we have political and state ideology. That was of course affected. The pharaoh's legitimacy was tied to his role as a preserver of cosmic order and as an intermediary with the gods, roles that of course extended beyond his life. Building a great tomb was in a way a public demonstration of piety and order. For example, Pharaoh Ramesses III, after defending Egypt from invaders, invested heavily in temple and tomb building, in keeping with the principle of Ma'at, to restore balance to the land. Pharaohs often started their tomb as soon as they took the throne, and the progress of that tomb was a matter of state. In some cases, when a pharaoh died unexpectedly young, like what we see in Tutankhamun, they had to repurpose another tomb because his own was unfinished, which likely caused a bit of a scramble in the administration. Tomb building was so central that its disruption could be a sign of trouble. Late in the New Kingdom, tomb workers striking due to unpaid wages mirrored the decline of central authority and economic strain. There's a bit of a feedback loop. A prosperous, stable Egypt builds grand tombs. When the state weakens, as at the end of the New Kingdom, tomb security fails, the tomb gets robbed, and the ideology of eternal kingship is shaken. Indeed, after the New Kingdom, pharaohs never quite built tombs on the same scale again, and the practice changed in response to societal shift. While belief in the afterlife also guided how people behaved and treated each other, the prospect of facing the judgment of Osiris and declaring the negative confession, "I've not stolen, not murdered, not lied," etc., well, that was a moral incentive. Because if you had stolen, or if you had murdered, then you had lied also, if you were telling them that you haven't. So don't do it. Many wisdom texts and instructions, as they were called, from Egypt, i.e. the instruction of Taha-Hotep, advise acting with justice and kindness, aligning with Ma'at implicitly, because one's eternal fate depended on it. One Middle Kingdom text, the Dialogue of a Man and His Bar, explores despair and afterlife, showing that some individuals deeply contemplated what comes after death, and that despair could be alleviated by the hope of an honored burial. Of course, the desire to be properly buried meant that family continuity was important. Egyptians valued having children to perform their funerary rites. This likely influenced marriage patterns, birth rates, and how they wrote about family in inscriptions. Ancestor worship was a part of the domestic life, Many households kept busts or stelae of deceased relatives, and would pour libations or make small offerings to them, asking for their guidance or intervention with the gods. Those letters to the dead mentioned they were often written by people who felt wronged or afflicted. They might write to a deceased relative saying something like, "Please intercede and stop all this trouble," or sometimes scolding them for causing a haunting. No one likes being haunted, that's for sure. We have so much in common. Well, there were public religious festivals too that involved the dead. For example, the beautiful Festival of the Valley in Thebes was a yearly event where the living visited the West Bank tombs, bringing offerings and feasting with the dead. Think of it kind of like how we have the Day of the Dead in Mexico. That's the ancient Egyptian version of that. The cult statue of Amun would travel to the West Bank, and families would picnic at tomb sites, sharing food with their departed kin's spirits. So, part of the social calendar included tending to the dead, making it a normal part of life to interface with the afterlife. Additionally, every new moon or specific days like the Feast of Wag were dedicated to commemorating the dead across society. And this means to an ancient Egyptian, caring for one's deceased relatives was as routine as cooking dinner for one's family, or doing the washing, something like this. It required cooking extra bread and beer to bring to the tomb, maybe reciting a few memorized prayers, rather. So, on a philosophical note, the Egyptian approach to death likely gave the living a strong sense of purpose and comfort too. Life was seen as just part of a grand journey, and perhaps that made them more joyful in daily life, knowing that pleasures could be eternal if they did things properly. Herodotus remarked that Egyptians were, in many ways, religious to excess, far beyond any other people, evidenced by their elaborate funerals. But this excess was part of what they made their civilization so distinctive and enduring. It's hard to overstate how much their belief in the afterlife propelled their achievements. If they didn't believe it so much, we wouldn't have those pyramids. And, well, what would Egypt be without the pyramids, right? They built for the ages, and indeed the pyramids still stand. The mummies still fascinate. So in a way they achieved a form of immortality, sure, just not exactly the way that they imagined. So as we conclude our exploration of Egyptian funerary practice, we have to circle back to that fundamental idea that animated all this effort, that life and death were a continuum. Death was just that rite of passage, not an annihilation. Therefore, they approached it with both extreme seriousness and profound hope. They engineered the decay out of death, making corpses everlasting through mummification, the persona everlasting through texts and names, and the memory everlasting through monuments and cult. What emerges is a portrait of a society that, while very much engaged in the practical matters of farming, trading, war, love, and life, always had an eye on eternity. An Egyptian woke up, went about their tasks, but also periodically reminded themselves, am I preparing properly for my death? Have I made my tomb? Have I been virtuous enough so I can prove myself? Have I set aside ointment and linen for my embalming? It was all ingrained. And this did not make them morbid. If anything, it made them optimistic. They greeted death as a transformation, calling the dead Westerners, just as if they moved west a bit, or even the enlightened, as they'd finally reached that state of knowledge. Tomb inscriptions often say, O living who are upon the earth, who pass by this tomb, as you wish to be remembered, pour a libation for me. There's a reciprocity. The dead depend on the living's remembrance. and the living depend on the dead's blessings. An example. So in a way, the Egyptian philosophy of death can teach us something universal, to consider our legacy, and to respect those who came before us. They literalize this in extreme form, with those giant pyramids and preserved bodies. But at the heart of it, it's just the human quest for meaning beyond our brief years. The solution was to create a blueprint for immortality, and they followed it with astonishing consistency for thousands of years. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope we can all find inspiration in the Egyptians' reverence for life in this world and the next. And as the Egyptians say, life, prosperity, and health to the living, and eternal sustenance to the deceased. Let's all pour one out for our ancestors. Cheers. The sun rises over the Nile as an Egyptian healer prepares for another day's work. In a small mud brick clinic by the temple, jars of herbs and minerals line the shelves, and the air is thick with the scent of incense. Finally, a patient arrives. He's wounded his arm. The physician carefully washes the injury with wine and honey, and recites a quiet prayer to invoke the protection of the divine. This could easily be a scene from ancient Egypt, a land where medicine and magic walked hand in hand. From the dawn of pharaonic civilization, the Egyptians developed rich traditions of healing practices that combined practical treatment with spiritual relief. They recorded their medical knowledge on papyrus scrolls, performed surgeries with copper tools, and truly believed that gods and demons could influence health. Today, we will journey through thousands of years of Egyptian history, exploring how their medicine evolved from the early days of pyramid builders to the eras of the great pharaohs. We'll rely on ancient sources of legendary physician priests, examining the medical papyri they left behind, step into the healing temples, and discover the ailments of remedies of a long-ago world. So I hope you're ready, and I hope you're excited to be immersed in the story of medicine along the Nile. It's one of innovation, mysticism, and the timeless human quest to cure our illness. But first, let me welcome you. Oh, it's so good to see you. Any new people coming should click that subscribe button, located conveniently next to the like button. And thank you dearly to those supporting on the Patreon and those who checked out the merch store. You have my thanks. With that being said, customary introductions out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our journey back to ancient Egypt together. Healing in ancient Egypt. It began in prehistoric times and developed during the early dynastic period. We're really going back to the earlier practices. You see, even before medical texts were even thought about being written, archaeological evidence suggests that Egyptians had at least some knowledge of treating injuries. Skeletal remains show well-healed bone fractures, indicating effective splinting and care. The world's first known physicians emerged in Egypt's early history. One record preserved by later historians speaks of a healer named Sekhet Enak, who served the pharaoh Sahura of the 5th dynasty. And that's the 25th century BC, by the way. Apparently, he knew what he was doing, because he cured the king's nasal illness. While the exact date in that account is uncertain, it reflects the high esteem for healers even in the Old Kingdom. By around 2650 BC, during the 3rd dynasty, the famed polymath Imhotep rose to prominence. He served as a vizier, that is the chief minister to King Djoser, and was renowned as a physician, architect, and sage. Egyptian tradition credited him with exceptional medical wisdom. Many Egyptologists even speculate that later medical writings, though compiled long after Imhotep's time, might echo his teachings. Think of him in the way that the Greeks have Galen. Yes, the Greeks have Galen. The Egyptians had Imhotep. In fact, Imhotep's reputation grew so great that over 2 millennia later, he was actually deified as a god of healing, the only mortal in Egyptian history to attain full godhood in medicine. So he must have knew what he was doing for sure. Well, as we go into the Old Kingdom, that is 2700 to 2200 BC, physicians held quite respected positions at court and in society. We know this from tomb inscriptions, which give glimpses into these early doctors. For example, the Hesi-Ra, who lived around 2600 BC, is often cited as the first recorded physician and dentist. His titles included Wer Ibe Senjui, which scholars translate as Great One of the Dentists or Physicians, indicating he oversaw general dental care and medicine. Hesi-Ra's tomb art even depicts him in the act of treating patients, confirming that organized medical practice was certainly taking root at this time. Interestingly, his titles also name him a chief of scribes and a magician, showing that an accomplished Egyptian healer was expected to be literate and versed in magical rituals as well as practical techniques. It's a blend of roles: the scribe, the doctor, the priest/magician. It would characterize Egyptian medicine throughout its history. By the end of the Old Kingdom, Egyptian healers had established a solid foundation of medical knowledge, much of it likely passed down orally or through temple training. They understood basic anatomy from practical experience and possibly from religious rituals like mummification, which was beginning to be developed at very early times. There are hints that early physicians performed simple surgeries. A tomb at Saqqara from around 2500 BC contains carvings that may depict surgical operations. In one famous 6th Dynasty tomb, a scene shows what appears to be the circumcision of a patient, one of the earliest depictions of surgery on the human body. By this time, healing was a valued profession, and Egyptians would continue to expand their medical expertise in the centuries to come. Well, we're certainly off to a good start, aren't we? Well, as Egyptian civilization progressed, healers began recording their knowledge on papyrus scrolls, and that's left us with some of the oldest medical texts in history. These medical papyri are primary sources, and they let us glimpse into ancient diagnoses, treatments, and even the spells used by doctors. As like I said, they walk hand in hand. The surviving documents span over a millennia, circa 1900 to 1200 BC, and cover various specialties. The Egyptian papyri were typically written in the cursive hieratic script, which is a simplified form of hieroglyphs, using black ink for the main text and red ink for headings or highlights. They often start by invoking a deity or giving credit to a legendary figure like Imhotep, then proceed to list cases, prescriptions, or incantations. One of the earliest extant medical texts is the Kahun gynecological papyrus, dated to around 1825 BC, the 12th dynasty. Discovered in 1889 at the town of Kahun, this papyrus focuses on women's health, obviously. It contains 34 sections dealing with gynecological problems, fertility, and pregnancy. Each section provides a description of symptoms, guidance for diagnosis, and then recommending a treatment. Notably, all remedies in the Kahun papyrus are non-invasive, reflecting a conservative approach to internal ailments. Of course, you didn't really have anesthetic back then, didn't you? wanted to avoid cutting people open as much as possible. There is one interesting little remedy in the papyrus to promote contraception. One Kohen recipe advises mixing crocodile dung with honey or sour milk and inserting it as a pessary. A striking, if unappealing, method that perhaps relied on creating a physical barrier. Well, I would guess that that's a pretty effective contraception. I don't think you'd have many men going near you with that. Well, either way, jokes aside, the document shows that by the Middle Kingdom, Egyptian doctors had a specialized understanding of female productive health and were systematically recording their cases and remedies. Another invaluable text is the Edwin Smith Surgical Papyrus, dating to about 1600 BC. It was purchased in the 19th century by Edwin Smith, an American collector, and later translated by archaeologist James Breasted. The papyrus is essentially an ancient trauma surgery manual and stands out for its rational and almost modern approach. It presents 48 clinical cases of injuries to the head, neck, torso, and limbs. For each case, the text describes how the wound looks and feels, the examination, and gives a diagnosis or prognosis. This ailment I will treat, or in some cases, an ailment not to be treated. And then it outlines the treatment, if there is one. The Edwin Smith Papyrus shows Egyptian surgeons employing advanced practices. Wounds were closed with stitches, bandaged with lint, and treated with antiseptic applications such as honey to prevent infection. Bleeding was staunched by pressing raw meat on the wound to encourage clotting. There are detailed instructions for setting broken bones too and dislocated joints. For instance, instructions to immobilize the head and neck for neck injuries, much as modern first aid would do. One case even describes a cervical spine injury with paralysis, correctly noting it as untreatable and likely fatal, which indicates keen observation of cause and effect. The Smith Papyrus is remarkably empirical and contains very little magic. It almost reads like a military field medic handbook. However, on the back of the scroll, call that the verso, by the way, a few magical spells are recorded, perhaps added later as a supplement. This unique text may be a copy of a much older work, though some attributed its content to around 2600 BC, possibly reflecting the era of Imhotep. But regardless of authorship, it demonstrates that Egyptian surgery, especially in trauma care, was highly developed for the time. Egyptian doctors recognized which cases they could handle and which were hopeless. They categorized injuries as treatable, contestable, or untreatable. A triage system is outlined as follows. Treatable injuries were those that dealt with active interventions. Then we have contestable injuries, that is, serious but not life-threatening wounds, where the patient might survive without intervention. In such cases, the physician would observe and only step in if needed. And then we have untreatable ailments, injuries so severe that there was just nothing they could do. The physician would not intervene beyond measures of comfort. This pragmatic approach saved resources for those patients who could be helped and shows a clinical wisdom in ancient Egyptian medicine. The Immerse Papyrus is another monumental medical compendium, written around 1550 BC during the New Kingdom. At over 20 meters long, I'm not joking, 20 meters, it is one of the most extensive and best preserved medical papyri. The Immerse Papyrus is essentially a herbal and magical encyclopedia, containing about 700 recipes and remedies for all manners of ailments. It covers diseases of the eyes, internal organs, skin, digestive problems, dental issues, and more. Significantly, Ebers includes a section often called the Treatise on the Heart, which reveals that the Egyptians did have an understanding, if rudimentary, of the cardiovascular system. It notes that the heart is the center of the blood supply, with vessels leading to every part of the body. These vessels, according to Ebers, carry not only blood, but also air, water, and other fluids to the limbs and organs, and if they become blocked by evil or waste matter, illness occurs. This concept of bodily channels prefigures later ideas of circulation, albeit mixed with a few spiritual notions of evil substances causing blockages, but hey, it is what it is. But the Ebers Papyrus also demonstrates the pervasive use of magic alongside medicine. It explicitly states, magic is effective together with medicine. Medicine is effective together with magic, emphasizing that both approaches were seen as complementary. Many prescriptions in Ebers are paired with incantations to be chanted while administering treatment to enlist supernatural help. For example, a remedy for burns might also require reciting words invoking the goddess Isis to draw out the pain. The Ebers collection includes remedies for crocodile bites, pains from head to toe, and even household pests. It has spells to rid a house of rats and scorpions, which I'm sure is pretty useful. Remedies range from the practical to the bizarre, a mixture of science and superstition, certainly characteristic of much of Egyptian healing literature. That's what makes it so fascinating, I think. But beyond these three famous papyri, many other medical texts have been found, showing the breadth of the real knowledge. The Hurst Papyrus of 1550 BC is a collection of recipes for internal and external ailments, heavily utilizing honey. The Berlin Papyrus of 1300 includes sections on obstetrics and an introduction to the heart and vessels similar to the Ebers. The London Medical Papyrus, circa 1300 BC, contains both medical and magical recipes, illustrating that crossover. The Charles Beatty Medical Papyrus of 1200 BC specializes in proctology, with treatments for anal ailments. In total, scholars have identified fragments of over 40 medical papyri from ancient Egypt, covering everything from ophthalmology to pediatrics. These papyri were often stored in temple libraries or houses of life, as they were called, per ankh, which were part scriptorium, part school, and possibly part clinic. Together, the texts paint an impressive picture. By the New Kingdom, Egyptian medicine was literate, codified, and wide-ranging. The tone of authority and detail in these scrolls suggests that they were based on long experience. They were practical manuals for practicing healers. Through the papyri, the wisdom of Egyptian physicians could be passed down through generations. Of course, as you can imagine, in ancient Egyptian society, physicians were held in quite high regard, often considerable of status and privilege. Being a physician usually meant part of the educated elite. Most doctors were trained scribes, as literacy was essential to read the medical papyri and to record cases. And scribes were among the most respected classes in Egypt, so doctor-scribes occupied a especially honored social position, sometimes even serving directly under the pharaoh. In fact, many physicians also bore priestly titles and served in temples, once again blurring the line between religious and medical professions. For instance, doctors frequently served as, quote, priests of Sekhmet, Sekhmet being the lion-headed goddess of war and plague, who also had the power to avert disease. The Egyptians believed Sekhmet could unleash epidemics or protect people from them, so her priest-physicians were considered very powerful healers. An inscription might refer to a healer as servant of Sekhmet or one whom Sekhmet has taught, indicating a divine endorsement of their medical skill. Egyptian physicians could be highly specialized, a fact noted even in antiquity. The Greek historian Herodotus, writing around 450 BC, marveled at the, quote, the practice of medicine, rather, is so divided among them that each physician is a healer of one disease and no more. The country is full of physicians, some for the eyes, some for the teeth, some for the belly, and others for hidden diseases. This suggests that by the late period, Egyptian medicine had departments, each focusing on their own field. Indeed, well, it's quite funny that the specific title for a proctologist is the guardian of the anus, which, well, you can't help but laugh at that. But there's also another one, the shepherd of the royal rectum, somewhat humorous-sounding title for the pharaoh's enema specialist. These are the kind of things that appear in the medical texts, confirming a degree of specialization. Well, such specialization likely existed earlier as well. For example, tomb inscriptions from the Old and Middle Kingdom mention eye physicians of the palace or court dentists, and as noted, Hezira held the title of chief dentist, implying a focus on dental health as early as the 3rd dynasty. We also know of Pesachet, 2500 BC, a woman who carried the title overseer of female physicians. She is the earliest known female doctor by name, and may have trained other women in medicine. Her existence, mentioned in an Old Kingdom tomb inscription, confirms that women could practice as physicians in pharaonic Egypt too. While the majority of known doctors were male, sure, there is evidence that women worked as midwives, healers, and even official physicians, especially in treating female patients. The training of a physician typically took place in temple institutions called houses of life. These were libraries and teaching centers attached to major temples, such as the one at Heliopolis. That means city of the sun, by the way. It's our Greek name for it, Helios being sun, Polis being city. Also at Thebes and later at Sais. A student physician would study medical papyri, learn anatomy and herbalism, and also be instructed in religious rites. Much of the curriculum would involve memorizing recipes and spells from existing texts and observing experienced doctors' work. By the New Kingdom, there was a clear hierarchy among doctors, as indicated by titles found in stelae and papyri. There were ranks such as chief of physicians, eldest physician, overseer of physician, and inspector of physicians. For example, an inspector of doctors might have been responsible for evaluating practitioners or administering medical services in a certain region. At the very top, some physicians served as royal doctors in the pharaoh's court. These might accompany the king and treat the royal family, and the prestige, of course, was immense, some even rewarded with lavish tombs. One inscription from the New Kingdom mentions a court physician who was also, quote, chief of the king's writers, highlighting that doctors could attain high administrative office too. It is important to note that in Egypt, the roles of the physician, the priest, and magician could and often did overlap significantly. Many doctors were technically priests, especially of deities connected to healing. We're talking about Sekhmet, Thoth, and later Imhotep after he was deified. Conversely, many temple priests had knowledge of practical healing for ailments of their flock. This dual role was not seen as conflicting. Rather, it was somewhat expected. Egyptians didn't sharply separate what we call medicine from religion or magic. They saw it as a holistic enterprise to restore Ma'at in a sick person, Ma'at being that cosmic order and balance. Thus the healer's status was somewhat multifaceted, part scholar, scientist, and part clergyman. Being learned in medical texts and skilled in drug preparation was important, just as knowing the right prayers and incantations to invoke divine aid was. This combination of attributes made the physician-healer a respected and somewhat a feared individual in the community, one who dealt with the forces of life and death and the supernatural. Of course, to the ancient Egyptians, spiritual forces were just entwined with health and sickness. There was no strict division between rational cures and magical ones. Both were employed together. You may as well have as many weapons against the illness as you can, right? That was the logic. In fact, there's an oft-quoted line from the Ebers Papyrus that declares, "Magic is effective together with medicine. Medicine is effective together with magic." And this encapsulates the Egyptian approach. Physical remedies and spiritual rituals, hand in hand. The Egyptians believed that many illnesses were caused by supernatural agents, the wrath of a god, the malice of a ghost, or the presence of a malevolent spirit or demon. A person's health was seen as a reflection of their relationship with the divine order. If someone fell ill without an obvious injury, it might be blamed on invisible arrows shot by angry gods, perhaps a curse or the intrusion of some entity into the body. For instance, fevers and plagues might be seen as sent by Sekhmet when she was enraged. Nightmares or seizures could be attributed to some kind of demonic possession. Therefore, magical spells, incantations, and religious rituals were just a standard part of treatment protocols, not a last resort. A doctor was expected to know which incantation to recite for a snake bite, and which god or goddess to invoke for a particular malady. The practice of Heka, the Egyptian concept of magic, was itself deified in the form of the god Heka, who personified magical power. Heka was often depicted as assisting the creator god in bringing order to the world, and by extension, he was called upon by healers to restore order, that being health, in the human body. In fact, Heka, magic, was considered a legitimate force of nature, much like gravity or electricity today, that a skilled practitioner could harness. Doctors were trained in these magical arts as well. They were effectively physician-magicians. A healing session for an internal illness typically involved both therapeutic remedies, that is, potions, herbs, and poultices, and also ritual actions, the burning of incense, making offerings to a god, wearing protective amulets, and reciting spells. An ancient Egyptian patient might have an ointment applied to their skin, while the physician simultaneously chanted a spell like, "Fly out, scourge of the god, come forth upon the earth," something like that. Certain gods and goddesses were specifically associated with healing and frequently involved. We've already mentioned Sekhmet. Well, Sekhmet could both cause and cure epidemics. Her priests were learned in diagnosis and in performing rituals to appease her and avert plague. Isis and her son Horus were also central to magical healing myths. Isis was said to have healed Horus from a deadly scorpion sting using the power of spells, and thus Egyptian healers often recited the spell of Isis for snake bites and scorpion stings. Amulets bearing the image of Isis, Horus as a child, or the eye of Horus, the Udyat eye, were common protective talismans used in healing to ward off harm. Another goddess, Serket, was a patroness of venomous bites, and would be invoked for anyone bitten by snakes or scorpions. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was thought to author many healing formulas. Doctors might utter, "Come, Thoth, with your magic," and heal this patient. But overarching all of this was that concept of cosmic balance, Mart, which healers sought to restore in a sick person's body and spirit. Every illness could be seen as an imbalance or disruption of harmony that needed to be set right through both physical and spiritual means. Magical practice in medicine also involved the use of symbolic objects and written spells. Often, a priest-physician would prepare a written spell on a scrap of papyrus or linen bandage, and then bind it to the patient as an amulet. Alternatively, a spell might be inscribed on a bowl, which was then washed out with water. The patient would drink the water, thus ingesting the magic in a literal way. Some artifacts called magical wands or rods, carved with protective deities, have been found in tombs and are thought to have been used by magicians to circle around a patient, drawing a protective boundary. For childhood illnesses, a common practice was to place a statue of the household god Bes or Taweret near the child's bed to scare the demons away. Words themselves were considered to have power. Knowing the secret names of demons or gods could give one control over them. Egyptian healers memorized many such names and spell formulas for use in cures. Even in documents that are largely practical, like the medical papyri we discussed, spells are frequently mentioned. For example, the London Medical Papyrus contains 61 recipes, and 36 of them are purely magical. Incantations to cure diseases by expelling evil forces. The Brooklyn Papyrus, from the 4th century BC, a little bit more modern, I suppose, is an entire manual on snakebite treatment that interweaves antidotes with lengthy spells, enumerating every mythical name of snake demons to nullify their venom. In daily life, when people face disease, they often turned first to magical solutions. An individual with a persistent headache might wear a headband inscribed with a prayer to Thoth, or a mother might recite a charm over her feverish child, invoking the cooling breath of the north wind. These practices were not seen as contrary to medical treatment, just essential parts of it. The worldview of ancient Egyptians simply did not separate the seen and unseen realms when it came to health. In sum, spirituality, magic, and medicine were fully integrated into Egypt's healing practices, reflecting a more holistic approach. To heal the body, one must placate the gods and banish away any evil influences afflicting the soul. While magic played its part, sure, the ancient Egyptian physician was also a practical doctor, and he was equipped with an array of surgical tools and medical techniques. Archaeological finds and tomb illustrations have revealed a remarkable collection of instruments that Egyptian surgeons used, many of which have recognizable modern counterparts. In the inscriptions, we see depictions of items such as scalpels, forceps, scissors, hooks, lancets, probes, and even something akin to tweezers and pincers. These instruments were crafted from materials available at the time. Early on, sharpened flint or stone blades were used for incisions, later replaced by copper or bronze knives as metalworking advanced. And by the New Kingdom, some surgical tools were made of bronze alloy, which could be shaped into fine blades and was easily cleaned. The famous temple relief at Com Ombo, Ptolemaic period but reflecting earlier designs, shows a set of surgical implements including saws for bone, forceps, a mortar and pestle for preparing remedies, and containers that likely held antiseptic substances like honey. The Egyptian physician's approach to surgery was a cautious one but competent for the time. Because internal surgery was risky in an era without anesthetic or knowledge of infection control, most Egyptian surgery focused on external injuries and superficial conditions. The Edwin Smith Papyrus demonstrates the systematic treatment of trauma wounds. For a deep cut, the instructions were to suture the wound, close with needle and thread, and then apply raw meat on day 1 to stop the bleeding, and honey and lint bandages on the subsequent days to prevent infection and promote healing. The use of honey is repeatedly attested with good reason. Honey does indeed have natural antibacterial properties. Modern science has confirmed this, and the Egyptians wisely used it as a wound dressing in about 500 different remedies. They also employed resin and grease in wounds, ingredients that will help seal a wound from air and perhaps reduce infection. If a wound became infected or an abscess formed, Egyptian surgeons would open and drain it. One papyrus recommends lancing an abscess and inserting a strip of linen as a drain. They even understood a bit of orthopedics. A dislocated joint like a shoulder or jaw would be manually reduced or snapped back into place, using techniques quite similar to those still used today. Splints were devised from broken limbs. These could be made from wooden splints or even tightly bound bundles of reeds, padded with linen to immobilize the fracture. In one case, a type of plaster cast is described. Linen bandages soaked in a glue-like substance that hardened around the injured limb to hold it firm. Minor surgical procedures were pretty common. Bloodletting, however, was not a major part of Egyptian practice, unlike later Greek medicine, but they did use cauterization to stop bleeding, or to treat certain lesions. They treated boils and cysts by cutting them open. There is evidence from mummies that dentistry was attempted. A 4th dynasty skull was found to have a hole drilled in the jaw, likely to drain an abscess under a molar tooth. Toothaches were a prevalent problem due to the coarse bread that wore down the teeth. Healers would prescribe topical treatments for pain, and in some cases might have even pulled loose teeth, though extractions are not well documented. A famous example of early prosthetics is a wooden prosthetic toe found on a mummy, showing attempts to surgically replace a lost body part for functional or cosmetic reasons. Egyptian surgeons were also adept at eye surgery for surface eye conditions. They could excise growths or drain inflamed eyelids. Many remedies for eye ailments are in the papyri, often combined with magic to address the very common problem of ophthalmic infections. But perhaps the most routinely performed surgical procedure was circumcision. Evidence suggests that it was a coming-of-age ritual for males, and physicians likely carried it out with a flint or bronze blade. An Old Kingdom tomb scene shows 2 men circumcising a youth with an inscription, "Hold him, and do not let him faint." Now that is barbaric, isn't it? Well, this indicates the use of teams for surgery, if we can take that away from it. One person to operate, another to stabilize the patient. An Egyptian doctor also described hernia repairs. One medical text refers to pushing back a hernia and bandaging it tightly, and one account, from around 1500 BC, suggests surgical treatment of an inguinal hernia was attempted. Infections and complications were always a risk, and that is exactly why Egyptian surgeons stuck to what was feasible and observable. Their surgical successes can be seen in the mummy examinations. Broken bones re-healed correctly, amputated toes in one case replaced with prosthetics to allow walking, skulls with signs of trephination, drilling a hole in the skull that had healed edges, implying that the patient survived the cranial surgery by some weeks or more. Trephination was rare, by the way, but it did occur. It might have been done to relieve pressure after head injuries. Tools like copper needles and fine sutures, possibly made from animal sinew or flax fibers, allowed them to stitch wounds neatly. After surgery, patients would be cared for with clean linen dressings. Egyptians were particularly concerned with cleanliness, as evidenced by their frequent washing and the use of natron, that is a natural salt for cleansing. Same thing that they mummified the bodies in, by the way. This likely helped reduce infections, and they also recognized the importance of diet in recovery. For example, feeding a broth or fermenting drinks to patients to boost strength. In at least one instance, a papyrus prescribes meat and beer to a patient recovering from an illness, perhaps to build up their blood. Overall, the evidence paints a picture of an ancient medical practice that was surprisingly advanced in surgery and emergency medicines. The Egyptian physician's toolkit and techniques allowed them to manage fractures, dislocations, wounds, and some internal conditions effectively, and they were careful observers. Their case notes in the Smith Papyrus often say, if you find such and such symptom, you should say, an ailment I will treat. Or in grave cases, an ailment against which nothing can be done. They recognized when paralysis from spinal injury indicated a hopeless prognosis. This level of clinical assessment and the use of logical treatment protocols show that Egyptian medicine, while wrapped in spiritual practice, had a strong empirical core. Many of their surgical methods would continue to not be out of place in pre-modern medical settings thousands of years later. Of course, life in ancient Egypt, often idealized in tomb art, came with a host of common diseases and ailments. By analyzing mummy remains and reading the medical papyri, scholars have identified quite a few health issues that Egyptians faced and how they remedied them, or tried to at least. It turns out that the Egyptians suffered from much the same maladies as people do today, as well as some specific to their environment, and they developed treatments for those based on the knowledge available. One widespread problem was dental disease. The sand and grit in bread from grinding grain on stone led to excessive tooth wear. Many mummies have severely worn out teeth with exposed pulp, leading to abscesses or infections. As noted, Egyptian dentists attempted draining abscesses and probably extracted teeth when they became loose. For toothaches, prescriptions in the Immerse papyrus included topical application of a paste made from ground beans or herbs and honey to the aching tooth, or rinsing the mouth with beer and celery to soothe the pain. They even used a mouse. Yes, a mashed-up mouse, as a remedy for a toothache, at least according to later Greek accounts of Egyptian practices, though it sounds a little bit more magical than medical. We don't know what the logic was behind it. Of course, interestingly, honey was used to fix a loose tooth by acting as an adhesive and antiseptic, and garlic or onion might be chewed to strengthen gums. The Egyptians valued onions and garlic for general health, which, yeah, they are pretty good for you. Eye diseases were very common due to the hot, dusty climate and presence of flies. Egyptian texts mention ailments like the nit, likely conjunctivitis or trachoma, which could cause blindness if untreated. To treat eye irritation or infection, the Immerse papyrus contains numerous ophthalmic recipes. A typical eye remedy might mix malachite, a green copper ore powder, with honey, and apply it as an eye paint. Malachite and other lead-based materials were ingredients in the kohl eyeliner that the Egyptians famously wore. Recent studies suggest that these cosmetics might have helped prevent infections around the eyes, as the minerals have antimicrobial properties. In effect, their makeup was doubling as medicine, and they didn't even know it. Other eye treatments included mother's milk dropped in the eye, a practice oddly found in many cultures, and incense resin to reduce inflammation. The close link they perceived between the eyes and the womb, mentioned in the Kahun papyrus, meant that women's hormonal and menstrual issues were thought to affect the eyes as well, a concept that seems a bit strange today, sure, but it led them to treat some female disorders with ophthalmic remedies and vice versa. Digestive troubles were another frequent complaint. Egyptian medical papyri reveal many prescriptions for stomachache, constipation, and parasites. The diet of common people, heavy in bread, beer, and legumes, could lead to indigestion. Laxatives were well known. The castor oil from the castor bean plant was a powerful purgative used then, as it is now, in moderation to relieve constipation. A gentler laxative was figs and grapes, which they could consume to move the bowels along. For stomach pain, or what we might call dyspepsia, they used concoctions like milk with herbs. The Immerse papyrus also provides one of the earliest descriptions of colic and even suggests rubbing the stomach with oils to relieve it. Infectious diseases like malaria likely plagued ancient Egypt, mosquitoes bred in the Nile marshes. While they did not know the cause, Egyptians noticed fevers and enlarged spleens, which is classic in malaria, and tried to treat the fevers with cooling remedies. For instance, rubbing a feverish person with wine and water, or letting them rest in the breeze. They also implemented preventative measures against mosquitoes. Herodotus noted Egyptians slept under fishermen's nets as mosquito nets, and used protective oils on the skin. They even fed the workers garlic and onions, which Herodotus claims was to ward off illness during pyramid building. Garlic does have some pretty strong antimicrobial properties, and maybe repelled insects, so there's logic to this. Next time you have a cold, put some garlic in your hot tea. I know it doesn't sound very good, but what I used to do was, I know this is going a little bit off topic, but I used to put garlic, honey, ginger, and lemon all together in a hot tea. It'll fix you straight up. Okay, trust me. Well, respiratory issues such as coughs, colds, and asthma appear in text too. A cough might be treated with a syrup made from honey and herbs like thyme, or warmed cow's milk with honey. For asthma, the JSTOR papyrus prescribes breathing the fumes of heated herbs, essentially an inhalation theory, possibly using mixtures that include juniper or frankincense to clear the airways. Kind of like an early Vicks vapor rub, if you know what that is. One interesting remedy for asthma was to heat a concoction on bricks and have the patient inhale the smoke. They also had a concept of using steam, throwing certain herbs on a fire for inhaling the vapors for congestion. But perhaps the most striking is that the ancient Egyptians seem to have identified serious diseases like diabetes and cancer, albeit in rudimentary terms. The Immerse papyrus contains a description of a condition with, quote, too great emptying of urine, essentially excessive urination. This is now interpreted as an ancient recognition of diabetes mellitus, particularly since they noted ants being attracted to the urine, a sign of sugar content, although the papyrus itself just focuses on the volume. For this, they recommended dietary changes and certain plant concoctions to reduce thirst. As for cancer, the Edwin Smith papyrus describes bulging tumors of the breast, noting this is an ailment for which there is no treatment. This is likely the earliest written reference to breast cancer, acknowledging its grave prognosis. Other papyri mention swellings or wens, that is, benign tumors, and in some cases advise cauterizing them or using poultices of arsenic or other caustic substances to try to shrink them. While, of course, they couldn't cure internal cancer, the Egyptians did attempt to treat surface tumors or lesions, early forms of tumor therapy by cutting and burning. Well, they certainly did confront a wide spectrum of health problems with the knowledge and resources they had at hand. They combined observational skills with extensive materia medica, that catalogue of remedies to alleviate suffering. And many of the treatments were surprisingly effective. Wounds healed, dental abscesses drained, parasites expelled, and some illnesses managed well enough. But without all the modern technology, they had limitations. Infectious diseases often proved fatal, and life expectancy was much shorter than today, perhaps about 30 to 40 years on average, though some individuals did live a bit longer. Yet, through trial and error over the centuries, they amassed a rich tradition of treating the sick, making them the most renowned healers of the ancient world of their time. Well, it's about time we talk about the plant-based and mineral remedies, the pharmacopoeia, if we can call it that. Well, it was largely derived from the natural world, of course, especially plants. but also minerals and animal products. We've mentioned quite a few of them. With the fertile Nile Valley and desert oases, Egypt had access to quite a few medicinal plants, some locally grown and some imported from distant lands via trade caravans. The medical papyri contain hundreds of recipes listing ingredients, often in like a cookbook fashion, giving us a clear idea of what the Egyptians were doing. Herbal medicine was a cornerstone of a treatment. Common staples of the Egyptian herbal toolkit included garlic, onions, coriander, cumin, aloe, cannabis even, frankincense, myrrh, juniper berries, mint, thyme, and many more. Garlic and onions were virtually panaceuas. They were consumed daily for general health and given to laborers to increase stamina. In medical texts, garlic is recommended for conditions ranging from heart problems to parasites. Modern science has found garlic to have antimicrobial and cholesterol-lowering effects, validating its use as a health tonic. Coriander and cumin appear in recipes for digestive troubles. They likely helped with indigestion and gas. Aloe vera was known for soothing skin conditions. Egyptians used the gel of the aloe plant to treat burns and skin irritations, much as we do today. Cannabis, or hemp, is mentioned in at least one papyrus as an ingredient in an eye remedy, perhaps for glaucoma or inflammation, which would have analgesic effects. But one of the most frequently used plant products was castor oil, pressed from castor beans. This potent laxative was given to relieve constipation or purge the system. The papyrus Immerse also suggests castor oil as a base in other ointments for skin conditions. Cenopods, a natural laxative, were used similarly for purging. On the other end, for diarrhea, Egyptians turned to binding remedies like pomegranate rind or acacia gum, which have tannins to reduce intestinal motility. Mint and caraway were also used as calming teas for upset stomachs. They were also among the first to use certain resins and gums medicinally. Frankincense and myrrh, both aromatic resins from trees in the Horn of Africa and Arabia, were not only burned as incense, but also incorporated into salves for wounds and sores. Willow bark was used to reduce pain and inflammation. Interestingly, willow actually contains salicin, a compound related to aspirin. Thus, when an ancient Egyptian chewed on willow bark for pain relief, they were unknowingly utilizing a natural source of something akin to aspirin. The texts show a sophisticated knowledge of dosing and compounding. Remedies were prepared in various forms: pills, drinks, ointments, poultices, suppositories, pessaries, fumigations, enemas. They had 5 basic routes of administration: oral, rectal, via pessaries, topical, and via inhalation. A prescription in Immerse might read something like, to remove pain in the side, crushed celery and beer, take for 4 days. Measurements were given in units, like the hin, about half a liter, or ja, a spoonful, showing an attempt at standardizing quantities. They often used beer, wine, milk, or honey as vehicles to deliver medicine, since those could dissolve or carry herbal extracts. Wine was employed as a solvent to extract plant essences, and beer was common for mixing in herbs and making them more palatable or potent. Of course, honey deserves its special mention as a wonder ingredient in Egyptian medicine, and not just Egypt either, pretty much all over the world. It was present in an enormous number of recipes. One review notes honey in about 500 prescriptions. Beyond wound care, as discussed, it was given for coughs, sore throats, and even to fix a loose tooth. Modern research confirms its antibacterial effect and soothing properties, so there is that in hindsight. But also beeswax, a related product, was used as a base for making salves and creams to apply for the skin. In fact, a variety of animal-derived products found their way into the pharmacy. Fat from animals such as goose fat or ox fat was frequently used as a base for ointments. For example, a burn might be treated with a salve of goose fat and thyme. Milk from cows or goats was a common diluent, and also an ingredient in fertility or woman's remedies. Eggs, usually from ostrich or chicken, appear in some recipes, either the yolk or shell for different conditions. And even more exotic, lizard blood, crocodile dung, mice, bats, and various organ meats appear in some recipes, likely for the sympathetic magical effect. For instance, there is a cure for baldness in the Ebers papyrus, suggesting rubbing the scalp with a mixture that includes hippopotamus fat, possibly because the hippopotamus was hairy or symbolically strong, while many animal ingredients were probably placebo or symbolic. Some had some real effects. Mouse paste for a toothache might have been simply a way to apply enzymes or a distracting counter-irritant. Crocodile dung in contraceptives, aside from acting as a physical barrier, creates an acidic environment that could act somewhat like a spermicide. But it's certainly not a method that you would recommend today. That is for sure. Well, they also used animal bile for its detergent properties in laxative preparations, and brain, often from animals, appears in few remedies. Perhaps a source of fat or because of magical thinking associated brain matter with neurological cures. But it's fascinating that a number of Egyptian remedies have been tested by time and later adopted in different forms. For example, pomegranate for tapeworm was later used by Greek and Roman medicine, even in the early 20th century, before modern drugs. Willow bark, the aspirin source, remained a folk remedy into modern times, and aloe is still a go-to for burns. The Egyptians had identified many pharmacologically active plants. They even used opium from poppies, likely as a sedative or a pain reliever, though they didn't really know that high doses were risky. They even treated mental health issues to some extent. For depression or grief, the Egyptian prescription might not be a herb, but an activity. One papyrus recommends that the patient walk in the sun with fine oil on his head to alleviate sadness, a recognition of therapeutic activities beyond ingestible medicine. Well, taking a walk and getting a bit of sunshine, that does certainly help if you're feeling a little down. But incantations aside, the practical pharmacology was extensive and remarkably astute. It combines symptomatic pain relief, as painkillers, laxative, antidiarrheals, with attempts at cures as antiparasitics and wound-healing agents. Today, researchers still look at these ancient recipes to find leads. For instance, a plant called Ami majus, still used by Egyptians for skin conditions, led to a modern treatment for vitiligo and psoriasis. It contains a compound used in PUVA therapy. So, the Egyptian pharmacopoeia was one of the most extensive of the ancient world, and it served its people well in a time long before synthetic drugs or scientific medicine. But healing in ancient Egypt was not confined to clinics and papyrus texts. You could always go to the temple, if you were a little bit more desperate, perhaps. Temples were not only religious centers, but they were hubs of learning and sometimes medical practice. Many temples featured special areas or adjunct buildings that functioned as sanatoria, where the afflicted could come and seek cures through divine intervention, especially if everything else had failed. Priests who served the gods often doubled as healers for the community, and certain deities' temples became famous for cures. A prominent example of this is, of course, Imhotep and his cult in later periods. Centuries after his death, he was venerated as a god of medicine, and by the first millennium BCE, and into the Ptolemaic era, People would travel to Imhotep's temples, such as they had one in Memphis and another in Saqqara. They did this in hopes of receiving miraculous healing. These places functioned similarly to the Greek Asclepions. Pilgrims would come with offerings, pray or undergo rituals, and often sleep overnight in the temple, a practice known as incubation, hoping that the god would send them a curative dream or vision. In fact, archaeologists have discovered inscriptions and votive stelae left at Imhotep's sanctuaries, thanking the god for healing miracles. For instance, restoration of sight to the blind or cure of a crippling illness, attributed to Imhotep's divine intervention. His Greco-Roman equivalent was Asclepius, and indeed the Greeks in Egypt identified him with him, blending traditions. However, before Imhotep was fully deified, Egyptian temples were sites of healing. Another healing goddess, Isis, had temples, like on the island of Philae in the south, where people sought cures. Isis, being the magical healer who resurrected Osiris and healed Horus, was believed to help devotees with anything from snakebites to infertility. Her priests performed rituals that included the reading of magical spells, some inscribed on metal or stone and displayed in the temple. A famous artifact is the Metternich Stela, 4th century BC, a stone slab covered in spells of Isis and Horus for healing bites and stings. Water would be poured over the stela to imbue it with the power of the spells, then collected for the patient to drink, thus ingesting the magic along with the water. Temples of Sekhmet were naturally associated with healing as well, albeit in a somewhat fearful way. Priests of Sekhmet were essentially the physician class at times, called upon during epidemics. Pharaoh Amenhotep III of the 18th dynasty commissioned hundreds of statues of Sekhmet, possibly in hope of keeping disease at bay. At the temple of Mut, a form of Sekhmet in Karnak, numerous Sekhmet statues stood, and it's thought the priests there practiced both preventative rituals to appease Sekhmet daily and healing for those struck with illness. We hear of Sekhmet priests being summoned when plague or pestilence broke out. Their role was to perform ceremonies to pacify Sekhmet's rage and thereby end the epidemic. The priests were likely learned in practical medicine too, given that they are repeatedly described as effective healers in later sources. It's worth noting that while many cures were sought within temples, that Egyptian medicine was not fully theocratic. People didn't only rely on miracles. They combined temple healing with secular medical care. A patient might receive a remedy from a physician at home, but still make a pilgrimage to a temple for a little help from the divine. At least that would cover all bases. The integration of the two was seamless in their culture. In times of public health crises like epidemics, the state's response was as much religious as it was medical. The king might issue decrees for extra offerings to temples, mass prayers or processions of statues of healing gods through the streets to cleanse the land of disease. One interesting papyrus, the Oracle of the Lamb text, tells of a divine oracle instructing people to refrain from eating fish on a certain canal because they were causing illness, an early example of public health advice, couched in religious terms. Ultimately, temples in Egypt served not only as places of hope and faith, but sometimes hospitals in a way. They provided a sanctuary for the sick, where they could receive care both spiritual and physical in a peaceful environment and away from that bustle of daily life. Priests overseeing these would have had practical knowledge to tend wounds or provide medications, but their primary role was to intercede with the gods. In many cases, the belief in a cure was itself quite powerful. Placebo effects combined with real treatments surely contributed to recovery somehow. The grateful testimonies left on temple walls demonstrate that some people did leave cured. or at least convinced of the efficacy of the temple's healing power. Through the New Kingdom into the late period, as foreign influence grew, Egyptian temple medicine continued to adapt. Eventually, Greek and Egyptian practices merged in places like the Great Library of Alexandria, where physicians of all cultures studied the old papyri and advanced their knowledge further. Well, in many ways, the ancient Egyptian medicine was the cradle of later medical developments. The Greeks acknowledged their debt to Egypt. Figures like Hippocrates and Galen knew of Egyptian practices. But within Egypt itself, the tradition remained uniquely syncretic. Even as late as the Roman period, Egyptian priests at temples like Philae were performing healing rituals that trace back to pharaonic times. The legacy continued in a direct line. Some Coptic Egyptian remedies recorded in the early Christian era are virtually identical to those in the pharaonic papyri. Ultimately, what stands out is the enduring human aspect of Egyptian healing. The voices in the papyri, whether confidently prescribing a gargle or sore throat, or lamenting that a tumor has no cure, are voices of early scientists grappling with the same challenges that healers face today. They used the best tools and understanding that they had, and remarkably, many of their solutions were pretty sound. They acknowledged when they were outmatched by disease, but they rarely gave up, invoking divine help when human skill had reached its limit. And so the story of medicine and healing in ancient Egypt is a story of innovation tempered by tradition. It reminds us that the path to modern medicine was not sudden. It was paved over millennia by dedicated physicians of the past. And so in the limestone necropolises and faded papyri of Egypt lie the roots of clinical practice, pharmacy, surgery, and holistic care. And as we conclude our talk today, we can reflect on those early doctors by the Nile, erasing pain with willow bark, stitching wounds under the desert sun, all while whispering prayers to Thoth and Sekhmet. We recognize them as pioneers of the healing arts, a blending of rational therapy and compassionate magic that was so uniquely Egyptian and left an incredible mark on the heritage of medicine. What did ancient Egyptian priests do? It's a good question. They were actually surprisingly diverse in their roles and expertise, and today we'll explore the daily life and duties of these servants of the gods from the Old, Middle, and New Kingdom eras. From the high priests who oversaw mighty temple cults, to the ritual and dua priests who toiled in the sanctuaries, the lector priests who chanted spells from delicate papyri, and the sem priests in their leopard skins presiding over funeral rites. But we'll also see how priestesses, women like the god's wife of Amun, played vital roles too. You'll discover priests not just as dry functionaries, but as flesh and blood individuals, astronomer priests charting the stars for the calendar, magicians performing healing rituals, and even part-time priests tending the fields while not called to religious duty. But above all, you'll understand how their every task, from the morning offering of incense to the evening closing of the temple doors, was infused with profound cultural significance. All these actions kept the gods nourished, the universe in balance, the kingdom stable. So let's dive right in, shall we? I'm sure you're excited. Into the sandals of an ancient Egyptian priest, and we'll explore a day and a lifetime in their ancient world. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. Good to meet any newcomers. If you've not yet subscribed, how about you click the button that's right next to the like button? How convenient. And thank you to those supporting on the Patreon, keeping the channel going. And also thank you to those who checked out the merch store. There's a few good little goodies on there. Now, without further ado, Let's begin. Ancient Egyptian priests, the caretakers of the divine. Unlike priests in other cultures, they did not preach sermons or seek converts among the populace. Their primary responsibility was quite simple: service to the gods, literally serving the deity's needs in the temple directly each day. In the Egyptian language, the priest was called Hem-Neger for men and Hemet-Neger for women, meaning servant of the god. It is a title that pretty well sums up the essence of their role. They were attendants in the house of God, performing rituals to honor and nourish the deity's spirits. Every town or city in Egypt had temples dedicated to particular gods, and each temple employed a staff of priests to maintain the cult of that deity. From the great state temples of Amun at Thebes to small local shrines of a provincial lion goddess, priests were omnipresent in religious life. Importantly, being a priest was not an exclusive vocation. In most periods, priests served in rotations and were not put on into full-time roles unless they were very high up in the chain of command. An educated scribe or official might spend 1 month in 4 serving in the temple as part of a rotation system called the philae, and the rest of the year they were at their regular occupation or managing their land. Thus, priesthood in Egypt was deeply integrated into society and government, not a separate caste living apart from the other. But over roughly 2 millennia of pharaonic history, the Old, Middle, and New Kingdoms, the institution of priesthood evolved in some ways, while remaining remarkable continuity in others. In the Old Kingdom, that is from roughly 2686 to 2181 BC, the earliest large temples and pyramid complexes were staffed by priests who were often relatives of the king or perhaps local nobility. Many high officials held priestly titles concurrently, serving, for example, as a, quote, priest of Re at Heliopolis, or a priest of the pyramid of a deceased pharaoh. By the Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 BC, priesthood had become more professionalized, with a clearer hierarchy in temple staffs, and a resurgence of temple building after a period of decentralization. We also start to see detailed accounts of priestly duties in Middle Kingdom tomb autobiographies and literary texts, indicating the pride priests took in this service. Moving into the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070, the priesthood reached new heights of wealth and influence, especially in temples like Karnak. High priests of Amun wielded extraordinary political power, in one case effectively ruling Upper Egypt. And new important priestly roles, for women emerged, the divine adoratrix or God's wife of Amun. Yet, through all these changes, a common thread remained: the daily ritual maintenance of the god's cult images and the upholding of Ma'at, the cosmic order. The core rituals a priest performed in a sun temple of the 5th dynasty, the Old Kingdom, would be instantly recognizable to a priest serving in the temple of Amun in the 18th dynasty of the New Kingdom, over 1,000 years later. This longevity of tradition speaks to how central these practices were. And so, before getting into specific types of priests and their tasks, let's consider a typical day of a temple priest, a cycle of duties repeated with almost unchanging precision, believed to sustain nothing less than the cosmic order. So, where does it all start? Each day, an ancient Egyptian temple followed a strict schedule. The Egyptians believed that their gods, embodied in those cult statues hidden deep within the sanctuaries of the temples, required daily care and offerings. just as human beings require food, clothing, and companionship. Tending to these needs was the most important duty of the priesthood, and by doing so, the priests renewed the universe each day. The entire sequence of morning temple rites is sometimes called the daily cult or daily offering ritual, and our knowledge of it comes from inscriptions on temple walls and ancient papyrus. For instance, temples of the New Kingdom have left us detailed descriptions of the morning service. One copy on Papyrus Berlin 3055 from the 10th century BCE records the liturgy for the cult of Amun at Karnak, and reliefs in the temple of Seti I at Abydos circa 1280 BC show priests performing each step of the ritual in sequence. From these sources, we can reconstruct the engaging tableau of a priest's morning routine. First, purification before sunrise. Long before daybreak, priest scheduled to enter a god's sanctuary and undergoes elaborate purification to do so. He bathes in the sacred lake or a stone water basin within the temple precinct, scrubbing himself in cold water 4 times. Egyptian priests were required to be scrupulously clean. In fact, Herodotus had marveled that Egyptian clergymen bathed in cold water twice every day and twice every night, and shaved every hair from their bodies every other to maintain ritual purity. Now that is commitment. So after bathing, the priest dons a priestly attire, a spotless white linen kilt or robe. Linen was the only acceptable fabric. Wool or leather were considered to be ritually unclean. He also often wore sandals woven from papyrus reeds. Personal grooming itself was a sacred duty. Priests kept their heads shaved bald, and sometimes even removed eyebrows and body hair to prevent lice or impurities from tainting the holy space. They abstained from certain foods. For example, priestly diets forbade fish and beans, which were thought to defile the body, and maintained periods of sexual abstinence before major ceremonies. By the time the eastern horizon begins to glow, the priest is physically and spiritually prepared. Opening the temple and awakening the god. As the sun rises, the temple comes alive with activity. The chief officiating priest, often titled Principal Wab Priest on duty, leads a small procession of clergy into the heart of the temple. First, a fire ritual is performed. In a special chamber near the sanctuary, the priests kindle a flame on a brazier, symbolically recreating the first light of creation and the birth of the sun god. Next comes the moment of entry into the god's presence. The sanctuary, a dim, sealed chamber, has been closed and sealed since the previous evening. The officiating priest approaches the doors of the god's shrine and performs the rite of drawing the bolt. He breaks the clay seal and unties a cord that locks the double doors, reciting prayers as he does so. Pushing the doors open, he steps into the sanctuary where the gold statue resides, nestled in a shrine cabinet called a naos. The air is thick with incense, frankincense, and myrrh burned to purify the space. And in the gloom, the priest prostrates himself fully, kissing the ground and then raising his arms in adoration. He greets the deity with a morning hymn, often with words like "Awaken in peace, great God," as a gentle summons. This moment of seeing the god was believed to be perilous. Only a ritually pure priest could survive direct proximity. Serving the god's needs. Now, after all this, the priest attends to the daily needs of the god's image. He might carefully lift out the gold statue, which could be small or human size, often gold-plated from its shrine. He murmurs ritual words while performing actions much like a servant caring for a king. washing the statue with water and natron salt, thus cleansing the deity, anointing it with sacred oils and unguents, and even applying cosmetics like green and black eye paint to the statue's face. He then dresses the statue in fresh, fine linens, in the same way one would dress a revered pharaoh each morning. In some temples, 4 different fine linen garments were draped on the image, each with a symbolic color and name. Once the god is refreshed and dressed, it is time to present the offerings. Trays of food and drink that have been prepared at dawn are brought in by lower-ranking priests. These offerings typically include bread, beer, cuts of meat, fowl, vegetables, fruits, and incense, everything that a living being could need. The priest presents these before the deity with prayers, inviting the god to partake of their essence. It was understood that the gods consumed the spirit of Ka of their food. Afterwards, the physical food would revert to the priests as their wages, in a practice called the reversion of offerings. Now, one particularly poignant offering was the presentation of Maat, often a small figurine or image of the goddess Maat representing truth and order, offered by the priest to the god. The symbolic gesture meant that they effectively gave the order and justice that the god required, a reinforcement that the temple's service is keeping the universe in balance. Closing rites. After the deity has been worshipped and fed, so to speak, the priest performs the closing rites. All the items used in the service, water bowls, cloths, leftover food, are removed, and the area is cleansed again with incense and water libations. In some accounts, the priest was required to sweep away his own footprints as he exited the sanctuary, erasing any trace of mortal presence. The statue would be carefully re-enthroned in its shrine, and the doors sealed with fresh clay until the next service. The morning ritual could be performed at dawn, and sometimes a shorter version repeated at noon and sunset, depending on the temple's customs and resources. But at minimum, dawn and dusk saw ceremonies to open and close a temple. By the time the sun was fully up, the main work of the day's first service was done, but priests would continue with other duties, teaching, recording inventory, preparing for any special feast days, or conducting oracles for petitioners throughout the day, into another round of offering rituals later. This daily cycle was far more than routine drudgery. To the Egyptians, it was the engine of creation. They truly believed that if the priest ever failed to perform these rites, the cosmic order would falter, chaos would creep in, and the gods might choose to abandon Egypt. Thus, the pressure was certainly on. A priest oversleeping or fumbling a line in a ritual, it wasn't just an embarrassment, it could spell a cosmic-level disaster. Of course, human nature being what it is, some days surely went more smoothly than others. But the overwhelming evidence is that Egyptian priests maintained an astonishing level of consistency in their service over the centuries. Temple records from the Old Kingdom onward indicate a strong sense of duty. For example, the Abusir papyri, accounts from a 5th century Sun Temple and Royal Pyramid Temple, show meticulous rosters of priests performing daily offerings, rotating in their service shifts without a break. The language used in inscriptions is devotional. Priests often call their work nourishing the gods and satisfying the heart of the Lord of the Temple. And so, to bring these generalities to life, now we've got a good picture of what's going on, let's turn on to how various types of priests and the specific roles they played. Not all priests did the same jobs, you see. Just as large estates have butlers and cooks and guards and so forth, a large temple had an entire priestly hierarchy, and with that comes a division of labor. So let's talk about the roles and hierarchy. Well, we begin with the high priest, right at the top of the hierarchy. The high priest was essentially the manager of the temple and the chief ritualist for that god's cult. In major state temples, this position was extremely prestigious and powerful. For example, the high priest of Amun at Thebes during the New Kingdom was one of the most influential men in Egypt, controlling vast temple wealth and sometimes even leading troops or holding political office. Thus, the high priests, as you can imagine, were typically appointed by the pharaoh himself. They were often chosen from elite families, occasionally even royal princes or close confidants of the king took up high priesthoods to ensure loyalty. In the Old Kingdom, high priests of Ra in Heliopolis or Ptah in Memphis were important religious figures. But in the New Kingdom, the title High Priest of Amun could make someone virtually a kingmaker due to a god's immense wealth. In terms of daily life, a high priest oversaw all temple operations. He would perform the most important rituals himself on significant feast days or if a king was absent. On ordinary days, he might delegate the dawn offering ritual to a deputy, but he remained responsible that all was done correctly. Any mistakes would come back to him. High priests also managed the temple's economic affairs. They supervised the scribes, who kept inventory of the temple's granaries, cattle, and craft workshops. Temples were major landowners. The high priest had to ensure that the harvest from temple fields was collected and redistributed to support the staff and offerings. Many high priests prided themselves on piety and efficiency. We have inscriptions where a high priest boasts that during his tenure, the god's statue was well cared for and the temple income had increased. For example, from Dendera, we hear of an overseer of priests who ensured the goddess Hathor's statue was adorned with the finest new clothing. Obviously, a quite tangible point of pride. High priests often held multiple titles, such as overseer of all priestly divisions, or keeper of the sacred vestments, emphasizing their comprehensive authority. And here's something interesting for you. In periods of strong centralized royal power, high priests tended to be closely watched by the throne, sometimes rotated or replaced to prevent a local power base. But in times of weak central rule, high priests could become de facto regional leaders. A prime case is in the late New Kingdom. High priests like Herior at Thebes, around 1080 BC, wielded military command and even started using royal regalia, effectively splitting Upper Egypt from the pharaoh's control. Now this shows that while officially the high priest was a servant to a god, in practice he could be a power broker between gods and kings. Still, within the temple walls, his primary persona was that of a chief ritualist, ensuring Ma'at was upheld through proper worship. Some high priests were later deified themselves in local cults, remembered for their sanctity. For instance, Imhotep, though the Old Kingdom and more known as an architect and vizier, he was also a priest of Heliopolis, and he eventually became honored as a demigod of wisdom and medicine. This shows a reverence exceptionally priestly figures could earn. Beneath the high priest were ranks of ordinary priests who carried out the bulk of the daily chores and rituals. The most common title was the Wab priest, sometimes meaning pure one. Wab priests were essentially the general clergy, those who had undergone purification and were qualified to enter the temple's courts and assist in ceremonies. So how do you become a Wab priest? Usually you had to be of good character, pass purity requirements, but often it just ran in the family. They were the ones who, for example, might carry the offering trays, sweep the floors of the sanctuaries, ring the sacred ritual rattles called sistra in certain hymns, and perform lesser rites like burning incense or pouring libations when the high priest or lector priest recited the formulas. A large temple could have dozens of wab priests on duty at once, divided into files or crews that rotated service. Each month, one fillet of priests took over, staffing the temple for that period, then rotating out for the rest when another fillet took over. A text from the 18th dynasty notes that there were 5 fillets of priests at Karnak Temple, each serving one lunar month in turn, meaning that a given priest worked about 2 months and then had a few months off. It's not a bad deal. But despite this part-time service, the Wa priests during their month of duty led a very regulated life, staying within temple housing, observing dietary rules and abstinence, and spending much of their day in ritual or in preparation for ritual. But beyond Wa priests, the title God's servant, which could apply generally to all priests, and specific functional titles existed. For example, some priests were tasked with temple administration, like shrine bearers, stewards, or storehouse keepers, essentially doing managerial tasks, but still considered priests because the temple's operation was sacred. Even professions like kitchen staff or butchers for the temple offerings were considered a type of priest, since slaughtering a sacrificial ox in a ritually pure manner was a holy act. In large institutions, we encounter roles like keeper of the sacred cows, baker of the offerings, and many more like this. Every person who worked in a temple service, even if they never recited a single spell, was formally part of the clergy due to their contribution to the cult. And one fascinating subset were the hour priests. That is, hour as in a unit of time, not hour as in belonging to us. Now these priests were trained in astronomy and timekeeping, and they observed the stars to determine the hours of the night and the proper timing for temple rituals. They compiled calendars, noted lucky and unlucky days, and important tasks since Egyptians consulted priests to start ventures on auspicious dates, and interpreted omens like eclipses or unusual celestial events. The hour priests ensured that festivals were held on the correct lunar day, and that rituals coincided with cosmic cycles. Well, that's a good example of how science and religion blended in with the priestly duties. Tracking the heavens, that was part of maintaining the cosmic order too. And now we come to the lector priest, which in Egypt it was kerheb, meaning carrier of the book. A very important role and a very special little niche. Lector priests were actually scholars and ritual experts. I suppose they were the nerds of the temple. They could read and write hieroglyphs, and were trusted with the scrolls of temple rites, magical texts, and funerary spells. In ceremonies, a lector priest would stand by holding a papyrus or tablet, intoning the necessary incantations. Essentially, if a ritual had spoken components, which most of them did, by the way, it was often the lector priest who delivered the authoritative utterance, while other priests performed the physical actions. Because of this, lector priests were also often the teachers and trainers of the junior clergy, instructing them in liturgy and sacred texts. The figure of the lector priest appears frequently in Egyptian art and literature. You might recognize them in tomb paintings, typically depicted as bald like most priests, sometimes wearing a diagonal sash across the torso. They often are shown reading from a scroll. One famous statue from the Old Kingdom, a wooden statue of Ka-Aper, also nicknamed Sheikh al-Balad for its lifelike appearance, represents a chief lector priest. Ka-Aper was not of the highest rank in the state, but the exquisite workmanship of his statue testifies to the esteem of his position as a priest who recited prayers for the deceased, and perhaps in temple rituals too. Lector priests often came from educated families, possibly ones with scribal traditions, since literacy was a must. But their knowledge was not purely liturgical. They were also versed in magic and lore. In fact, in Egyptian stories, the lector priest is often the archetype of the wizard, if we're going to put it into the more modern and European sense. For example, in the Middle Kingdom, Tales of Wonder, preserved in the Westcar Papyrus, a royal lector priest performs a marvel for King Khufu. He recites a spell that parts the waters of a lake so a lost trinket can be retrieved. And in another tale, a lector priest turns a wax crocodile into a real crocodile to catch an adulterer. These stories, while no doubt fictional, well, I suppose there's no way to prove it otherwise, but they still reflect the genuine belief that lector priests commanded powerful magic called Heka. In daily temple life, a lector priest might have composed hymns for special festivals, or updated the wording of rites when needed, within the conservative limits of tradition. They also played a big role in funeral ceremonies for private individuals. Wealthy Egyptians often hired a lector priest to read spells during the opening of the mouth ceremony at their tomb, ensuring the deceased could breathe, eat, and speak in the afterlife. Thus, lector priests bridged temple and tomb. Some lector priests served the state directly as well, for instance, accompanying the army to perform rituals or oracles on campaign. The position was often hereditary. Inscriptions sometimes mention chief lector priest, son of the chief lector priest, indicating families who passed down their esoteric knowledge. While we have no record of female lector priests, as almost all known are men, likely because formal literacy was a male-dominated sphere, women in temples could memorize and sing hymns, so a few scholars think that there might have been female counterparts in certain cults, but it's unproven by the surviving titles. At least for now. Perhaps we'll find something later. When it came to rituals surrounding death and burial, the Sem priest took center stage. That's what we're going to talk about for the next few minutes. The Sem priest is instantly recognizable in Egyptian art by his distinctive costume. Leopard skin cloak draped over his shoulders. In one hand he might carry a pot of water, and in the other the adzet tool used in the opening of the mouth ritual. His primary domain was funeral ceremonies and mortuary temples. In many depictions of the opening of the mouth, a ritual performed on the mummy statue of the deceased to restore its senses, a Sem priest is shown officiating, often with the deceased's son acting in that role, if possible. The Sem priest would touch the mummy's mouth and eyes with special instruments, utter spells, offer incense and milk, and ritually open the senses, so the person could eat, drink, breathe, and see in the afterlife. But I know what you're thinking, what's with the leopard skin? It's a bit random, isn't it? Well, it was thought to symbolize the priest's role in overcoming death, because you see, the leopard spots could represent stars, tying the priest to the sky and eternity, and the conquering of chaotic forces represented by a wild animal's pelt. The Sem priest likely also had a role in the mummification process. Some texts and reliefs indicate that Sem priests oversaw embalmers, or even performed parts of the wrapping ritual, reciting spells at critical junctures, like the laying on of amulets. In a sense, they were the equivalent of funeral directors combined with chaplains, ensuring the deceased's body was properly prepared and the soul properly guided. Sem priests were highly respected because they made burial transfigurations effective. Essentially, as far as the Egyptians were concerned, granting an immortality in the afterlife by their rites. Well, it's also notable that some priests weren't exclusive to death-related functions. They could also serve in temple liturgies, especially those related to Osiris or other gods connected with rebirth. But their hallmark was the funeral. For example, in scenes from Tutankhamun's tomb, the young pharaoh's successor, Ai, is depicted wearing the Sem priest's leopard skin as he performs the opening of the mouth on Tutankhamun, a politically charged image, as it helped legitimize Ai as both the spiritual heir and rightful king. In daily temple life, the Sem garment might be worn on specific occasions. It's clear that Sem priests formed a distinct category of clergy, often ranked high in temple service due to the specialized knowledge they held. Some high priests of temples even had to be, quote, qualified, showing that mastering funerary rituals was certainly a prerequisite for the top positions. And this is likely because kings, considered living gods of course, required Sem officiants at their state funerals, and if you were going to be at the pharaoh's funeral, you better not mess it up, or else. Okay, so let's talk about the Ka priest now. The sustainers of the dead. Sounds pretty full-on, doesn't it? Well, the responsibilities of the priesthood, of course, extended beyond serving the gods. They also served humans who were already on their way out of the world of the living. In the Egyptian belief, the souls of the dead, the Ak and the Ka, needed ongoing nourishment from the living. Thus, developed the role of the Ka priest, sometimes also called the Ka servant. Now, what was a Ka priest? Well, first of all, they were not attached to a deity's temple, but rather a tomb. Wealthy individuals in all periods made endowments for priests to perform offerings at their tomb or mortuary chapel on regular intervals, daily or sometimes festival days. These priests would bring trays of bread, beer, meat, and incense to the place before the tomb stela or statue of the deceased, reciting offering formulas so that the Ka, that life force of the departed, could consume the essence. Often, the Ka priest for a tomb was a relative. Typically, the eldest son was expected to perform his duty for his parents, in cases where no family member was available or local. People hired or provided payment in land or goods to a professional Ka priest to fulfill the ritual obligation. During the Old Kingdom, it was common for tomb owners to list on their stelae that they'd assigned fields for whose produce would fund the bread and beer for their afterlife offerings, with specific priests named to carry it out. These Ka priests might serve multiple tombs if the endowments were small, essentially making the rounds in the necropolis to recite the standard offering formula. In effect, they maintained the cult of ancestors. But Ka priests did not enjoy the same social standing as temple priests of major gods, unless they coincidentally held those roles too. You could dual class, that's for sure. In fact, sometimes a Ka priest could be fairly of humble origin, essentially a caretaker paid in bread or a small plot of land. Nonetheless, their role was absolutely crucial to Egyptians' concept of eternal life. Without those offerings, a soul could go hungry, perhaps even become restless. Some tomb inscriptions even implore passers-by, "O living ones upon the earth, all who shall pass by this tomb recite an offering for the owner." Now this suggests that while Ka priests were hired, Egyptians also somewhat, how can I put it, crowdsourced prayers, I suppose. That's one way of putting it. They were crowdsourcing from any pious visitor who would go by. Well, by the New Kingdom, Offering tables and commemorative stelae were common in tomb chapels for this very purpose, and festivals, like the Feast of the Valley, saw families and priests bringing food to tombs en masse. The car priest, in summary, was the vital link to ensuring that the dead continued to partake in the fruits of the living world. It's a side of priestly life that was more intimate and familial compared to the grandiose state rituals. Just a priest quietly pouring a libation on a silent tomb, whispering prayers for someone's beloved father or mother to rest in peace and receive sustenance. While much of the high-profile priesthood in Egypt was male, women also served in religious offices, particularly in the worship of goddesses and as musicians in temples. In the Old Kingdom there are references to priestesses of Hathor and priestesses of Neith, often royal ladies or noble women who held honorary positions in the cults of those goddesses. For example, some queens of the 5th and 6th dynasties were titled Priestess of Hathor or Priestess of Thoth, indicating that they performed, or at least symbolically held, cult roles for those deities. These might have included leading women in ritual dances or music during festivals, or managing certain temple properties. However, the nature of the female priestly role is often different from men's. A very common title for women in the New Kingdom is Singer of Amun or Chantress of a deity. These women were part of the temple choir, so to speak. They would sing and play instruments, like the harps or the lutes or the sistrum that hold sacred rattle, during ceremonies. Music was an essential component to temple ritual to please the gods and create an atmosphere of holiness. Some of those chantresses were married to male priests or were daughters of the priests. It could be a family's women joining in temple service in a musical capacity. But they too had to maintain purity and were considered part of the clergy. The most illustrious priestess role that developed was the god's wife of Amun, and related deity titles like divine adoratress of Amun. This was in the New Kingdom, so a bit of a more modern development comparatively. Initially, God's wife was a ceremonial title given to a queen or princess who had participated in Amun's rituals at Karnak. For instance, standing behind the king in ceremonies, shaking the sistrum before the god. Over time, especially in the Third Intermediate period post-New Kingdom, this title became very powerful in its own right. The god's wife of Amun, often a royal woman, took a vow of chastity and effectively controlled the administration of Amun's temple in Thebes, wielding as much clout as a high priest would. Women like Ahmose Nefertari in the early 18th dynasty and Nitocris in the 25th to 26th dynasty were god's wives, who are recorded as controlling land, appointing priests, and being treated almost like reigning monarchs in Thebes. They even adopted heiresses to succeed them, mimicking royal succession. And this was an exceptional development. Female clergy with autonomous power, and largely unique to the cult of Amun. It shows that while Egyptian religion was patriarchal in many aspects, it had room for powerful priestesses, when circumstance allowed for it. But apart from Amun, women served as priestesses of Isis, Nephthys, or Hathor in funerary contexts, especially during mummification rituals, where women were known as hawks or mourners of Osiris, and took on the roles of Isis and Nephthys by the bier of the corpse, mourning and reciting laments. These may not have been formal priestesses in peacetime, but during the funeral they were ritually empowered as such. So, to sum it up, Egyptian priestesses typically either complemented the male priests as musicians or ritual participants, or in special cases led cults in their own right. They were equally dedicated to upholding Mart. One near-contemporary account by the Greek historian Herodotus notes that certain cults, like that of the goddess Selket and the god Amun, had both male and female officiants. He observed that priestesses of Amun could reach the rank of wife of Amun and a rival king in honor. So, while the spotlight often falls on the high priest Manetho or Ta-Mose, we should remember the voices of women too were there, just not in that much of a capacity as the men. But still, they played an important role, equal in value, different in function. Well, we keep hearing that word, don't we? Mart, the divine order, justice and harmony established at creation. Well, I keep talking about it because it's very important. It was at the heart of pretty much every priestly action. Priests considered themselves guardians of this cosmic order of Mart. This wasn't an abstract principle. It was a manifestation in very concrete duties. Each morning's offering was literally called presenting Mart to the god. They would sometimes offer a small figure of the goddess Mart or a representation of the law. By doing so, they affirmed that what is right, truth, and order was being maintained. So, one might ask the question, how does feeding a god statue or saying prayers maintain cosmic order? Well, to the Egyptian mind, the gods were sustainers of creation, but the gods themselves drew strength from ritual correctness and human devotion. It was a grand, reciprocal relationship. Humans sustained the gods through ritual, and the gods sustained the world, and the Nile, and the sun in return. It's a pretty good deal. But the problem is, if the priests faltered, the gods might just withdraw, and chaos, Isfet, the opposite of Mart, could erupt. Crops would fail, enemies would invade, and everybody would get tuberculosis. Beyond the daily temple service, though, priests engaged in numerous festivals and special rituals, and that would have a broader community significance, surely. For example, during the annual Opet festival in Thebes, the priests carried the bark, a boat-shaped shrine of Amun, in procession from Karnak to Luxor Temple, accompanied by music and pilgrims. But it wasn't just a parade for show. It was a renewal of the king's divine power, and a celebration of fertility and Mart for the whole land. Likewise, the beautiful festival of the valley involved priests ferrying Amun's statue across the Nile to visit the West Bank tombs, linking the gods with the honored dead, reinforcing Mart by integrating life and afterlife, city and necropolis. In each case, priests had to perform complex liturgies at various stations, ensuring that the god was pleased and accessible to the people. We do have first-hand accounts from stelae, like that of Inkernofret, an official in the Middle Kingdom who acted sort of a priestly master of ceremonies for the Osiris festival at Abydos. On his stele, he describes how he helped carry the god's image, led the procession of Wepwawet, the wolf god who opens the way, and even took part in ritual dramas, battling the enemies of Osiris as part of a sacred reenactment. Just imagine being there. That would have been cool. So his testimony, carved in stone, almost 4,000 years ago in 1860 BCE, is a precious glimpse of priests orchestrating a multi-day public religious drama to renew the myth of Osiris's victory over death, which in turn reassured Egyptians that Mart, order over chaos, was upheld, at least for another year. But priests also provided oracular services and magical healing to uphold justice and well-being, also aspects of Mart. Oracles were often done by priests as carrying a god's statue on poles. The statue might incline or be borne toward a yes or no written answer to a petitioner's question, as interpreted by the priest. And people asked about everything, from who stole my jewelry, or should I wait until next year to travel, things like this. The priest thus served as the mouthpiece of divine justice, sometimes helping to solve crimes or disputes by letting the god ostensibly give judgment. On records, pharaohs themselves sometimes legitimized their rule through such oracles. Hatshepsut, for instance, claimed that the great god Amun spoke through his priest's oracle to declare that she was indeed the chosen ruler of Egypt. While cynics then and now might suspect priests of subtly controlling the outcome, for Egyptians, this was a pretty important form of divine validation. Well, in terms of magic, heka, priests were learned magicians of society, and I've done an entire video on ancient Egyptian magic if you want to check the playlist. The line between religion and magic in Egypt was, of course, a bit blurry. Magic was simply practical religion. If someone was ill, a priest, often a special class called Sao, magicians or Sinue, physician priests, could recite spells and concoct remedies. Temple libraries called Houses of Life contained manuals on medicine, spells to protect against snake bites, and also incantations to safeguard childbirth. It was often the priest's duty to go outside the temple to perform such services to the community. This is just another way they upheld Mart, by averting the Isfet, that chaos of illness, calamity, or evil spirits through their sanctioned magic. One inscription from a temple at Dendera describes the priesthood there as those who drove off the evil one with spells, who make life flourish. Indeed, they were even seen as fighting demons or chaotic forces that threatened the community and the temple. A striking ritual was the execration ceremony. Priests would mold clay figures of Egypt's enemies or names of troublesome spirits, and then ritually curse and smash them. Symbolic destructions of chaos, often done in private within temple confines, but believed to have very real effects on the wider world outside. But the temple was not just a religious center, of course. There were economic powerhouses. Priests, especially in the New Kingdom, were not only spiritual leaders, but also key administrators of wealth. So how did the temple economy function? And how did priests manage, or perhaps benefit from it? Well, every temple owned land granted by the king, and sometimes added to by donations from nobles or spoils of war. These lands, farms, orchards, cattle ranches, fisheries, were worked by peasants and herders, with a portion of the yield destined for the temple. The produce served two main purposes: to supply the offerings to the god, and to feed and pay the staff, the priests and all the temple workers. Essentially, priests were paid in rations of food, oil, and cloth, and sometimes in a share of the precious goods, if there were any, all of which came from temple estates or royal provisions. Herodotus notes that Egyptian priests, quote, do not consume any of their own private property, for they are given a plentiful allowance of meat and wine each day, and a loaf of the fine, sacred bread. Now, this means that the temple certainly took care of them. This material support allowed priests to focus on their duties without having to worry about their livelihood, though many being part-time also had their own lands or income on the side. Like I said at the start, it's not a bad deal. Well, a document from the end of the New Kingdom, the Great Harris Papyrus, circa 1150, dramatically illustrates the temple wealth. It lists the endowments of Pharaoh Ramesses III to Egypt's major temples, and the numbers are staggering. The Temple of Amun at Thebes is said to have owned around 86,000 slaves and workers, 421,000 head of cattle, 65 cities, and scores of ships. Now that's wealth on par with the pharaoh himself. While these figures might be propagandistic for exaggeration purposes, there's certainly no doubt that Amun's priesthood controlled a huge fraction of Egypt's resources by that time. Even in earlier periods, temples like the Sun Temples of the 5th dynasty or the temples of Ptah at Memphis had considerable estates. The priests, as managers of these estates, inevitably gained secular administrative skills and influence in local affairs. The pharaoh was officially the head of every temple cult, sure. In theory, he was the high priest of all the gods. But the pharaoh can't be everywhere, and the local high priests had to act in his stead. In return, the pharaoh expected loyalty and a smooth running of the cult that legitimized his rule. It was a symbolic relationship, symbiotic, rather. Kings lavished wealth on temples, and priests conducted rites that affirmed the king's divine mandate. And when that balance broke down, conflict could arise. For example, the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten, 18th dynasty, dramatically cut off the traditional priesthoods by proclaiming a new god, and the only god, that being the Aten. He also shut down and defunded the temples of Amun and others. This was likely motivated by a mix of genuine religious zeal and a political attempt to curtail the Amun priesthood's power. The result was a temporary collapse of those institutions. But after Akhenaten's death, the traditional temples reopened, and the priests of Amun in particular rebounded with even greater power. They were essentially vindicated and richly rewarded by subsequent kings like Tutankhamun and Horemheb. In day-to-day terms, priests interacted with government frequently. Many high priests held titles like royal treasurer, governor of the city at the same time, blurring those lines between religious and state authority. In some eras, priestly families formed an aristocracy of their own. During the Third Intermediate Period, high priests of Amun at Thebes were actually from the same family for generations, almost a dynasty parallel to the pharaohs ruling in the Delta. They even adopted royal titulary. In the late period, some priesthoods, like that of Ptah in Memphis, were kingmakers. The Sate kings carefully married into or co-opted priestly families to secure support. But for ordinary priests, the temple economy affected them in a way that many had secondary professions. A priest on his off-duty months might farm his allocated plot of temple land, or act as a scribe for hire. It was not unheard of for a priest to engage in commerce. However, some records also hint at corruption or abuse. There were cases of priests embezzling offerings, using for personal feasts the bread or beer meant for the god, or charging fees for oracles and favors. The tale from the late period of Pharaoh Peties complains about corrupt priests in the Delta. And under Persian rule, a few temple archives show disputes where priests had to account for missing grain. But by and large, priests were respected as honest brokers of mart, and any misbehavior was harshly judged by their peers, as it risked divine displeasure. An interesting aspect of temple life was the reversion of the offering system, which effectively was a meal plan for priests. After the god had, quote, consumed the essence of food offered on the altar, the remaining physical food was distributed. High priests got the prime cuts of meat and fine bread, and lesser priests got the, standard rations. Even the doorkeepers got something, probably the crusts, But this meant a big temple at lunchtime resembled a communal dining hall. It also avoided waste, too. Nothing offered went unused. Temple workshops likewise created goods both for ritual and for sale. Priests might oversee brewing beer, carving statue offerings, or weaving linen, providing employment to the many and surplus for trade. Well, to sum it all up, the priestly hierarchy and temple economy were so deeply entwined with Egypt's social and political life. Priests weren't just ascetics in prayer. They were savvy administrators and pillars of the community. They mediated between gods and the people not only spiritually, but also in material blessings, ensuring the flood of the Nile was thanked, the granaries were filled and opened in famine, and that the wealth of the temples served the greater mart of the nation by funding festivals that united the populace and charity that fed the poor. Temples did distribute beer and bread to the needy during festivals, functioning akin to social safety nets in some cases. And so, there is a tendency to imagine the priests of Egypt as austere, aloof figures mumbling prayers in an empty temple. I hope this lecture has replaced that image with a more dynamic one. A lively scene of activity, the bustle of preparation before a festival, the hum of temple students learning to trace hieroglyphs and the reverent hush of a midnight ritual to invoke the gods. Priests had families, ambitions, worries, just like normal people. In some periods, they wielded more influence than generals of the army, and in others they just humbly served under the firm royal oversight. But in all periods, they were essential. The Egyptians summed it up simply: if the gods are happy, the country prospers. And it was the priests, day in, day out, who were charged with keeping the gods happy. The first great woman in history of whom we are informed. This is how the Egyptologist James Henry Breasted described Queen Hatshepsut. And indeed, the life of Hatshepsut reads like an ancient epic. A royal princess who became a queen and then boldly assumed the throne as pharaoh and ruled successfully for over 2 decades. It's an extraordinary story, so extraordinary that later rulers tried to erase her very name from the pages of history. Yet through her ambitious building projects, daring trade expeditions, and the sheer audacity of her reign, hers is a legacy that refused to vanish. So today, we'll journey through the life of Hatshepsut chronologically, from her early years as a princess of Egypt to her unprecedented reign as a female pharaoh, and finally to the debates and mysteries that have long surrounded her rule. It's a tale of power, innovation, and intrigue, told with an academic lens, of course, but we'll try and keep it as entertaining as possible, as if we're uncovering one of those long buried inscriptions together. But indeed, where are my manners? Let me welcome you to the channel first. Hello to any newcomers, and welcome back to those returning. Do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button and leave a little comment down below. Certainly helps the algorithm. And thank you for those supporting on the Patreon and the ones who checked out the merch store. Much appreciated. Now, with no further ado, and with all that out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed and take it slow as we walk through the life of Hatshepsut. And so our story begins around 1507 to 1505 BCE in Egypt's illustrious 18th dynasty. What a time to be alive. A family of pharaohs were forging a new era of prosperity. She was the eldest daughter of the pharaoh Thutmose I and his great royal wife, Queen Ahmose. Her father, Thutmose, was a charismatic and successful warrior king who was pretty famed for expanding Egypt's frontiers. One famous tale from his reign recounts how he hung the defeated chief of Nubia from the prow of his ship as a warning to Egypt's enemies. That ought to show them. Growing up in Thebes, young Hatshepsut would have been immersed in the grandeur of her father's god. As a princess, she likely observed rituals in Karnak temple and learned the responsibilities that came with her royal blood. And so, from an early age, she was prepared for significant religious and political roles. She held the title of God's wife of Amun, the high-ranking priestess of the state god Amun, which gave her influence in the powerful priesthood of Thebes. This role would later bolster her claim to the throne, but we'll get to that shortly. But before we do, let's discuss her name for a second. You know, Egyptian names, they always have those meanings that are quite literal. The name Hatshepsut itself actually means foremost of noble women. She certainly didn't disappoint in that promise, the very name itself a foreshadowing of her future reign. But she had several half-brothers too. Unfortunately, two of the elder ones died in youth. The surviving male heir of Thutmose I was a son by a secondary wife, and he would reign as Thutmose II. To strengthen the succession, the teenage Hatshepsut was married to him, uniting the royal lineage. At around the age of 12, Hatshepsut became queen of Egypt as the great royal wife of Thutmose II. Now that might sound a little bit strange to us today. Why don't you take a seat over there, Thutmose? But such sibling royal marriages were traditional. They were meant to preserve the divine bloodline. Now, as queen consort, Hatshepsut likely took an active role in court life and religious ceremonies. We know that she and Thutmose II did have one child, a daughter named Neferure. Hatshepsut doted on her, and the princess was often depicted in art, sometimes shown wearing the sidelock of youth and even a false beard, that is symbols usually reserved for kings. Neferure's prominence hints that Hatshepsut was already breaking convention, grooming her daughter for an important destiny. As for Thutmose II's reign, well, that was pretty short, possibly only 3 to 13 years, and by all accounts and measurements, pretty unremarkable. Sorry to disappoint you, he just didn't really do much. Not really his fault. Ancient sources suggest he was frail and young, so Hatshepsut's experience and royal pedigree made her a strong partner in governance, and they ruled together until tragedy struck. Thutmose II died in his 20s, leaving the throne to his infant son by a lesser wife, by the way, Thutmose III. And this is where Hatshepsut seems to step in. With Thutmose all dead and gone, around 1479, the throne passed to Thutmose III. Hatshepsut was now in her mid-20s, and she faced a pretty important decision. Traditionally, when a pharaoh died leaving a very young heir, the queen or another close relative would act as a regent, governing until the child came of age and could rule. As the child's stepmother and aunt, Hatshepsut was the logical choice for the regency. She had royal authority, experience, and, most importantly, the support of key officials and other nobles. Indeed, an inscription on the tomb of Inenni, a high official who had served Thutmose I and II, records how Hatshepsut assumed control as follows. His son stood in his place as king of the two lands. His sister, the divine consort Hatshepsut, settled the affairs of the two lands by reason of her plans. Egypt was made to labor with bowed head for her. Well, these words of Inenni etched on his tomb walls are pretty telling. They credited Hatshepsut with competent rule at the very start of Thutmose III's reign, indicating that she was running the government with quite a bit of efficiency, certainly off to a good start. So at first Hatshepsut fulfilled the expected role of regent. She did not immediately take the title of pharaoh. Instead, she managed the administration in the name of the young Thutmose III. Early depictions show her standing dutifully behind the boy king in scenes, as a traditional queen mother would. But you may have guessed that Hatshepsut was no ordinary regent. She was, as Breasted said in the introduction, a great woman with a strong vision. Over the next few years, that came into play. She systematically consolidated power. She ensured that key positions were held by loyalists. For example, Hapuseneb, the high priest of Amun, became her chief advisor, and other trusted courtiers, like her steward Senenmut, rose in influence. These officials had often served her father or husband before, so continuity was maintained. Notably, Hatshepsut began to take on pharaonic privileges, even as a regent. Relief carvings at Karnak Temple show her making offerings to the gods on behalf of the king, an act usually reserved for the pharaoh himself. She even adopted the 5 royal names, that is a protocol for kingship, and started being referred to with titles like Lady of the Two Lands, just a feminized version of the king's title. This period must have been pretty delicate. You see, she had to project authority to keep the kingdom stable, but also respect this act that the young and inept Thutmose III was the real king. Kind of humoring the whole situation, I suppose. She managed this balancing act for several years, all while strengthening her reputation as Egypt's de facto ruler. Now at some point, perhaps about 7 years into the regency, Hatshepsut took a momentous step. She assumed the full powers and symbols of kingship. She effectively crowned herself pharaoh of Egypt. And that's not in opposition to Thutmose. This wasn't a usurpation, but rather ruling alongside him. So in practical terms, she was effectively the senior co-ruler. Now this is a bit different. Usually when you want to take the top job, you have to stab the previous guy in the back. But that just did not seem to happen here. And so, she adopted a royal throne name, Mat Kare. Now you might have heard that word before, Mat. Now, that means the cosmic order. And then we have the Ka of Re. So we have Mat, Ka, Re, these 3 Egyptian words. So really it means the cosmic order is the Ka of Re. The Ka is like the soul. Well, of course, she used this name and began to be depicted in traditional regalia of a male pharaoh, and that includes the Nemes headdress, the kilt, and of course, you can't forget the false beard. A striking relief from around this time shows a slim and graceful Hatshepsut transforming. Previously, she stood as a queen in a flowing dress, but by her 7th year as regent, she appears as a full-fledged king, with broad chest and kingly kilt. Now this change was not an attempt to fool anyone into thinking she was male. Don't get me wrong. In fact, she was not pretending to be a man at all. It wasn't like she was doing some kind of cross-dressing or something like this, but rather she was presenting herself in the only acceptable image of a pharaoh that the Egyptians recognized, that of a divine king, traditionally male. It was a calculated and brilliant use of imagery, set to legitimize her unprecedented rule. and so she buttressed her claim to the throne with a narrative of divine and royal approval. Of course, she had all the nobles on her side, people high up in high places. Certainly helps grease the wheels, doesn't it? In the temple of Karnak, and at her magnificent mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahri, she commissioned reliefs to tell her story. In one inscription, purportedly the words of her father, Thutmose I, proclaims, "This daughter of mine, Hatshepsut, I have appointed as my successor upon the throne. She shall lead you. Obey her words." Well, it all sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But whether Thutmose actually designated Hatshepsut as heir is pretty doubtful. It would have been, if he did, extremely unusual, but the inscription served its purpose as the propaganda needed at the time, retroactively giving her a father's blessing. But even more dramatically, Hatshepsut actually asserted that the god Amun himself chose her. In the oracle of Amun at Karnak, priests announced the god's divine endorsement of her kingship. Hatshepsut later had this divine decree carved in stone. The words go as follows: "Welcome, my sweet daughter, my favorite, the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, Matkare Hatshepsut. Thou art pharaoh, taking possession of the two lands." By emphasizing both her earthly father's will and the heavenly father's decree, well, she crafted an unassailable legitimacy for herself. It's one thing to go against the old pharaoh, it's another thing to go against the gods themselves. Who can argue against that? And so, it wasn't like she was seizing the throne by force. It was put across that she was simply fulfilling a destiny ordained by the divine and her royal lineage. Well, as a pharaoh, she maintained the balance of identities. She was a woman, sure, but also the son of Ra. That is one of the pharaoh's traditional titles. In inscriptions, she sometimes used feminine grammar, and sometimes masculine when referring to herself. One text proudly toggles between calling her His Majesty and Her Majesty, highlighting that Hatshepsut embodied both king and queen. In one poetic scene carved at Deir el-Bahri, the god Khnum is shown fashioning a child on a potter's wheel, and that child is the baby Hatshepsut. Amun proclaims he will raise her to be the ruler of Egypt. This divine birth myth reinforced that Hatshepsut was not just a woman who managed to become king, but she was meant to become king. No arguments. And so, by year 7 of young Thutmose's reign, around 1473, there was really no turning back. Egypt had 2 pharaohs on the throne, but it was obvious who was the dominant. And so, once Hatshepsut had secured her kingship, Egypt entered into a period of internal development and relative peace. Later chroniclers and historians concur that her reign was marked by prosperity and general peace too. While her predecessors, Thutmose I, and her successor, Thutmose III, are famous for their military conquests, Hatshepsut had a little bit of a different strategy. She focused on economic growth, monumental architecture, and rebuilding the foundations of Egypt's wealth. She understood that a successful pharaoh maintained mart, order, and justice, that is, not only by victory in battle, but by feeding the gods and the people through prosperity. One of the greatest achievements of Hatshepsut's reign was the expedition to the land of Punt, a trading voyage that she herself commemorated in detail on the walls of her temple. Now, you might not have heard of Punt, and we're not exactly sure where it was. We have a bit of an idea. Modern scholarship sort of places it on the Red Sea coast, in what is now Somalia or Eritrea. Well, either way, it was a far-off and exotic land, rich in treasures that Egypt wanted. You're talking all the old ancient staples: myrrh, frankincense, ivory, ebony, gold, incense, exotic animals too, and much more. So, around the 9th year of Hatshepsut's reign, she ordered a fleet of ships to be sent down the Nile to the Red Sea and beyond. Now, this was daring. Earlier pharaohs, sure, they'd traded with Punt, but such large-scale voyages like this were rare. Well, when the delegation returned, their pockets were full. Fabulous riches. 31 live myrrh trees were brought back and planted in the gardens of Deir al-Bahri, an astonishing feat, transplanting foreign trees into Egyptian soil. The reliefs vividly depict the people of Punt, including the Queen of Punt, identified as Queen Ati, who is shown with notable obesity and fonds of skin, an unvarnished, pretty realistic portrayal that still intrigues the viewer today. It's really something to see. Alongside the Queen are huts on stilts, incense trees being loaded onto Egyptian ships, and joyful Egyptians carrying away their treasure. This successful expedition not only provided Egypt with precious goods, but it also proclaimed Hatshepsut's reach as a ruler. She could obtain the bounties of far lands without having to wage war to get them. Instead of stealing them and looting, she could just talk and make a deal. What a novel idea. And so the treasures of Punt had practical and symbolic value. Hatshepsut was especially interested in incense and myrrh, which were used in temple rituals to please the gods. She even found a personal use for one exotic import, frankincense, the aromatic resin. According to later reports, she ground charred frankincense into coal eyeliner, making hers the first recorded use of the resin in cosmetics. We can imagine the queen pharaoh at her dressing table, applying this luxurious eye paint, its smoky scent, a reminder of her expedition's success. And such anecdotes kind of humanize her, don't you think? Blending that opulence with a bit of piety. Either way, the message was clear. Under Hatshepsut, Egypt was wealthy. The gods were happy, for she could shower the temples with incense, myrrh, and gold, thanks to this divine favor. But parallel to economic ventures, Hatshepsut invested heavily in monumental construction. She was one of the most prolific builders in Egyptian history. Everywhere across Egypt, she left her mark in stone, from the Delta in the north to Nubia in the south. At Karnak Temple in Thebes, the great sanctuary of Amun, Hatshepsut erected 2 towering obelisks to honor the god. These obelisks were feats of engineering. Each was about 30 meters high, nearly 100 feet, and weighed an estimated 350 tons. Carved from pink Aswan granite, they gleamed with a cap of electrum, a gold-silver alloy at the top, always catching the sun's rays. One inscription on the obelisks has Hatshepsut marveling at her own achievement, the quarrying, transport, and putting it up all accomplished just within 7 months. A remarkably short time, that's for sure, especially back then. In that text, she speaks to the future onlookers with pride and caution. Quote, "Truly, my heart turns this way and that, concerning with what people will say. Who shall see my monument years later? Beware of saying, I do not know why it was made." Interesting, huh? We hear the voice of a ruler who knew that what she was doing was unusual. She explicitly urges posterity not to underestimate her. These obelisks, as she put it, a mountain of fine gold, were made to stand the test of time and glorify Amun, showing that she, too, was a legitimate pharaoh, Indeed, one of these Karnak obelisks still stands today, the tallest ancient obelisk still standing in Egypt. Now, if that's not a testament to skillful engineering, I don't know what is. But undoubtedly, the crowning architectural glory is her mortuary temple at Deir al-Bahri, known in ancient time as Djeseru, the Holy of Holies. Nestled against the limestone cliffs on the west bank of Thebes, the temple is a masterpiece of design. Its 3 terraces rise gradually, connected by ramps adorned with colonnades of elegant square pillars. Design was coordinated by Senenmut, Hatshepsut's chief architect and confidant, and it was unlike any other temple of its time. On the walls of Deir al-Bahri, Hatshepsut had carved the grand narratives of her reign, the story of her divine birth, where the god Amun and her mother Ahmase conceive her, and the gods Khnum and Heket form and bless the child. Her coronation with the gods, and her earthly father affirming her right to rule, and the great expedition to Punt with all of its wonders. In effect, the temple's artwork was Hatshepsut's autobiography in stone, written for the gods and for eternity. Pilgrims and priests, and plenty of them, visiting the sanctuary would see these scenes and understand that Amun himself cherished this pharaoh. The temple also served as a place of worship for Hatshepsut's cult after her death, and honored Amun and other deities. Its harmonious architecture, aligned to the winter solstice sunrise, reflected Hatshepsut's reign, ordered, prosperous, in balance with cosmic order, in balance with Mart. Beyond Thebes, she commissioned building projects throughout Egypt. At Beni Hassan in Middle Egypt, she built a rock-cut temple, Speos Artemidos, dedicated to the lioness goddess Paket. On its architrave, Hatshepsut left a powerful message about her rule. She famously denounced the recently expelled Hyksos, foreign Semitic rulers who had occupied northern Egypt in the previous era, and praised herself for restoring Egypt's temples too. Quote, "I have raised up that which was in ruins. I restored that which was destroyed." This statement, bold and concise, shows Hatshepsut positioning herself as a restorer of tradition. She claims to have rebuilt what the Asiatics had wrecked, a reference to damage or neglect during the Hyksos period, a century before. Now, by invoking the past chaos and her role in fixing it, Hatshepsut legitimized her unusual kingship as a return to normalcy and divine favor. Indeed, she carried out many restoration works. For example, she refurbished the precinct of Mut at Karnak, a venerable temple that had been ravaged in earlier turbulent times. Each restored shrine or new chapel was another brick in the edifice of her right to rule. So to administer her ambitious projects, she relied on a cadre of skilled and loyal officials. The royal steward, Senenmut, is a standout figure. Rising from a non-royal background, he became one of Hatshepsut's closest advisors. He supervised major building works, including the Deir al-Bahri temple, and was tutor to Princess Neferude, indicating the queen's deep trust in him. Senenmut's name appears on over 20 statues, and he was allowed to carve a humble graffito of himself standing before Hatshepsut's names in a niche at Aswan. Such privileges were pretty extraordinary, fueling later speculation, of course, that the two may have shared a special relationship. Well, whether they were lovers or not, that remains unknown. Neither Hatshepsut nor Senenmut left any explicit records of that, but you have to note the close association. But other officials like Hapuseneb, the high priest of Amun and vizier, and Nessie, who led the Punt expedition, they also had key roles. Hatshepsut surrounded herself with the most talented people she could find who had served her father and husband, and this ensured continuity and loyalty. The government of Egypt ran effectively under her guidance. There's no records of revolt or crisis in her time, and that's a pretty good achievement. In fact, one of her proud inscriptions declares, "I have no enemies in old lands. All foreign lands are my subjects." A typical royal hyperbole, perhaps, but given the stability of her era, it might not actually be far off. Well, militarily, her reign was not completely devoid of activity. Though she did not personally lead conquests on the scale of other pharaohs, Egyptian armies did campaign during her lifetime, possibly under the nominal command of Thutmose III or her generals. There is evidence suggesting a minor campaign in Nubia, early in her reign, for instance, reliefs at Sahel, and an inscription by an official named Tai, indicating action in the 12th year that could correspond to Hatshepsut's rule. She also sent the expeditions to the Sinai to mine for turquoise, and to Byblos in Lebanon to secure cedar wood. These were routine missions to protect and enhance Egypt's resources. Notably, ancient writers like Manetho and later Josephus did not attribute any wars to Hatshepsut, whom they called Amasis, reinforcing the view that her reign was largely peaceful. Well, far from being a warrior king, Hatshepsut was a strategist. She kept Egypt's borders secure, likely through forts and diplomacy, while focusing on economic enlargement and spiritual legitimacy at home. This peace dividend benefited the common people too. Agriculture and trade flourished when soldiers were not off fighting distant wars. For about 22 years, Hatshepsut and Thutmose III officially co-reigned, but she was clearly the senior partner until the end of her life. Egypt enjoyed continuity. The young king grew up in the background, presumably receiving military training, while his stepmother/aunt managed the state affairs. Thutmose III as an adult must have recognized Hatshepsut's effective rule. Later evidence even suggests he named a daughter after her, though this is debated. Certainly he did not attempt to overthrow her, and appeared content to just wait his turn. But Hatshepsut, for her part, taught him carefully. He wasn't under house arrest. He was learning how to be a very good soldier. This arrangement was perhaps mutually beneficial. Egypt got a seasoned leader in Hatshepsut, and by the time Thutmose III took sole charge, he was mature, an experienced man, ready to embark on his famous military campaigns. In the 22nd year of Thutmose's reign, around 1458, Hatshepsut seems to disappear from the historical record. So it's presumed that she died around that time, as Thutmose III began counting his reign as sole pharaoh. At that time, she may have been in her mid-40s or 50s. Ancient Egyptian records are pretty silent on the cause of her death. No dramatic tales, no obvious foul play. Just silence. For a long time, her end was shrouded in mystery. But this is where modern science comes in and gives us a few little clues about her final days. Now, when I say modern, let's start in 1903. That still counts as modern when you're talking about things that happened 3,000 years ago. In 1903, archaeologist Howard Carter discovered an undecorated tomb, KV60 in the Valley of the Kings, containing 2 female mummies, one of which was later suspected to be Hatshepsut. A small box found in a different tomb cache bore Hatshepsut's name, and contained a molar tooth. In 2007, researchers led by Dr. Zahi Hawass matched that tooth to the jaw of the unidentified mummy from KV-60, strongly suggesting that it was indeed Hatshepsut's remains. Testing of the mummy provided a poignant insight too. She likely died of natural causes, specifically illness. She appears to have suffered from bone cancer and, intriguingly, a toxic substance, benzopyrene, were found, possibly from a skin lotion in her possession. It seems the queen had chronic skin conditions, perhaps eczema or psoriasis, and was using a salve or cosmetic treatment to soothe it. Unbeknownst to her, the remedy contained carcinogenic chemicals, likely derived from tar or creosote, that could cause cancer. Thus, Hatshepsut may have inadvertently poisoned herself with her skincare routine. A pretty tragic footnote. The very cosmetics she loved might have led to her demise. The mummy also showed that she was overweight, had poor dental health, as one tooth was lost, causing an abscess, and also had arthritis. And this paints a humanizing picture. Hatshepsut in her last years, perhaps plagued by diabetes or discomfort, trying to ease her ailments while still running an empire. Well, ultimately she succumbed, and the throne passed without upheaval to Thutmose III, the junior co-king, who had waited for decades. Hatshepsut was likely buried in the royal tomb she had prepared. Initially, she had a grand tomb, that being KV-20, where she reinterred her beloved father Thutmose to lie beside her. But sometime after her death, her mummy was moved for safekeeping to a cache with other royal mummies, which preserved it until modern times. After her death, something interesting occurred. Later rulers tried to erase her from history. For a pharaoh who had glorified her achievements in stone, the backlash came in stone chisels as well. Sometime in the late reign of Thutmose III, and especially under his son Amenhotep II, they began a systematic campaign to remove her name and images from monuments. Her royal cartouches were chiseled off walls, her statues dragged down and smashed, and her monuments usurped or hidden. Oh, and by the way, cartouche is a French word, the old word for bullet. Not sure if they still use it, but you will see inscriptions in Egyptian monuments that are kind of encased in these bullet-shaped frames. So the French archaeologists dubbed them cartouches, just so you know. Well, back to it. For example, at Deir el-Bahri, many of Hatshepsut's statues were torn down and buried in a pit. They remained hidden until they were finally excavated in the 20th century. What a find that was. And on the walls, the carved figure of Hatshepsut was often deliberately scratched out or replaced by figures of Thutmose II or III. In one scene, you can see two cartouches side by side, where her name was erased while Thutmose III's was left completely intact. At Karnak, one of her obelisks was literally encased inside a high wall of masonry, concealing its inscriptions, and incidentally, and ironically, protecting it through the ages. In other places, her names were overwritten by male pronouns, or even the names of her father. It was as if her reign was an aberration that later kings felt compelled to blot out. Now, this has a Latin term, damnatio memoriae, it is the condemnation of memory. And it was highly unusual for a pharaoh who had not been a tyrant or a usurper from outside the royal family. I mean, you would accept it for something like Akhenaten, or typically for hated figures or those deemed illegitimate. Akhenaten was about a century later. So why exactly was Hatshepsut targeted? Well, ancient Egyptians never wrote down the reasons for the erasures directly. But there's a few modern theories. The most straightforward one is political expediency. The existence of a successful female king didn't really fit the narrative that the Tutmosid men wanted to portray. But that's a little bit too simplistic, I think. Either way, Tutmosis III had become a mighty conqueror in his own right after Hatshepsut's death, and his son Amenhotep II was keen to secure his succession. To these male rulers, perhaps acknowledging Hatshepsut as a full pharaoh might diminish the strictly patriarchal tradition of kingship. By erasing her, they could claim a direct line of male descent from Tutmosis I, II, III to Amenhotep, without the interlude of a female co-regent. Indeed, Amenhotep II went further. He not only usurped many of Hatshepsut's accomplishments, carving his own name on her works, which is pretty cheeky, but he also deliberately downplayed powerful women in his reign. He omitted the names of his own royal mothers and wives from official records, and temporarily abolished titles like God's wife of Amun, titles that had given women like Hatshepsut influence. Now, this suggests that Hatshepsut's example was troubling enough that a course correction was needed in the ideology of kingship, but it certainly sounds like more of a Amenhotep problem than anything else. There is another angle. Personal grudge, long theorized as Tutmosis III's revenge. For many years, the dominant story was that once Hatshepsut died, Tutmosis III, waiting in the wings, finally unleashed decades of pent-up resentment. He allegedly ordered her memory wiped out in a fit of anger to show who was the true king at last. Years of living in the shadow didn't do him very well. Early 20th century Egyptologists dramatized this as an almost Shakespearean revenge tale, with Tutmosis depicted as the wronged stepson. One scholar in 1950 described Hatshepsut as the vilest type of usurper, and imagined Tutmosis III harboring a loathing for her name, and her very memory. However, modern research has cast a bit of doubt on this, admittedly simplistic view. Notably, the erasures did not begin immediately upon Hatshepsut's death, but about 20 years later, and that was pretty much the end of Tutmosis III's reign. So if revenge was the motive, it seems oddly delayed. Why wait 20 years? It doesn't make sense. Moreover, Tutmosis III had worked closely with Hatshepsut for years and benefited from the stable kingdom she maintained. During her life, he showed no open hostility, but on the contrary, he actually named one of his daughters Hatshepsut. That indicates some respect, or at least normal relations. When Hatshepsut died, he gave her king's burial rites. Now, those facts certainly suggest that the erasure was less about a personal vendetta and more about calculated, cold political decision perhaps made when Amenhotep II became co-regent toward the end of Tutmosis III's life. In other words, those in power decided to reinforce the more conventional narrative that Egypt had male rulers. Hatshepsut's images, in her unique combination of queenly and kingly form, didn't really fit that narrative, so, well, they had to go. But the erasure was thorough, not total. Importantly, Hatshepsut was left out of all of the later kings' lists. Kings' lists were official chronologies carved in places like Abydos and Saqqara under later pharaohs. They listed legitimate kings from the past. Hatshepsut's name is nowhere to be found. The list jumps from Tutmosis I to the second to the third, as if she never existed. Later Egyptian historians in the Greco-Roman period had only faint recollections of her. For example, Manetho, an Egyptian priest writing in the 3rd century BC, mentions a queen Amesis or Amensis, who ruled about 21 years, and identifies her as the sister of Thutmose II. Well, of course, there's really no doubt that this is Hatshepsut, surviving in fragmentary memory under a different name. And then Josephus, the 1st century CE Jewish historian, likewise records a female pharaoh from Manetho's history. But none of these later writers really knew details. They didn't celebrate her achievements either. The ancient erasers had largely succeeded within a few generations. Hatshepsut was forgotten by the general populace of Egypt. The great obelisks and temples she built were either attributed to others or simply left to ruin. Of course, her life and reign have fueled debates among scholars for over a century. Ever since her story re-emerged from the ruins, early Egyptologists, influenced by the attitudes of their own era, often judged her harshly or treated her reign as an anomaly to be explained away. They cast her in this kind of wicked stepmother role, I suppose, suggesting that she usurped the throne for the rightful heir, Thutmose III, and so in this view she was power-hungry and scheming, and Thutmose's later destruction of her legacy was seen as a justified revenge. But more evidence came to light, and the narrative changed. Recent research portrays Hatshepsut as not a wicked stepmother, but almost like a Joan of Arc kind of figure, capable leader who stepped in to save Egypt's stability, and then was later maligned by tradition. One discussion point is whether Hatshepsut can truly be considered a usurper. It is true that she assumed a role that traditionally would have gone to Thutmose III once he came of age, but consider the context. Egypt had seen female rulers before, like Sobekneferu at the end of the 12th dynasty, when no male heir was available. But in Hatshepsut's case, there was a male heir, albeit a toddler, not going to get much out of him, and so her actions can be seen as an extension of her regency. Rather than abruptly handling full control to Thutmose as a child, she gradually transitioned from regent to co-king, likely because the elite of Egypt were comfortable with her leadership, and the kingdom faced no urgent need for a warrior king at that moment. The fact that there was no recorded opposition to her taking the throne suggests that her rule was accepted, and perhaps even welcomed. The support of the Amun priesthood was critical too. By backing her through oracles and public ceremonies, they gave her religious legitimacy, and in return, she lavished the temples with gifts and buildings. And so her reign can be seen as a collaborative arrangement among the Egyptian establishment. The alternative might have been a power struggle or dominance of a clique around the boy king. Instead, Hatshepsut provided a strong central leadership that ensured that Thutmose III was safe and received proper training. Thutmose's later brilliant career as a conqueror, sometimes even called the Napoleon of ancient Egypt, might not have been possible without Hatshepsut's stewardship in his youth. During her time, he likely led her armies on a few minor campaigns and certainly learned statecraft, and there is even evidence that Hatshepsut allowed him to assume some visible roles. For example, his name appears alongside hers on some monuments from her later years, and he may have built up a loyal military following, ready for his sole rule. It undermines the idea that she tried to permanently supplant him, that's for sure. Instead, it appears that she intended a joint rule, where eventually Thutmose III would seamlessly continue after her. And in the end, that is exactly what happened. When she passed away, Egypt carried on, without missing a beat, under the leadership of Thutmose III. If she had been a tyrant or a usurper, against the general will, well, one might have expected some kind of civil conflict at the transfer of power, but there was none. And another debate centers on Hatshepsut's gender and how she presented herself. Did she become a man to rule? Well, the evidence suggests that while she adopted male symbolism, she never really hid her female identity. It was all for show. Statues exist with Hatshepsut in a feminine form, breasts visible, wearing a woman's dress, and a king's crown, a visually jarring combination that artisans tried to reconcile. In other reliefs, she is flat-chested and depicted as an idealized male king. This duality was likely understood by her subjects, who knew she was a woman, but, well, had to portray her as a pharaoh. So they weren't really portraying her as a man, so to speak. They were just portraying her as exactly that, a pharaoh. And the pharaoh has to tick a few boxes aesthetically. Egyptian art was formulaic and symbolic. It was not a literal portrait. And so by donning the symbols of kingship, she was aligning herself with the concept of a pharaoh, which really had not much to do with gender, I suppose. And she even emphasized her unique position as a female king by sometimes using titles like Mistress of the Two Lands, parallel to the Lord of the Two Lands. I suppose the approach could be seen as a clever blend of innovation and tradition. She innovated by being a female king, but she adhered to the tradition by performing the role exactly how a male king would, so that divine order would not be disturbed by her overt femininity. Modern observers have been pretty fascinated by Hatshepsut's choice to wear a false beard. That ceremonial beard was a badge of kingship, not specifically manhood. Interestingly, some statues of her show the faint outline where the beard was attached separately, meaning it was likely a removable accessory. In life, she probably did not physically disguise herself. That beard was just a part of ritual attire, much like the crown. And we might compare it to a queen today. Wearing a crown or holding a scepter, it doesn't change her identity, but it just signifies the office. Thus, Hatshepsut navigated her role with what we might call symbolic androgyny. She was both a king and a queen, daughter of Amun and son of Amun. Of course, it's pretty unprecedented. Perhaps only a culture as deeply conservative yet symbolically rich as Egypt's could accommodate such a paradox. Well, it certainly gave later chroniclers headaches. Some ancient scribes simply omitted mention of to avoid explaining the oddity. But now we view Hatshepsut's adaptation as a testament to her political skill. Anecdotes and personal aspects of her life also invite discussion. One popular topic is her relationship with Senenmut. Senenmut was a commoner by birth, and he rose to extraordinary heights under Hatshepsut. He held at least 20 titles, including controller of all works of the king, basically chief architect, and was responsible for educating her daughter Neferure. Granted him rare honors. He had 2 tombs prepared for himself, one near hers, even beneath the causeway of her temple, and statues depicting him holding Neferure in his arms, like a proud mentor or even a surrogate parent. Such closeness between a pharaoh and a subject, well, that inevitably leads to rumors. In a cave near Deir al-Bahri, there is an old graffito that some have interpreted as a crude sketch of a woman with pharaonic regalia being intimate with a man, though it's not labeled. Speculation runs wild that this was meant to lampoon Hatshepsut and Senenmut. While we lack direct proof of a romance, the possibility of love or partnership between them is a kind of interesting subplot. a B-roll story in Hatshepsut's life. And even if their relationship was purely professional, the trust and affection she placed in this talented individual speaks once again to her willingness to break norms. In fact, pharaohs rarely elevated non-royals so high, and perhaps her need for a confidant in a role that could be very lonely. Senenmut mysteriously vanishes from the record in Hatshepsut's late reign. Perhaps he died, or fell out of favor, shortly before she did. One can imagine Hatshepsut in her final months, regardless of what their relationship was, certainly might have missed his counsel. But what of Neferure, her daughter? Well, she likely died before reaching full adulthood, as she disappears from the records too, possibly by Hatshepsut's 16th year or so. Hatshepsut had possibly been grooming her as a future god's wife of Amun, or even as a royal heiress. There are in fact depictions of Neferure in some kingly regalia as a child. If Neferure had lived, might Hatshepsut have tried to establish a female succession? Well, it's an interesting what-if scenario, I suppose. But history had other plans. With Neferure gone, Hatshepsut's lineage did not continue, and Thutmose III's line took over. Hatshepsut's personal life thus had its share of sorrow. Widowed early, likely losing her only child, and ruling without a direct heir of her own. Perhaps this, too, made it easier for Thutmose III to later remove her name. There were no descendants left to honor her memory or defend her legacy. And so, that legacy experienced a grand resurrection in our modern era. For over 2 millennia after her reign, she was mostly forgotten. It wasn't until the 19th century when archaeologists and linguists deciphered hieroglyphs and began to study the temples of Thebes that clues to her existence finally emerged. Early scholars like Jean-François Champollion saw the name Mat-Kare in inscriptions and noted it referred to a female ruler. In the 19th century, a temple at Deir el-Bahri was cleared by explorers like Auguste Mariette and Edouard Naville, who found reliefs with a female king. The realization slowly dawned that this was the Amensis of Manetho. Hatshepsut had been rediscovered. However, due to the victor's history, many statues of Hatshepsut were found decapitated or buried, which made reconstructing her story kind of like assembling a jigsaw puzzle, one that somebody's thrown on the ground and stepped on a bunch of times. And by the early 20th century, Egyptologists like James Breasted, with William C. Hayes, analyzed the evidence and narratives, though sometimes with the biases of their time, admittedly, hence Hayes' harsh label of usurper. But in recent decades, scholars have re-evaluated her with a little bit more context, viewing her as a product of her culture rather than an anomaly. Today, she's often celebrated as a visionary leader, who's sometimes held up as an ancient example of a successful female ruler in a male-dominated society. On a sweltering day in Alexandria, 30 BC, the once mighty queen of Egypt prepared for her end. Cleopatra VII Philopatra, the last sovereign of the Ptolemaic dynasty, faced the final chapter of her life with Roman legions at the city's gates and fate closing in around her. Her story has been told and retold by ancient historians with drama befitting the status. But today, we are going to look into the last days of Cleopatra in chronological form, from the events leading up to the Battle of Actium, through to her final moments with Mark Antony, to the aftermath of her legendary death. Cleopatra's final days did not occur in isolation. They were the culmination of a tumultuous political saga. The Queen's fate was intertwined with the fall of the Roman Republic's last civil wars. Her life had already become the stuff of legend even before her death, a melange of political intrigue, romantic liaisons, and cultural drama. As a descendant of Macedonian Greek pharaohs ruling Egypt, she uniquely bridged Eastern and Western worlds. She was intelligent, multilingual, and by most accounts, extraordinarily charismatic. Ancient writers dwelled on her personal allure. Plutarch, writing a century later, conceded that Cleopatra's beauty was not altogether incomparable, but that her presence and conversation had an irresistible charm. Such charisma allowed her to influence powerful Roman leaders of her day, most famously Julius Caesar, and in those last years, Mark Antony. Yet, it also made her a figure of suspicion and fascination in Rome, where poets and historians alike portrayed her as a foreign temptress, bent on subverting Roman power. In truth, she was a capable monarch, striving to preserve her kingdom's independence amid the ancient power struggles. And it is within this context that we must consider her final days, not as mere melodrama, but as a high-stakes struggle for survival and legacy. Welcome to the channel. If it's your first time here, or you've not yet hit the subscribe button, then I invite you to do so, along with leaving your thoughts in the comments down below. Always helps with the algorithm, and the like button too. And thank you so much to the generous contributions of those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who checked out the merch store. It is the reason why all of the content can be enjoyed completely ad-free. Now, with all of the customary welcomes and subtle e-begging out of the way, let's get down to the topic at hand. The last days of Cleopatra. Well, if we really want to understand Cleopatra's end, we have to first set the stage with her alliance with Mark Antony and the chain of events that led to the war with Rome. After the assassination of Julius Caesar being stabbed to death turned into a block of Swiss cheese in the Senate in 44 BC, Cleopatra's fortunes became tied to the faction of Mark Antony, one of Rome's triumvirs and Caesar's protege. Antony first met Cleopatra in 41 BC, when she was summoned to Tarsus in Cilicia to answer for her loyalty. In a legendary episode, Cleopatra arrived on the Cydnus River in breathtaking fashion. She sailed up the river in a lavishly adorned barge, its deck gilded and its purple sails billowing, while oars of silver stroked the water in time to the music of flutes and lyres. Cleopatra herself reclined under a gold-spangled canopy, costumed as the goddess Aphrodite, attended by boys dressed as winged loves fanning her, and handmaidens dressed as nereids steering the rudder. The aroma of an exotic incense wafted to the banks. It's one way to make an entrance. This theatrical display certainly captivated Antony enough, and probably anybody else who saw it. Plutarch describes how Cleopatra charmed the Roman general not just with spectacle, but with wit. When Antony tried to impress her by fishing, and secretly attached a pre-caught fish to his line after failing to catch any, Cleopatra saw through the ruse. The next day, she tricked him by having a salted herring fixed to his hook. As Antony hauled in the prize, to the laughter of onlookers, Cleopatra quipped with a smile, "Leave the fishing to us petty princes of Pharos and Canopus. Your game is cities, provinces, and empires." Thus, from the very start, Cleopatra proved Antony's match in both boldness and cleverness. So began one of history's most fateful partnerships, a union of political convenience that soon grew into a deep personal bond. In the years that followed, Antony and Cleopatra's relationship intensified, both politically and romantically. Cleopatra bore Antony 3 children, twins Alexander, Helios, and Cleopatra Selene, and a younger son, Ptolemy Philadelphus, cementing their dynastic alliance. Antony, who controlled Rome's eastern provinces under the triumvirate's power-sharing agreement, lavished Cleopatra with territories. In 34 BC, after a campaign in Armenia, he celebrated a triumph in Alexandria and staged the so-called donations of Alexandria, granting eastern lands and their lofty titles to Cleopatra and her children. Cleopatra was thus hailed the Queen of Kings, and Caesarion, her son by Julius Caesar, was declared the King of Kings in tandem with her. To Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, and many in Rome, this extravagant honor was intolerable. It appeared that Antony was building a breakaway Hellenistic empire centered in Cleopatra's Egypt. That wasn't to say that tensions between Antony and Octavian weren't already high, but this certainly pushed it to a breaking point. Antony's marriage to Octavian's sister, Octavia, had already collapsed. He formally divorced her in 32 BC, and Octavian was not pleased. He seized the propaganda advantage. He obtained Antony's secret will, and in a masterstroke of political theatre, he read it aloud in the Senate. The Romans were scandalized to hear that Antony wished to be buried in Alexandria beside Cleopatra, and had remembered her children in his will too. Betraying Antony as a traitor enthralled by this Eastern queen, Octavian moved to sever his rival's support. In late 32 BC, the Senate, at Octavian's instigation, formally revoked Antony's powers and declared war on Cleopatra. This extraordinary action, targeting a foreign queen, showed Octavian's framing of the conflict. This was not a civil war against Antony, which might have been quite unpopular, but it was a national war to defend Rome from Cleopatra and her Oriental trickery. And so, the decisive clash came, the 2nd of September, 31 BC, at the Battle of Actium off the coast of western Greece. There, the naval forces of Antony and Cleopatra met those of Octavian in a confrontation that ancient writers describe in vivid detail. Antony and Cleopatra had mustered a formidable armada of around 500 warships, including massive galleys with 8 or 10 banks of oars, and an army of 100,000 infantry drawn from Egypt and allied eastern monarchs. Octavian's fleet was a lot smaller, 250 ships, and his army roughly 80,000 strong. The difference was, his forces were well trained, very disciplined, and led by his brilliant admiral, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. Importantly, Antony held the advantage on land. His legions outnumbered Octavian's, yet he chose to stake everything on a naval engagement. Why would an experienced general risk a battle at sea? where Octavian's forces might negate his numerical superiority on land. Ancient historians suggest Cleopatra's influence was decisive in this fateful decision. Plutarch claims that Antony, quote, although he was far superior on land, wished the decision to rest with his navy to please Cleopatra. This remark, likely colored by a sprinkling of Roman bias, casts Cleopatra as the temptress who drew Antony into a strategic battle. Modern historians caution that Antony had strategic reasons of his own to seek a naval breakthrough, perhaps to break Octavian's blockade or to secure a line of retreat toward Egypt. Nevertheless, the image of Cleopatra urging a naval battle fit neatly into the narrative of her siren-like influence over Antony. On the day of the battle, Antony's fleet sailed out from the Ambracian Gulf to confront Octavian's ships. The fighting was intense and chaotic. Antony's heavy war galleys, towering like floating fortresses with wooden towers on deck, struggled to close with Agrippa's lighter and more maneuverable Libunian vessels. For several hours, the contest hung in the balance, with ramming attacks and volleys of flaming missiles. But around midday, Cleopatra herself made a fateful move. With her personal squadron of 60 ships, she suddenly raised sail and fled the battle, heading out into the open sea. Observers saw the Queen's distinctive purple sails unfurl, and her fleet disengaged from the melee. Antony, upon noticing her departure, reacted in an astonishing way of his own. He broke off the fight and followed her, abandoning his own engaged navy and army. He sailed after Cleopatra's fleeing squadron. Roman historians universally condemn the decision. One contemporary, Velius Paterculus, writes that Cleopatra took the initiative in flight, and that Antony, quote, chose to be the companion of the fleeing queen, rather than fighting his soldiers. The general deserted his own men. Whether Antony's flight was premeditated as part of a backup plan or spontaneous, its effect was catastrophic. Leaderless and demoralized, the remainder of Antony's navy fought on only a short while before collapsing in defeat. By late afternoon, the battle was over. Actium was an unequivocal victory for Octavian. The aftermath of Actium sealed Cleopatra's last hopes of having any kind of victory. Octavian's forces captured Antony's abandoned camp and the vast treasure it contained. Antony and Cleopatra, however, had escaped. They managed to break through with a portion of their fleet and fled south. Octavian did not immediately pursue them to Egypt. Instead, he consolidated his control of the eastern Mediterranean, while Antony and Cleopatra wintered in Greece. The propaganda impact of Actium was enormous. Octavian's supporters proclaimed that Apollo, the patron god that Octavian claimed, had triumphed over Dionysus, a god Antony fancied on that day. Octavian himself later founded a city, Nicopolis, the city of victory, right there on the Actian shore to commemorate his win. Of course, back in Rome, the news was greeted with jubilation. Horace, writing just a year or two later, penned an ode exulting that the foul, doom-laden queen was defeated, and that now was the time to drink and celebrate. Even the epic poet Virgil later enshrined the Actian victory in his Aeneid, depicting Octavian's triumph over an Egyptian queen on the shield of Aeneas, a scene blending recent history with mythic grandeur. Such poetic exaggeration aside, the real Cleopatra was far from beaten yet. She and Antony had escaped with dozens of ships and considerable wealth, and so they would make their final stand on home ground back in Egypt. After the disaster at Actium, Antony and Cleopatra regrouped in the only secure place left to them, back on the home front. They sailed separately at first. According to Cassius Dio, the pair fled together as far as the Peloponnese, where they had to confront the hard truth of their defeat. Cleopatra, fearing unrest in Egypt if the news arrived before she did, hurried ahead to Alexandria with her ships, leaving Antony behind. Ever the shrewd strategist, she attempted to maintain an aura of victory. She ordered her ship's prows to be wreathed in garlands and sailed into Alexandria as if returning triumphant. In fact, triumphal songs were immediately rang out, and for a brief moment the people of Alexandria might have believed the great victory had been won at Actium. But this illusion could not hold for long. Behind the scenes, Cleopatra took drastic measures. Suspecting plots and disloyalty, she executed many of the leading men of Egypt who had opposed her or showed signs of celebrating misfortune. She seized their properties, and even plundered the most sacred temples for treasure to fund her defense. One captured source of immense wealth was the royal tomb of Alexander the Great in Alexandria. Cleopatra reportedly stripped its gold casing and artifacts to melt down for coin. These ruthless actions show her resolve. She was prepared to destroy internal opposition and sacrifice Egypt's patrimony if necessary to muster the resources for one final war. Meanwhile, Antony, he was a shattered man in the wake of Actium. He sent orders to his loyal forces in North Africa and the Near East to gather, but his authority was crumbling. A detachment of his troops under Pinarius Scarpus in Cyrenaica went over to Octavian's side, and they even executed Antony's envoys. Hearing of this and other desertions, Antony abandoned any hope of regaining territory abroad and made his way to Alexandria by the spring of 30 BC. Finally reunited, Antony and Cleopatra formed a plan. They prepared militarily to defend Egypt, but also considered more desperate options. They raised fresh troops from whatever Egyptian and Roman forces remained loyal. As a propaganda move, Cleopatra declared her 16-year-old son Caesarion co-ruler of Egypt as Ptolemy XV, and donned a ceremonial Egyptian dress with him to present a united front to her people. Antony, for his part, ceremonially inducted his eldest Roman son Antulus by his late wife Fulvia into the ranks of adult men in Alexandria, a gesture to rally support by emphasizing a dynastic line of succession in their cause. These measures had a poignant undertone. By elevating their children, Antony and Cleopatra were both preparing for the worst, i.e., ensuring their heirs had claims, and possibly attempting to inspire their followers with the idea that even if they fell, a new generation would carry on the fight. Cleopatra and Antony also explored diplomatic gambits. Cleopatra opened secret negotiations with Octavian, hoping to at least save her throne or her children. According to Dio, without Antony's knowledge, she sent messengers to Octavian, offering him a golden crown, scepter, and throne, effectively offering to betray Antony and yield Egypt in exchange for her and her family's safety. Octavian's reply was duplicitous. Publicly, he demanded Cleopatra surrender unconditionally, disband her forces, and renounce her crown. Privately, however, he sent word that if Cleopatra would eliminate Antony, either by killing or handing him over, and he would show her mercy and even allow her to continue ruling Egypt. Cleopatra did not act on this treacherous proposal. Her loyalty to Antony and perhaps fear of Octavian's ultimate contention ultimately kept her from betraying him completely. But the very fact that Octavian's secret offer became known caused quite a lot of friction. When Octavian's envoy, Thyrsus, lingered too long in Cleopatra's company, Antony began to grow suspicious. In a jealous rage, he had Thyrsus seized, flogged, and sent back to Octavian with a mocking message that such insolence was ill-timed from a, quote, young general dealing with a desperate man. Antony's paranoia and Cleopatra's clandestine outreach revealed the tension and mistrust that beset the camp in these final days. By the summer of 30 BC, Cleopatra and Antony seemed to alternate between fierce defiance and fatalistic resignation. In Alexandria, they formed a macabre elite circle called the Society of Partners in Death. This was an update to their earlier, more light-hearted, inimitable lovers dining club, but now with a morbid twist. Members, close friends and courtiers, pledged to die alongside Cleopatra and Antony, if worst came to worst, and they spent their days in extravagant feasts, drinking bouts and amusements, as if each day might be their last. Plutarch relates that Cleopatra even began experimenting with poisons during this time. She collected an array of deadly toxins and tested them on condemned prisoners to observe how quickly and painlessly they worked. Finding that fast-acting poisons caused too much agony and slow ones were unreliable, she again tried venomous creatures. She observed their bites and noted that the asp, the Egyptian cobra, produced the gentlest death, a gradual drowsiness and numbness, without violent convulsions or pain, and a peaceful slipping away. At least, that is according to the ancient source. Now, this gruesome research was essentially Cleopatra's contingency plan. Both she and Antony were determined not to be captured alive by Octavian. If defeat was inevitable, they intended to rob the victor the satisfaction of parading them through Rome in chains. And so the inevitable final showdown came in the summer of 30 BC. Octavian, having spent the winter gathering his strength, launched his invasion of Egypt from two directions. One prong of his forces, led by his lieutenant Cornelius Gallus, marched from the west and seized Paretonium, modern Mersa Matruh, on the Libyan border, cutting off any escape by land to Africa. Another large force under Octavian's direct command was advancing from Syria toward Pelusium, the eastern gateway of Egypt. As Octavian's legions approached, the frontier city of Pelusium fell with suspicious ease. Rumors swirled that Cleopatra had instructed the commander of Pelusium to surrender without a fight, perhaps a calculated ploy to stall Octavian, or a hedge in case she needed to negotiate later. If so, it availed her little. Antony, hearing of Pelusium's quick capitulation, suspected treachery, and in fury ordered the execution of the man's wife and children. Well, despite any intrigue, Octavian pressed on relentlessly. That poor commander, though, the poor commander of Pelusium, I'm sure he didn't deserve that. Well, Cleopatra, ever the strategist, had prepared a final redoubt in Alexandria, a large mausoleum tower she had constructed near the Temple of Isis. Into this imposing monument she moved her most valuable treasures: gold, silver, jewels, ivory, spices, all the wealth of the pharaohs. She also stockpiled there vast quantities of wood, oil, and tow. The message to Octavian was implicit. She could torch these riches, and herself, rather than let them fall into his hands. Octavian, aware of this leverage, reportedly sent frequent reassurances to Cleopatra that he intended to treat her and Egypt well if they surrendered. These vague hopes were meant to keep Cleopatra from a conflagration where she took her own life as he closed in on the city. In the late July of 30 BC, Octavian reached Alexandria. Antony, in a last burst of energy, led his remaining forces out to confront the invaders. In a skirmish outside the city near the Hippodrome, Antony's troops actually achieved a minor victory. They routed a detachment of Octavian's cavalry and pushed them back toward their camp. Elated by this small success, Antony returned to the palace and exuberantly kissed Cleopatra in his armor, declaring that he had scored a meaningful win at last. Cleopatra rewarded the brave cavalryman who had distinguished himself by giving him a golden breastplate and helmet right there on the spot. Yet the morale boost was all pretty short-lived. That very night, the decorated soldier deserted to Octavian's side, and he didn't even return the gifts. He took them with him. Thanks for the presents. Well, that was certainly a sign of any that loyalty was evaporating even among the closest ranks. Antony's challenge to Octavian for a personal duel, a gesture to salvage honor, went unanswered. Octavian coolly remarked that Antony had many ways of dying without needing to duel. Realizing that Octavian would not be baited into single combat, Antony resolved to stake all on a last coordinated assault by land and sea. And so, on August the 1st, 30 BC, the final battle for Alexandria began. At dawn, Antony arrayed his infantry inside the city walls, while Cleopatra's remaining fleet of ships lay in the harbor, ready to sally out. Antony expected a desperate flight, perhaps hoping that his fleet, staffed with crews of die-hard loyalists, would show more resolve than at Actium. But in a cruel twist of fate, as soon as Cleopatra's ship sailed forth to engage Octavian's fleet, they raised their oars in salute and went over to the enemy. The entire Egyptian fleet defected nearly without a fight, saluting Octavian's navy and uniting with their Roman brothers. Antony's cavalry, seeing this betrayal, also rode off and surrendered to Octavian. At this, Antony's infantry was quickly surrounded and defeated. The battle was over, almost as soon as it began, decided not by valor, but by treachery. Antony was understandably quite upset. He reportedly cried out that Cleopatra had betrayed him, suspecting in his shock that the queen might have secretly negotiated these desertions, when in truth Cleopatra's allies had likely just lost hope and acted on their own. Cleopatra herself, fearful of Antony's wrath and the victorious Romans now at the gates, retreated into a fortified mausoleum and barricaded herself inside. From within, she sent messengers to Antony, falsely informing him that she was dead, hoping to either spur him to swift action or prevent him from endangering her in a rage. The effect of Cleopatra's ruse on Antony was instantaneous and tragic. Believing the woman for whom he had sacrificed everything for was now gone, Antony fell into despair. He lamented, "What is there left worth living for? According to Plutarch, he moaned that fortune had taken away his last reason to live. In that moment, Antony decided to follow Cleopatra. He returned to his residence, opened his coat of mail, crying that he would soon join her. He had a loyal servant, Eros, whom he had long entrusted with the duty of killing him in case of dire need. Antony ordered Eros to finally fulfill that promise. The devoted Eros drew his sword as if to strike, but instead, in a final act of loyalty, he turned the blade on himself and fell dead at Antony's feet. Deeply moved, Antony exclaimed, "Well done, Eros. You show me what I must do." He then took his own sword and impaled himself, delivering a grievous wound to his abdomen. However, the blow was not immediately fatal. Antony collapsed on a couch, bleeding profusely but lingering between life and death. He begged one of his guards to deliver the final stroke, but the man fled, unwilling to hasten the general's end. As Antony lay there in agony, an urgent message came from Cleopatra's servants. The queen still lived and had summoned him to her tomb. Startled and reanimated by the news, Antony begged to be carried to Cleopatra at once. A few loyalists hoisted the dying general and brought him to the base of Cleopatra's mausoleum. Cleopatra, peering down from a window, for she had locked herself inside and would not open the doors even for Antony's men, saw her beloved in his last moments. In a display of desperate determination, Cleopatra and her two maidservants hoisted Antony up the side of the monument. She had her servants tie Antony to ropes, and, with Cleopatra herself grasping and pulling, they drew him up the high wall, inch by inch. Some accounts say Antony, bleeding and writhing in torment, reached out his hands toward her as the ropes pulled him aloft, and Cleopatra strained with all her queenly strength, her face contorted with effort to bring him in. At last, Cleopatra and her women hauled Antony through the window. They laid him on a bed. Cleopatra tore her robes and beat her breast in grief, smearing herself with Antony's blood as she called him her lord, her husband, her emperor. Antony, gravely wounded, urged Cleopatra not to mourn bitterly, but to ensure her own safety if possible. He asked for a cup of wine, and after drinking, implored her to remember his past bravery, rather than this ignoble end, and to trust only one of Octavian's officers, a man named Proculaeus, if she should seek to surrender. With these last words of counsel, he died, right there in Cleopatra's arms. It was a profoundly tragic end to Antony's life. The once triumvirate conqueror, brought low by defeat and love, dying in a secluded refuge of his Egyptian queen. Cleopatra was left to face Octavian alone. She had Antony's body carried away for burial, likely beginning the process of embalming or mummification according to Egyptian rites. She then withdrew into her mausoleum with her two faithful handmaidens, Eras and Carmion, and then barred the heavy doors. And it was from there that she would never again emerge. Octavian assumed control of Alexandria with scarcely a fight. His first concern was capturing Cleopatra alive. He knew if he could parade Cleopatra as a prisoner in his triumph back in Rome, it would be an ultimate symbol of his victory. He therefore sent his associate, Gaius Proculaeus, with a small party to negotiate and, if possible, seize Cleopatra. But You can imagine she was in no mood to surrender. From behind the mausoleum's barred door, she engaged in a tense parley with Proculaeus. She lightly asked what terms Octavian would offer. We know from Plutarch and Dio that Cleopatra's primary plea was for her children. She begged that her children be spared and allowed to inherit the kingdom, even if she herself must be taken to Rome. Proculaeus responded with kind words, urging her to trust Octavian's mercy. But as they spoke, he was furtively looking for a way in. The mausoleum's high windows, one of which had just been used to pull Antony up, and at least one low window or door on the ground level were available for entry points. Proculaeus noticed an opening not fully secured. In a swift move, he and his men placed a ladder and climbed in through the upper window Cleopatra had used for Antony. They dropped down into the chamber, suddenly appearing before the queen. She was taken by surprise. One of her women cried out, "Wretched Cleopatra, you are taken alive." Seeing Proculaeus unexpectedly inside, Cleopatra snatched a dagger from her waist and tried to stab herself. But Proculaeus was too quick. He dashed forward and seized her, preventing the attempt. He admonished, "Do not thus cheat Caesar of his victory," telling her it would wrong Octavian if she killed herself, and made him appear cruel and unmerciful. Proculaeus gently disarmed Cleopatra and searched her clothes for any concealed poison, making sure she had no means left to harm herself. Octavian had also sent his freedman, Epaphroditus, into the tomb with orders to keep strict watch on Cleopatra, but otherwise treat her as courteously as possible. Cleopatra was now effectively a prisoner, albeit an honorably kept one. Now, that is the account that we have from Plutarch and Dio. So not long after, Octavian himself entered the captured city and met with Cleopatra. The encounter must have been psychologically charged. Octavian, the 32-year-old victor, sober and controlled. Cleopatra, the 39-year-old queen, proud but now at his mercy. Ancient sources depict Cleopatra staging one last performance, this time to seduce or soften Octavian. She was found in a sorry state, lying on a simple bed, dressed only in a plain tunic, hair disheveled and face bruised from beating her breast in grief. Yet even in this condition, observers noted her undimmed allure and dignity. Octavian had Cleopatra brought to him. As he entered, Cleopatra, true to form, attempted to charm him. She prostrated herself at his feet, her eyes red from weeping, and addressed him with a mix of humility and pride. Initially, she sought to justify her actions, claiming she feared Antony and acted out of necessity. But Octavian coolly rebuffed these arguments with facts. He had likely intelligence of her offers to betray Antony. Seeing that explanations were futile, Cleopatra changed tack and appeared to Octavian's pity and sense of honor. She produced letters that Julius Caesar had written to her years earlier and passionately read them aloud, calling on the memory of Octavian's illustrious adoptive father to stir his emotions. She pointed to busts or paintings of Caesar that she had arrayed nearby and lamented that fortune dealt her this wretched hand. At moments Cleopatra's voice quavered, and at others it rose in melodious supplication. Dio writes that she spoke in melting tones, calling Octavian master, but also subtly reminding him how Caesar had loved and honored her so much. She even exclaimed dramatically, "I do not ask to live. All I beg is to die and be buried with Antony, invoking the depth of her love and loyalty. Octavian, however, was famously unmoved by the sentiment. He listened politely but kept his eyes averted. He offered only a brief reassurance. He told Cleopatra to take heart, for no harm would come to her. But he made no promises about her kingdom or children during this meeting, and he flatly refused her request to die with Antony. When Cleopatra saw that Octavian would not be swayed by flattery or emotion, that he intended to parade her as a captive, she knew the time had come to act on her own terms. After Octavian left, he gave orders that Cleopatra be closely watched, and allowed no opportunity to take matters into her own hands. He wanted her alive for the triumph in Rome, but Cleopatra was equally determined that she would not grace his triumph as a living trophy. In the days that followed, Cleopatra pretended to accede to Octavian's wishes. She feigned a change of heart, acting as though she now cherished life. She asked for better clothing and took food. She even requested an audience with Octavian's wife Livia, a sign she was looking to the future. But it was all a ruse. As Cassius Dio tells us, Cleopatra's goal was to lull her captors into loosening their guard. She told Octavian's men that she was ready to travel to Rome. She even gathered together some of her most precious adornments, perhaps to present as gifts to Octavian and Livia, which suggested she was preparing for a long journey and not immediate death. And the ploy worked. Her keepers, Epaphroditus among them, relaxed their vigilance slightly, believing the queen genuinely intended to live. On August 10th, or perhaps August 12th, the sources differ, 30 BC, Cleopatra made her final move. She was allowed to visit Antony's tomb to pay her respects. There, in a poignant scene, she embraced Antony's urn and wept, calling his name. She cried out, according to the old sources, "Nothing could part us in life, but now in death it seems we may be separated. You, a Roman, lie here in Egypt, while I shall lie in a foreign land. If there is any power in the gods of Rome, do not let me be led in triumph." This lament, recorded by Plutarch, shows Cleopatra's greatest fear, that she would be taken to Rome and humiliated in a parade. After this farewell, she returned to her quarters and prepared for the final act. She ordered a luxurious last meal. According to legend, she then asked a peasant to bring her a basket of figs. Inside that innocuous basket, hidden beneath the ripe fruit, was an asp, the very snake whose venom she had determined to use. When the guards at the mausoleum door inspected the delivery, they saw only figs and a farmer bringing food, and so they let it pass. Cleopatra dismissed all attendants except her 2 faithful women. She then composed a brief note to Octavian, a final request that she be buried alongside Antony, and sent it off. As soon as the messengers had gone, Cleopatra sealed herself in the chamber with Iras and Charmion. And what happened next has become legendary. When Octavian read Cleopatra's letter and realized what it meant, he immediately dispatched soldiers to prevent her from taking her own life. They rushed to her quarters, but upon breaking down the heavy doors, they found that it was already too late. Cleopatra was lying dead, regally, upon a golden couch. She was arrayed in her finest royal attire, with her diadem crown upon her brow. At her feet lay Iras dying, and Charmion barely alive, adjusting the circlet on Cleopatra's head with trembling hands. A Roman guard shouted reproachfully at Charmion. Was this well done? Summoning her last breath, Charmion defiantly replied, It is well done, and fitting for the descendant of so many kings. With those final words, she collapsed by the side of her queen. Cleopatra had orchestrated her exit to perfection, a dignified death, in queenly raiment, faithful attendants by her side, and not an enemy in sight. The means of Cleopatra's last moment was not immediately obvious. Ancient accounts based on later conjecture offer multiple versions. The most famous is the one we've recounted, the bite by an asp, a symbol of royal divinity in Egypt. Plutarch writes that the asp was smuggled with the figs and that Cleopatra, finding it hidden among the leaves, held out her hand for the snake and let it bite her. But other contemporaries suggested that she kept a poisoned hairpin or comb in her hair, which she used to scratch her skin and deliver a toxin. Cassius Dio likewise reports that no one knew the exact method, only that Cleopatra's corpse showed 2 tiny puncture marks on the arm. Some said an asp had indeed bitten her, either brought in a water jar or hidden in a bunch of flowers. Others believe that she applied a different kind of poison. But what all accounts agree on is the serenity of her death. She passed with calm dignity, just as she had planned. Octavian, when he arrived, was too late. He was reportedly stunned and even lost his temper. His prize captive, star of the triumphant parade, gone. He tried everything to revive her. Plutarch says he sent for a Seelie, snakebite healer of North Africa, that is, to suck the venom from her wound. But that was in vain. The great queen was gone. Octavian could not help, though, but feel a measure of admiration. Though frustrated she denied him a living trophy, he acknowledged that her courage and royal resolve was certainly formidable. He ordered that Cleopatra's body be entombed with Antony's in the mausoleum, and provided a royal funeral befitting her station. Thus, in death, Antony and Cleopatra remained united. She had lived about 39 years, and had reigned as the Queen of Egypt for 22 of them, the last of the Ptolemaic line, and with her death, the line of the Egyptian pharaohs, stretching back 3 millennia, came to an end. With Cleopatra's death, the victory of Octavian was complete. The Roman Republic's civil wars, which had raged on and off for decades, came to a close. Octavian stood as the sole master of the Roman world. Egypt, the fabled land of the pharaohs, was reduced to a Roman province in 30 BC. It would henceforth be governed by a prefect appointed by Octavian, now taking the name Augustus, and its immense wealth, especially the grain supply, was appropriated for Rome. Octavian took no chances in securing his win. He had Cleopatra's teenage son, Caesarion, allegedly the son of Julius Caesar, captured and executed. One of Octavian's advisers quipped dryly, "Too many Caesars is not a good thing," summing up why Caesarion could not be allowed to live as a potential rival. Antony's eldest son, Angelus, had already been put to death after seeking sanctuary, dragged from the statue of Julius Caesar in the city, and killed on Octavian's orders. However, Octavian did spare the young children of Cleopatra and Antony. These 3 orphans, Alexander Helios, Cleopatra Selene, and Ptolemy Philadelphus, were sent to Rome and paraded in the triumph, tiny gold chains adorning them as they walked, a pitiable spectacle to arouse the sympathy of the crowd. After the spectacle, Octavian handed the children over to his sister Octavia, who was Antony's Roman widow, to raise in her household. Octavia, by all accounts, a gracious and compassionate woman, brought them up alongside her own children, ensuring that they were educated and cared for. In later years, Cleopatra's daughter, Cleopatra Selene, was married off to King Juba II of Mauritania, thus continuing her mother's dynasty, just in a new form. And her sons, well, they disappeared from history, likely dying young or living in obscurity. Back in Alexandria, Octavian saw to it that Cleopatra and Antony were buried together in a splendid tomb. He allowed Cleopatra's attendants, Iras and Charmion, to be buried honorably beside her as well. According to Plutarch, a certain Archibius, a close friend of Cleopatra, paid Octavian a hefty bribe of 2,000 talents to ensure Cleopatra's statues would not be destroyed in Alexandria, whether out of pragmatism, or perhaps admiration, or maybe a little bit of both. Octavian permitted Cleopatra's legacy to have some dignity in Egypt, even as he completely obliterated Antony's. As for Octavian's own perspective, it seems he has mixed feelings. Suetonius later wrote that Octavian anxiously wished to save Cleopatra for the triumph, and was vexed when she passed away. But nonetheless, he viewed her death as a fittingly lofty end, and ensured due honor was given to her burial. The fall of Cleopatra reverberated throughout the ancient world. For Rome, it marked the final consolidation of power under Octavian. In 27 BC, Octavian was granted the title of Augustus by the Senate, becoming the first Roman emperor. And the age of the Roman Empire began, directly predicated on the wealth and stability that the annexation of Egypt provided. Augustus himself highlighted the conquest of Egypt in his Res Gestae, an autobiographical inscription, proudly noting that, quote, Egypt was added to the empire of the Roman people in his consulship, a nod to the immense significance of Cleopatra's defeat. Culturally, Cleopatra's dramatic end cemented her status as a near mythic figure. Roman writers of the early empire often cast her as the embodiment of the East, luxurious, cunning, and decadent, yet also irresistibly alluring. The biases of our sources become evident in their post-mortem appraisals. The Augustan poets, writing soon after her death, had sung of Cleopatra as a monster, in the context of war at least. But even they concluded grudging respect. Horace's ode, while initially celebrating her downfall, ends by praising Cleopatra's courage in death. He describes how she dared to gaze at her fallen kingdom with a calm face, and took venom into her body, scorning to be led in triumph, thus meeting death more bravely than anyone could have expected. Virgil, in his epic, depicts the battle of Actium on Aeneas's divine shield. In Virgil's rendering, highly flattering to Augustus, Cleopatra appears as the Egyptian wife in the midst of the fray, her presence sullying the purity of Rome until she is vanquished by Augustus, after which the personification of Discordia flees, and Bellona, war, recoils. The propagandistic tableau, casting the war against Cleopatra as almost a mythic clash of civilization versus chaos. Later, historians like Velius Paterculus and Florus, writing under the Roman Empire, echo the same sentiments. Florus, for example, characterizes her as having enslaved Antony to her love, and demanded the Roman Empire as the price of her favors, an image of a wily seductress who nearly undid the great Roman Republic. Yet even Florus, after relating how Octavian coldly thwarted Cleopatra's attempts to charm him, notes with a measure of awe how she sought out her mausoleum and applied serpents to her veins, thus passing into death as into sleep. And so if we step back and critically assess the sources, I suppose we can arrive at a nuanced picture. Cleopatra was certainly used as a convenient villain by Octavian's regime, a foreign queen blamed for Antony's perfidy. But the consistency of details across Plutarch, Dio, and others, despite writing of different eras, it suggests a core of truth. Cleopatra was fiercely determined to die on her own terms. An image of her in her final moments in full regalia, calmly allowing that snake to sink its teeth in, with loyal handmaidens sharing her fate. It's one that's resonated through Western culture as an ultimate act of a regal defiance. Roman historians, even while hostile, couldn't deny the drama and dignity of that scene. Plutarch, for instance, ends his biography of Antony by virtually eulogizing Cleopatra's resolution. He notes that Octavian himself was moved to pity and admiration at her death, and that Cleopatra's high status was such that even the hard-nosed conqueror did not dare to drag her reputation through the mud afterward. Cleopatra's monuments and memory were largely respected in Egypt under Augustus, helped by that heavy bribe, and Augustus's desire to appear magnanimous. In Rome, however, she became a cautionary tale, an example of the danger of unbridled female influence and Eastern luxury corrupting a Roman man. Its narrative, propagated for Augustus's supporters, would persist, coloring historical views of Cleopatra for centuries. Yet, look a little bit beyond the Roman propaganda. Cleopatra emerges as a shrewd, resourceful, and courageous leader. Until almost the end, she explored every possible avenue: diplomacy, deception, force, all to save her kingdom and children. When those failed, she resorted to the only power that she had left: power over her own fate. And in doing so, she denied her enemy a total victory, a final act of defiance, crafting a legacy that would inspire art and literature, from Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra to modern novels and films. Her life and death became the archetype of a romantic tragedy, set against a backdrop of global power shift. And so there you have it, the dramatic culmination of both a personal saga and a larger geopolitical story in Rome's very chaotic transition from republic to empire. With Egypt secured, Rome would enjoy a period of unprecedented stability. But the memory of the last pharaoh had cast a long shadow. Roman emperors would visit Alexandria and pay respect at her tomb. Writers would ponder, what if she and Antony had prevailed? Indeed, I'm sure the world would have looked quite a bit different. Butterfly effect sort of stuff. To this day, her death with the venomous aspen fallen empire remains one of the most captivating episodes of ancient history. Studying these accounts critically, and I mean critically, we find Cleopatra's own voice emerging in her actions. Unbent, unbowed, unbroken, and immortalized in the manner of her leaving. As Charmion aptly said, it was a deed fitting for the descendant of so many kings. The last days of Cleopatra echo with both the end of an epic and the timeless allure of a woman who refused to be forgotten. And that's it from me today. I hope you enjoyed that. Rather dramatic, wasn't it? And I suppose the best history does bring out the best stories. I'm going to thank the top-tier Patreons, who I refuse to forget. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carey, Charlene, Lynn Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulford Near, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, Dowry, Anthony, Lucy, Brandon, and Gugu Bubonic. Thanks so much. Alright, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our trip back to ancient Egypt. And I hope you're all nice and relaxed and you learned something. Now you're probably asleep. If you're not asleep, leave a comment. And, yeah, do all that. Alright, good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, and I will see you next time you feel like coming back. Goodbye for now.